Good morning, everyone. This is your 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am so grateful to be here today and welcome you all to Putting Patients First. If everyone can just give me a little, yeah. This is an annual conference about patient experiences in healthcare. My name is Victoria Suter, and I'm your host today. And thank you. Really happy to be here. I'm with a company called Improv for Work and Wellness, and we bring improv into the workplace environments and also into wellness spaces. In the Improv for Work side, we have improv for presentations and public speaking, improv for interviews, improv for positive and inclusive communication. And then on the wellness side, we have improv for Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, dementia, brain health, stutters. So I'm really excited as an improviser myself to have these two worlds connect. And I am so excited to be here today with you all to do just that, to connect. I feel like that is one of the biggest things that we all need in this world. And what we're here to do today is to connect with everyone and share stories. We have 420 people here today, and I believe, and we're still growing with that. We have people on the live stream as well, so hello to the people online. Thank you for showing up as well. And thank you so much for making this work a priority today. I'm going to share with you a little improv mindset that we use on the stage. And these tools that we use on stage, we share with everyone so they can use them in their workplace or wellness spaces. And that they are 3 pillars. 1, seek positivity. How can I seek positivity in these moments? 2, inspire your audience. How can I take the pressure off of me and make it about everyone else? And 3, how can we welcome mistakes? They happen, we can't avoid them, but how can we quickly move that story forward and keep expanding on ideas instead of focusing so much on the mistake? So that's a little bit of improv I wanted to share with you today, and I will be sharing a lot more if you are up for it. So that's seek positivity, inspire your audience, and welcome mistakes. Okay, everyone, I'm going to now begin by welcoming a very special person today with a blessing from Elder Ruth Alfred. Ruth is of the Montegela ancestry, and through her mother and Ukrainian through her father. She was born and raised in Alert Bay and married into the Numgese nation. For over 23 years, Ruth has worked with groups supporting Indigenous health and wellness in the Greater Vancouver region. We'd respectfully ask you to take a quiet moment after Ruth speaks to reflect on your reconciliation journey. Please, if I could ask Ruth to come up here. Thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I can give you a... Yes, it is on.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. Wow, what a big group. It's different when you're sitting down, but when you're up here, it's amazing. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you for being here, eager to participate, eager to learn, and just expand your horizons. I'd like to introduce myself as Klitlinu, which is my Numgese name, which means woman who speaks at potlatches, and goes and tells people that they have to get up and do the work. And my English name is Ruth Alfred. I was born and raised in Alert Bay and am the mother of 2 daughters, 6 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. And I'm just so happy to be here, honored and blessed, and thank you for inviting me to take part in your day. I'd like to share something that I participated in on the long weekend. It kind of pertains to what we're doing here today. But before that, I would like to acknowledge the Musqueam territory for allowing us to have this event in their territories. Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. They've been the keepers of their lands for many, many, many years, keeping the water safe, or trying to. They have a hard time doing that these days with everything that's happening. And I'd like to raise my hands to the Squamish for allowing me to live in their territory for about 34 years now. And like Victoria said, I've worked in the health and wellness industry for about 23 years, semi-retired, but not really. Yeah. So the long weekend, I went home to Alert Bay to participate in a potlatch ceremony, which was being held by my son-in-law, because he was getting a chieftainship, and his great-grandson, Lucas, was being initiated as a hamatsa, which means keeper and guardian of the big house. It was so amazing, the ceremony. The speakers were inspiring. It went from elders right down to youth. And you could just see their faces in the crowd. They're just all excited about what's going on during this event. And, you know, elders aren't very agile. And a lot of them have health issues like diabetes and arthritis and different things like that. But to look in the crowd, whenever that drum beat started, they would get up and they would dance, literally dance. And you could see the joy in their faces while they're doing this. Even though their bodies don't work anymore, they're, excuse me, trying to move around and enjoy the moment. So it kind of pertains to what we're doing here. Because I would say that culture is a way of healing. And to watch those people on that weekend, I truly believe it. Culture is a healing tool. And patients need that. People need that. They need the connection. They need the interaction. And they need just to have love and kindness and recognition as to who they are. Because for a long time, they had no identity. Things were taken away from them. And there hadn't been a ceremony like this one this past weekend for about 4 years. And the joy and happiness that you saw, or I saw, was amazing. So that was, I'll probably never forget that. So I'd like to start your day off in a good way by giving a blessing. And I'm going to put the mic down because I don't like to hold the mic while I'm saying a prayer. Thank you. Dear Creator, I ask you today to bless this room and all that are here to take part in this wonderful event. Dear Creator, I give thanks for all the blessings that you have bestowed on us and all those that are forthcoming. I ask you to bless the people that provided the food that nourishes our bodies, our minds, and our spirits, and those that prepared the food with love and kindness to ensure our health and wellness so that we can do the work that we do in the community. I ask you also, Creator, to watch over the room. Protect those that are here so that they do their work with love and kindness for the people that they work for. And I also ask you, dear Creator, to watch over those that are outside without a home, without proper food, without proper clothing. Guide them, dear Creator, to where they need to be, back onto the road of health and wellness. And I ask you today, dear Creator, to watch over everyone here, that they learn in a good way, in a kind way, in a respectful way, and in a good way. I ask all of this in your name, dear Creator. All my relations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. On behalf of Putting Patients First, we would like to present to you with a little gift.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. Yeah, one of the things that stood out to me was home. You know, home, what does that mean? I'm a little bit emotional because we all have, we're away from home, we're here home, maybe we had a home and we don't have a home anymore, or where are our family? And for me, being from England, And coming here, home, this is home for me now. And so what does home mean to me? It means community, and it means connection. And it really did make me think about what my reflection is towards my truth and reconciliation journey. And I feel like I am still learning my way. You know, I am still finding my way in this journey. And so far, it has been through connecting, through stories. And so for me, my commitment is to keep hearing stories and advocating for stories and really listening deeply to stories that are shared with us. So that is my reflection. And to ensure that whenever we are hearing stories, to have an openness and respect for them. We're talking about putting patients first today. And patients, you know, they may be overlooked in health research, and that's why the federal government is funding a research approach guided by people's lived experience, the strategy for patient-oriented research. And today's conference is led by BC's patient-oriented research community and celebrates our shared work. So I am pleased here today to introduce Monica Mahmood. Monica is a unit director for the BC Support Unit, which is part of the Health Research BC. And also we'll be introducing Linda Riches, a representative of our patient partners in the province. So first, we will be hearing from Monica Mahmood, who leads national objectives for patient-oriented research in BC. Monica has extensive formal training and experience in healthcare decision-making, and she began her career in research and progressed to board and executive roles in organizations led by patients and members at national and provincial levels. She is passionate about bringing together data-driven strategies, people's lived experiences, and collaboration to foster ongoing engagement. So I would like to welcome Monica. Thank you so much.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Little shuffle, shuffle.
We'll do a shuffle, shuffle. Thank you, Victoria. And thank you to Ruth. Where are you, Ruth? Hi, Ruth. Thank you. Thank you so much for opening our time together in a good way. My name is Monica Mahmood. I'm the unit director for the BC Support Units. And I'm incredibly grateful to be kicking off our 7th annual Putting Patients First conference. I'm just taking a moment because this is the first time that we've sold out and we've reached a wait list in our conference. So I'm just really taking that in today. And as such, I'd like to thank the Conference Planning Committee, which included our staff, our partners, our members from Indigenous community, patients, and people with lived experience. And we have to pause right now and just congratulate that committee. So a warm welcome to those in the room and to those of us joining online. For many of you, this is your 7th conference, and we were just talking about maybe developing a punch card system or something for you next year. And for many others still, this is your first conference, and a warm welcome to you. So people's lived experience have the power to transform health research and healthcare. That's why the BC Support Unit helps teams to use evidence developed with patients to change the health system. We are federally and provincially supported to do this, and a big, big thank you to our funders. We support meaningful engagement between patients and researchers. Since 2016, research teams we support were awarded over $100 million and published over 160 scientific articles. Incredibly, more than a third of those had patient partners as co-authors. We partner on data access, which includes our work with the BC Ministry of Health to support the BC Health Data Platform, which provides access to province-wide data in one secure location. To date, the platform has supported 34 projects and links 27 data sets. We build learning communities. So last year, we had 400 patients, researchers, and health system decision makers, both in person and online at last year's Putting Patients First conference. And this year, we've exceeded that. We've far exceeded that with a maximum of 420 people in the room today, which then we get in trouble with the fire marshal, and also those joining us online today. The best care is delivered by health systems that listen to and act on people's needs, which is why we support vital work in all of BC's health regions and beyond to advance patient engagement and research. This work involves our regional center teams and partners. With the Child Bright Network, we're supporting a library of lived experience that shares knowledge from kids with brain-based developmental disabilities. We're also supporting dementia care community research priorities in the Comox Valley. And this spring, we launched 2 new guidance documents to help ethics boards and research teams share evidence with communities. And those are just a few examples of the work that we've been doing to create sustainable change to improve people's health in BC. The Putting Patients First conference is BC's flagship event for patient-oriented research. We put a spotlight on the good work that is happening here at home. Each of you are part of a community in BC that prioritizes patients, communities, and public health and research. The theme of today's conference is learning communities. A learning community is a group of individuals bringing their perspectives to work together to continually share and apply knowledge in order to improve upon a challenge, a thought, an idea. This is the approach we take in designing Putting Patients First year over year. We are a learning community, both in design and in the audience in the room and online today. This conference promises to engage at a whole new level. We are joined today by 2 powerhouses in learning health systems and co-design and health research and our keynote and plenary speakers. We have unique interactive sessions that will really get you thinking, or at least really, really good at making hats. And I'm just gonna leave it there as foreshadowing. We have a wonderful panel where you will hear from researchers, a patient partner, and Indigenous community engagement specialist on why patient-oriented research is a challenge worth undertaking. We will celebrate top-ranking submissions from our abstracts competition and hearing of their research, and we will recognize patient-oriented research champions through awards. We will leave feeling exhausted and exhilarated and full of new ideas and personal connections. Conferences are designed to inspire. My hope for today is that you'll make new connections and learn new ideas to help make lasting changes in the health system. To do so, you will need to set aside what you know for the next few hours and listen to understand and reflect to learn. So welcome to today. I hope you have a wonderful time. And I will turn it over to our patient partner, Linda, who will share her opening remarks.
Good morning. Awesome, that's great energy. Wow, just so many things going through my head from yesterday, through talking with people even this morning. It's just all bubbling in here. So I'm actually going to ask you all to do something for the entire group. If you are comfortable closing your eyes or resting them for a moment and putting your feet flat on the floor I know we're not technically on the ground, but as a mindfulness teacher, I start my day grounding myself and end my day that way. And I would like us to think about the fact that we are not all the same, but we are all here for the same common good. And by grounding ourselves, we are actually connecting to each other right now. And through that connection, we're going to do amazing things. So maybe just think about all the amazing things that you have the potential to do, and then open your eyes. I am grateful to be here today representing patient partners in BC. I'm a mindfulness and performing arts teacher, so thank you for incorporating improv into medicine. Can't think of a better place to put it. I'm also a patient partner in research since 2018, and that's thank you to Dr. Kendall Ho, who got me involved in research and showed me what really good connection with patient partners could be. How you could do it in a very respectful and powerful way that made patient partners feel empowered to do more than they thought they could do. And unfortunately, for all the people I've worked with since then, he set the bar very high, but I've not been disappointed. And the current research teams I'm working with, they're great at meeting that bar. 4 years ago, I became involved in research looking at genetics and major depression. This experience reinforced how vital patient partners are in the research process. We did more than contribute our knowledge and lived experience. We shaped the outcomes of the first phase of the research, and we are continuing in phase 2 of this project. I don't think that the 3 patient partners that are involved in that project had any idea that we were going to affect the project the way that we have so far, or that our world were going to go like this. And it was going to result in me wishing I had gone to university and studied genomics. Lisa, can I have that water, please? No, just that little bit right there. Sorry, my mouth has gone dry. People with lived experience can transform healthcare. Monica made reference to that. And the reason being is because that is our sole focus, is that passion to affect change. I remember the first research person I met who said, "But I'm a patient too, Linda." And I said, "You are, we're all patients. But in this case, you are the researcher. And that's your focus. And it should be your focus. It doesn't mean that you don't also consider the patient's focus. But as the person with the lived experience, this is my total focus. And I'm trying to represent other patients with my experience as best as I possibly can. And our knowledge, skills, and insights help make health projects successful. It's not just that we care to see something change. We actually learn about these areas, you know? So I may be a person with depression. That doesn't mean I know everything about depression. So I go and I read and I learn. Because I don't want to go into a research project being deficient, having a deficit in knowledge. And that's why we should be part of the solution alongside clinicians and researchers. Alongside. When we bring together diverse partners to solve a shared health problem, we're building learning communities. And I'm so thankful that we had a great fireside chat yesterday about learning health systems and what they could be. Learning communities are the first steps in a cycle that can help health systems use and learn from the knowledge they generate. We're here today to begin building learning communities and to take these first steps together. And I'm looking forward to a very exciting day. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much to Monica and for having so much drive and passion. Very, very lovely. And for Linda, thank you so much for your time and volunteering that and your expertise to make health research meaningful. You know, I really do believe today that we're here to explore how learning communities can be powerful. They can be a powerful tool in transforming healthcare. And our goal, what kind of Monica says, you might be a bit tired at the end of the day, but our goal is to have us all feeling energized and to inspire you with practical ideas to support healthcare and well-being across BC and Canada. And I believe together we can make a meaningful difference through connection and collaboration for positive change. So let's just give those two a round of applause again, please, everyone. Yeah. Okay, as we move into our keynote presentation, I'm going to share a few housekeeping details with everyone. First of all, can I just get everyone to say cheese? Cheese. It's okay. Cheese. Cheese. Yes, I'm going to be talking about photography. Okay, so we're going to be taking some photos throughout the event today. These photos represent the work of BC Support Unit and share the value of patient-oriented research in BC. Photos will be shared on our web and social channels to remember this experience, you know, and to create connection. And if you do not want to be included in the images, that's absolutely okay. There's no pressure. Just please check in at the registration desk. And there's also a copy of the photo notification form there as well. Okay, can everyone take a deep breath in and out? One more, in and out. This is a scent-free zone. We encourage people to wear masks to protect themselves and others against respiratory illness. Masks and hand sanitizers are available at the front desk. There is also a wellness room available if you need a quiet space. And please ask any further details regarding that at the registration desk. Okay, the agenda. Posters and some interactive activities are available on the Hoover app. So if you need any help with that, we have people here. I'm here to help you with that. You should have received a login, some login information a few days ago, so please check the app for the agenda and more. And finally, when you look around the room, just look around the room, you might notice on the wall, there is some QR code posters. And this is a link to our 10-minute survey. It's really important for us to hear your thoughts so we can continue this and improve this, just a little bit of your time. And if you could make sure, if you could fill that out just before you leave, we will keep pointing you in the right direction of that. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm really excited to kick off our keynote session with Dr. Robert Reed. Robert is the Hazel McCallion Research Chair in Learning Health Systems at the Institute for Better Health. If I mispronounce anything, thank you for your patience. He is also a Senior Vice President, Science at Trillium Health Partners. Robert is a global expert and thought leader in population health, learning health systems, and primary care. The session will be facilitated by our lovely Monica over here, and we will take your questions at the end of the presentations. So please do add your questions to the Hoover app. If we could welcome Robert and Monica to the stage. Thank you.
Well, nice to see you. Hello, BC. It's wonderful to be here, and wow, like I can't believe the size of this conference. So you guys, and you're all here today to try to make our system better, to include patients, families, all of you, all of you. I couldn't be more encouraged. So let's get to work, because we got some problems in our system, but I'm absolutely confident that you can make a real difference on this. But before I start, I really wanted to say a big thank you to the Health Research BC. For many of you, you probably don't know that I was actually one of the original scholars from the Michael Smith Foundation many, many years ago, I think 2001. So it provided me, this province and Health Research BC provided me with a start early on in my career. And so part of what you're going to hear today is a legacy of all that generous contributions early on from me. And so I feel like I'm coming home. And I feel like I'm giving back a bit today. The idea of the learning health system has now been around, I think it was born about 18 years ago. So it just passed its adolescence and it's now into its young adulthood. And in the first few years, it was really amorphous concept. It was trying to figure out its way. It was all concepts and ideas. And I was part of the original concepts and ideas and wrote some of the original papers back in the early 2000s. But we've matured significantly since that time. It's become a real practical tool to improve our systems and a practical approach adopted across the world and really now making substantial changes. I spent most of my career in the United States, came back to Ontario about 10 years ago to really, really see if we can make this approach come alive in Ontario. And I'll share you a little bit about my experience today as to what I think the promise is for this idea. And I couldn't be more encouraged to see all of you here ready to do the work that we need to do to improve healthcare in Canada. And I know that many of you are looking up at me because I was introduced as an expert. And I'll share today with you some of my expertise, but I don't see it that way. I look at you and I see the experts in the crowd. Every single one of you has expertise to bring in here. Our patients and our families and our community have their lived experience expertise. Our administrators, our managers, our leaders have the experience around their experience on how to run a system and how to make it operational. Our physicians, our nurses, our care providers have the experience day to day around caring for patients. And our researchers bring extraordinary scientific expertise in areas that are completely irrelevant to the day. And so I'm trying to figure out where here's the, sorry. So I want to think about your expertise today, how you're going to bring your expertise to life as we move in the journey forward. But we've got some work to do. This is the state of affairs in Canada, and I don't really want to particularly start on a depressing note, but it is really challenging. Have a look at those headlines that you have to just pull off any newspaper across Canada, including those in BC today, that tells you some of the problems that we have. Our current state, I think, is really fairly it was built for generally 40 or 50 years ago and has not been refined in major ways since that time. and we've outgrown it. We need to change. We need to evolve. It's undesirable and unsustainable. The care, and I'm sure that you can all have either experienced it or have relatives that have experienced it, is often fragmented and disorganized. Access, quality, and outcomes are not optimized. A workforce is stressed and often overlooked. One of the biggest problems is our equity gaps are not narrowing in Canada, they're widening. Those at the lower ends of the socioeconomic spectrum are becoming worse off, not better off. And then I think the biggest damning thing on this slide is that Canadians are increasingly frustrated and believe our system now isn't up to the task. They're becoming disenfranchised with the state of affairs. There used to be a time where Canada was really proud of its healthcare system. Very, very proud when I started my work. And now if you ask Canadians how prideful they are of their healthcare system, many of them would say it's fairly mediocre. And in the last few weeks, I mean, there's been the last few months, there's been a lot of political turmoil in the world, and you may not have noticed this, but the Commonwealth Fund, which is a major international body who's an expert global body that rates healthcare system, came out with their 2024 report on the state of affairs of healthcare in the world and rated healthcare systems across the world. And I've circled here where Canada falls, around 10 industrialized nations. We won't talk about the United States because they're at the bottom, and for a whole bunch of reasons. But look where Canada is. We're 7th out of 10 in terms of all these parameters, access, and so forth, and equity. Our system really isn't up to the task. And actually, we're falling behind internationally. Okay, so this is sometimes how I feel when I face these problems. As an individual researcher, individual leader in my institution in Ontario, I feel like I'm pulling my hair out and frustrated, and how do I change, and how do things improve the way it is? And I know many of you feel the same way. And what we're going to talk about today is a way to really change, and a way to not have to think that you're doing this by yourself, but working with others for the collective improvement of our system. This is a picture from Northern Ontario, and it's looking up at night. And sometimes looking up at night, you just see a dark black sky, and it can be really overwhelming and depressing. But then as you look further into the sky, you see the stars, and you see these twinkles and these bright lights that are there. And in healthcare, we have bright lights all over the place. We have bright lights all over the place. But they don't shine, they don't pervade, they're not given their due. And we don't learn from those bright spots around how we can spread those bright spots. So look at the bright spots here today, and you're going to see a bunch of them, and you're going to hear about them in your poster presentation today. Get inspired by them. Figure out how we can make those bright lights shine brighter and illuminate that sky. And I'm going to posit today that the way we go forward is we actually learn. Our system needs to learn. It needs to make mistakes. Victoria, where's Victoria? We need to make some mistakes. And we need to make we have to have some courage to move forward. And that's about learning. If you think about kids in school, it's not a straightforward path. They make mistakes, but they learn over and over. And that's what we need to do in healthcare. Our system actually has to learn. And it's a central challenge for us. Do we want the system we have now? Do we really want those problems? No. And I know, and I'm confident in this room, you can solve those problems. It's not undoable. You can absolutely solve what we're talking about today in British Columbia with the collective spirit in this room. Research plays an important role in here, but this is the way that we historically think about research in Canada and historically in the world, is we actually don't use research, patient-oriented research and so forth, for actually learning. Often, here's the problem we have. Often the problems and the issues are actually poorly specified. We're actually asking not the right questions of our scientists and so forth. We actually aren't asking the questions that matter to patients or their families. So we misspecify the questions often. Right? So we're answering wrong questions with our research, or not significantly nuanced. Even when we produce, though, really ask the right questions, and we produce really good research, and many of the scientists in the room are producing extraordinarily good science, what comes out of it is we don't manage the insights terribly well. They go in journals, and they're buried. They're misinterpreted. No one really understands what the results and the interpretation of that is. So the insights are not well managed that come out of that research. And then even when the research insights are brought forward to decision makers into the health system, the evidence is actually fairly poorly applied. So it reaches some people, but not all people. And many groups are left behind that research doesn't influence. And then finally, when that research actually is applied well, we actually don't learn from it. Every day in Ontario, we have people getting care. We don't learn from everyday experience as to exactly what's happening to them so that we can refine our approaches and move forward. So this is a slide from 2012, still as relevant then as it is today, that there's many opportunities, missed opportunities, and wastes and harm that result. And this is a quote from my former boss, Mike McGuinness: "The prevailing approach to generating evidence is inadequate today, is irrelevant tomorrow, given the pace and complexity of change." And I think that is still as true as when he wrote it years ago. And part of our problem is we're in silos. And just think about the silo you're in right now. What silos are you in? And in terms of your learning endeavors. Scientists, researchers often is done by scientists. Improvement efforts in our health system are done by QI specialists. Physicians, nurses, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and the like provide clinical care. Management is provided by administrators, and resource allocation is provided by policymakers that often don't talk to each other and don't have a common spirit around moving ahead. But even more than that, there's something missing here. And I think you know what it is. Citizens and communities' experiences care are often neglected, and we don't act on outcomes that matter most to our citizens and our communities. Okay? So that silo isn't even on the map often. And that's our challenge. Okay. So the learning health system, now I'm going to start picking up the audience a bit. I told you a bunch of depressing things. And now we're going to move to the future, okay? We're going to have some optimism. Is that good? And so we're now moving into the era of learning health systems and what we could actually do here. This is a diagram that our team created a few last year, and it's been very helpful for people to really understand what we're talking about learning health systems. Historically, research is done by researchers, often in universities, and they publish in journals, and they expect that this just to be automatically taken up, and the system will improve. Okay? That's the historical trajectory. We know that doesn't work very well. It's haphazard in terms of it's taken up. It doesn't reach many people, and many people don't know about it. So that history has been a flaw. Okay? In the last probably 20 years in Canada and across the world, we've come into this new era of knowledge translation and exchange. which we're trying to bring those communities closer together. And actually, what I think of it is a brokering function. We're brokering the questions we asked with the scientists, and then we're brokering the outcomes after the science and try to help facilitate output. Learning health systems is just a natural evolution of this concept, where rather than these still separate, we're actually embedding research right in the day-to-day operations of health systems. So rather than distinct and separate enterprises, they're embedded in everyday work of our systems. So you can kind of think about it as an R&D function of our system. We're putting research right in the midst of how we're producing health in our communities. But I want to talk about that other word for a minute, about what we're talking about in terms of health systems. Because often people are vague in terms of what that really means. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of a taste of what I think a health system is. A system, it's an integrated suite of services. And just as I talk through this a little bit, just think about your current system in British Columbia. How well does it match with this? Okay? It divides an integrated suite of services: primary care, specialty care, hospital care, across sites and over time. These functions aren't independent, they're integrated. They're seamlessly integrated, so patients move between these in an integrated way. We organize and deliver services that are patient-centered, person-focused, not disease-focused. It's about people, it's not about their conditions. Right? So we'll think about that. We're accountable for defined populations, not just the people who walk in our doors, but the people who don't. All Canadians we're accountable for. And we often don't think about the people who we're missing. We think about the people who are there. And often the people who are missing will eventually come there to hospital emergencies and rooms. But we could absolutely work upstream to manage conditions before they ever reached hospitals. Just think about who's missing in the populations here. We address medical and non-medical determinants of health. And that means it's not just about health care, it's about health. So it's about partnerships with social services, housing, income assistance, transportation, things that affect their socioeconomic determinants of health, and it's around partnerships with these. It's prioritizing equity and Indigenous reconciliation. Top of mind, not an afterthought. And then finally, it's supported by an integrated suite of IT, financing, people, and back office supports. When I think of a health system, that's what I think of. Is that what we have in Canada? We're a little bit far from that vision. And so the learning health system is often, what we're doing is not just learning about how to improve the system, we're learning how to build the system. Okay? It's system building. Okay. You'll hear a lot of terms for learning health systems, and don't let these confuse you. They're all talking generally about the same thing, and there's a lot of words here. So you'll hear things like delivery system science, quality improvement research, real-world evidence, dissemination and implementation science. All of these generally refer to the same thing, and it's the core concept is using data derived from everyday life, everyday experience for every day that BC residents receive care, derived from clinical practice, management of our system, to find the knowledge gaps with advanced research methods, to fill those knowledge gaps with methods very quickly, and then to feed immediately those results back to practice management and policy for change in rapid improvement cycles. And I like to talk about learning health systems as really quality improvement on steroids. And it's really now, it's building on the chassis that we've already established in health systems for quality improvement, the learning and improvement cycles we have now, but now integrating advanced research methods right into the midst, and using a variety of evidence sources to advance care. So it's an expansive view of quality improvement. And it's more than just improving local systems. It's actually being the bright lights in that sky so that you can show the way for other people, okay? So it's about external research as well, okay? Another point I just want to really make is learning health systems is about partnerships. It really is. That's what it's about. It's about trusting partnerships between researchers and care systems. But it's more than that. It's about bringing patients and families, their desires, their aspirations, their experiences right into the midst. And Maureen Smith, one of our patient partners in this work, just has described it as a stool, a three-legged stool with partnerships to grow. But she describes it as a wobbly stool. That the weakest leg on this stool is our relationships with patients, families, and communities, making sure that we're valuing their experiences, focusing on their priorities, and really their aspirations for our system. And I couldn't agree with her more. So work with us to stabilize that leg, to increase its strength, and actually for it to become the strongest, not the weakest leg. Okay. Learning health systems can operate at many different levels as well. Often we think about it at the lowest level, which is the individual interaction between physicians and clinicians, so that the evidence that was produced yesterday in care can be used today. For the similar patient that's seen yesterday would understand what their results and experience was, so that would have benefit the similar patient that was seen today. Okay, aspiration. Clearly, we need to work at this next layer, which is how we organize, how we finance, how we deliver care at local levels, teams, units, hospitals, that meso level. And then we need learning at the more advanced, not the more advanced, but the higher levels. The regions, the policies, learning about financing, learning about how to regulate, learning about how to promote and sustain learning health systems to occur. And these learning levels need to be nested. You have to have the policies in place at the top level to allow that learning to occur at the lower levels. So for anybody in the audience, no matter what level you're working at here today, you can apply this thinking. Okay, so I've given you a lot of words. Now I'm going to make it a little bit more practical. Okay, so what was that all about? And so it seems like it's still all mushed up. This is my mushed up. So let's give it a little bit more detail. This is a framework that we developed in Ontario about 2 years ago. Is that right, Carrie? And it was really a way for us to become much more practical about how science is inserted into healthcare and the types of research that make improvements and how they interact. And this is what we call the learning health system engine. And the engine metaphor, this framework was developed with patient partners, with healthcare administrators, and with scientists. And the reason it's an engine is because that came from our patients. They said, we understand engines. We know how they work. Like, let's use an engine metaphor so it creates an understanding for us all. So that's where that came from. And you'll see at the engine, on this side is the products that we produce. Better care experiences, better health, more stabilized workforce, affordability. I mean, we have to create affordability. We can't run this country broke. So we have to have some financial conscience to this. But within those outcomes is embedded equity. And it's equity around all of those things. It's about equity in experiences. It's about equity in outcomes. It's about equity in workforce. And it's about equity in affordability. Okay? So equity is an overarching concept that needs to be front and center and not just an afterthought. The engine has a variety of fuels and accelerants. This engine doesn't run on its own. It needs to be primed, it needs to have fuels, and it needs to constantly have that infusion. And then it's got a bunch of brakes and moderators to keep it on track and in control. Okay? People will talk about them as barriers. I don't talk about them as barriers. I talk about them as necessary brakes in our system. Okay? And then finally, you'll see a bunch of gears in the middle, and these are the learning gears in the different colors. And these represent the different types of research and evidence that interact together with learning systems. Okay. So just briefly around these learning gears. The first one is all about, and you'll see it's called Analytics and Population Insights. This is about advanced research methods around data, okay? Particularly around the new ways of using data, artificial intelligence, around advanced predictive analytics. Many of these researchers in the room, top-notch science, really relevant for today's work. But not only it's around data that we get from our data systems, it's also around data that we derive directly from patients and families, from their experiences. Clearly, we're not the only ones solving the problems in British Columbia. Everybody's having the same type of problems across the world. And so the second note is all around advanced evidence synthesis. Very rapid cycle, trying to understand what is happening across the world so we can learn from other people's experiences, okay? And using scientific methods to do that. The third gear at the middle is bringing these two sources of information together about our local problems around what's been worked before somewhere, other places, and is bringing right into the science of patient and family-centered co-design. And Carrie's going to talk a lot about that. It's bringing co-design right into the mix to solve our problems in our communities. Okay? Clearly, if we solve problems, it's not all just if we've got a new thing that we want to promote, it's co-designed. Part of the problem is how do you get it implemented? How do you get it so it reaches everywhere? How do you actually get it sustained? How do you change behaviors? This is all about implementation science. Okay? These are the science of implementation science has just exploded in the last 20 years. And then finally, it's about rapid cycle evaluation and feedback, feeding back things not in 5-year randomized controlled trials if we wait for 5 years, immediate feedback so that we can change the co-design if it's not working, and we can immediately change the implementation strategy. I don't know about you, but I've never seen an intervention work perfectly right out of the box, ever. It always fails in some respects. You always make mistakes. And so you have to really detect those mistakes early and change what you're doing. So it's really around rapid cycle change in this. And it's fine to make mistakes. It's expected. It's what we should be doing so that we can learn how to move forward. Okay. These are the fuel and accelerants. We won't go into them otherwise, but I just wanted to call attention to the learning networks. That's a clear fuel that we need. And this is about sharing those experiences across our own locales so that we can all learn from each other. Okay, we talked about equity. Now I'm going to give you an example, okay, about how we've tried to put this into place in Ontario. And this is a picture of my group, very much like your group here today, at a conference where we're sharing what we're doing locally. Okay? And you'll see on that stage, I won't call everybody's name, but you'll see a researcher, you'll see a patient partner, you'll see a healthcare administrator, or two. They're all there sharing those. It's the 3 legs of the stool. Okay? And this is the problem that they're trying to solve in our locale. And this is about seniors' care, really. And it's around how do we create a seamless system for seniors for where we are, and really try to avoid decline and avoid the admission to long-term care if it could be avoided, okay? And keep people in their homes. So that's what this problem was about. Okay? And because we're seeing increasing use of the emergency room for these people, and we're seeing increasing use of social admissions beyond medical care in our community. So this is the nature of the problem that we're solving. Carrie and her team, as well as our data analytics team, really used advanced research methods to really segment this population, to try to figure out who they are, what their problems are. They're not all the same. Because a one-size-fits-all approach is probably not going to work in this circumstance. And so using advanced research methods, Carrie and her team created personas that reflect real groups of people in our community, real groups of people in our community. And you can see they're given names here about what their particular persona is like. Okay? And these are kind of the trajectory for these persona out there. And you'll see that one persona is a person who's actually doing pretty well at home, pretty stabilized, pretty socially supported, but is at risk for an event, like a fall. And that fall will actually likely result in long-term care admission, in 1 in 6 chance. Okay? That middle category is a person with a fair amount of complexity in their care, and they're pretty well teetering at home with a lot of social supports. And they'll need something different. And then this last person here, this last persona, is someone who is actually fairly advanced in their care, has a lot of complexity in their care, and is highly likely to end up in long-term care. Okay. This is one of the persona, just a story. I won't go through a sad story, but this is typical of a person like this in our locale. And so these are the problems this person has that we have to solve. So as part of a co-design event with patients, families, providers, researchers, Carrie's team, and others, came together to really redesign a care pathway for this segment of the population. Okay? And this was what the current state was, and the whole notion was, can we actually create an integrated seniors hub for this type of person who would not only have, deal with his issues, but caregiver issues, bring in social supports and so forth into this system, okay? This is the future state that is now being implemented in Trillium Health Partners in Mississauga as a result of that. So this is now in implementation stage. We're going to be evaluating to see how it reaches everybody like Assad. And I'll bet you we're going to redesign this again because there's going to be flaws in our thinking. Okay? So, just a couple more slides. It's exciting work. It's exciting work, and we know every one of you here today, I know, is absolutely wants to really, really participate in solving our problems. So there's a role for every single person. But I wanted to pull out a few tensions here in this work that I've discovered over the years that we actually have to manage very, very carefully. They don't go away. One is we've got to be clear on purpose, what we're doing, who we're doing it with, why we're doing it. This is about setting priorities. We can't learn everything at the same time. We have to actually make some choices. And we've got to have some reasons why we're doing it. So we've got to get clear what the purpose is, clear on the goals that we're trying to get to. And we have to actually be clear on the approach. Researchers often really want a lot of very well-established, very pure methods, but often those don't fit into health systems very well, and we need practical, fast cycle operational approaches. These are the other main tensions. We've got a big tension here around data, and I'm glad that the BC Health Data Platform is in place now to actually really try to solve this problem. We really have to spend time on ethical oversight, figure out how we actually ensure ethics of research and care, because we're doing it in a different way now than we ever have in the past. And then we really have to think about the role of technology, because technology will really has the potential, AI, new advanced technology, to really, really up our game. Okay, so 2 actions at the heart of the learning health system for you just to grab onto at the end of this to take home. One is to use learning and improvement cycles at all layers around tests of change, drawing on many forms of evidence, some of them that I talked about today, and really embedding research right in operations and in health systems. The next note is you can't let those improvements slip away. You have to actually make any change for the better the new normal. The new normal. We're going to continue to advance. We're not going to go backwards. Okay? So it's about making change for the better, the new normal, and not just another pilot project. We love pilot projects in Canada, with appropriate decision supports, governance, financial and care delivery arrangements, and with the culture and competencies for improvement. Okay? These are our big challenges, and so those are the take-home messages to what we need to do. So how do you start? And here's my recipe for to start, and Carrie might have different recipes. First is we actually have to form relationships. We actually don't have these relationships. We have silos. And it's really around developing trusting relationships with researchers and the existing system assets. Our QI groups, our patient fire autonomy advisory councils, our informatics and our performance measurement teams, we all have a role to play. So it's about creating relationships and linking them and embedding them. The second, it's about making sure that you know where your evidence sources are. Who are your tradespeople for providing these evidence? The data modelers, the behavioral scientists, the co-designers. And often we have to find a broker for that, or what we call what John Lavis calls a general contractor, that can help bring all these different evidence producers together. Okay? You need to find the necessary fuels, but you don't have to find them all to begin with. You got to find enough of them to start, okay? And you build as you go, and you gain momentum. You build on the existing improvement and change priorities in your region or in your institutions, coming from patients and families. So you're not introducing often new things, you're building on existing things that can actually create some momentum. You use the learning gears and as a child learning to develop some competencies in these things. Competencies in data analytics, artificial intelligence, co-design, evidence synthesis, and so forth. And then finally, we build communities. And that's what we're doing here today. So if you want to learn more, there's a lot more material on learning health systems on the website here. I'll leave this for you. Back to the sky. Think about the stars. Think about where they are, making them brighter. And then you might have a nice picture. Okay? And that is my picture from my happy place in Northern Ontario. And that's what I want our health system to be, a lovely picture for everybody. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Rob.
Okay, now I'm on the hot seat.
Now you're on the hot seat.
Oh my goodness.
Now you're on the hot seat. So before we turn up the heat, I'm going to just remind folks that we do have the Whova app, and this is something that you can, as was mentioned by Victoria, just reminding you, put in your questions as we go. The ones that are upvoted, the ones that have the most thumbs up, are going to be the ones that we will make time for today, because that represents common questions. So I'd like to ask Rob those common questions. So don't afraid to be spicy, because these are anonymized questions. And so with that, I'll get started. The other thing I will mention, sorry, I've got two phones today because I've got some technical difficulties, so we're going to play this really fun game where I need a third hand. So the one thing I do want to share with you is that I had a lovely chat with Rob yesterday, about how he wanted to be introduced as part of this session. And what I really enjoyed about our conversation was it was less about the accolades and more about, that he holds this research chair named after Hazel McCallion. And I learned a lot about Hazel McCallion, who was mayor for Mississauga and who passed away last year at the age of 102. And what I thought was really quite something about that was that the research chair position that Rob holds is representative of an individual who is known for being such a community builder. And I thought that was quite something that we're really focusing on, not Rob, but on Hazel McCallion, who was a tour de force, as far as I learned, quite a special lady, and in building communities, which just really works well for our conversation today. So just really wanted to share that with you.
Thanks, Monica. I mean, Hazel was in community service and an exceptional civil servant for her higher career. She always thought about the citizens in our community, and she worked relentlessly for improvement opportunities from transportation to health and so forth. So I'm very fortunate to hold the chair in her name.
So first question. So this one's for me in reflection of your presentation, and thank you very much for sharing with us your thoughts and your expertise on learning health systems. One of the things that have struck me as I've learned about learning health systems as part of our work at the BC Support Unit was the LHS model is wonderful in that it provides this framework for decision making in terms of who do we have, who are we missing. It makes us really think about do we have all the things we need to move forward. However, when I read the model, I see that it points to an engine and gears and fuel and all these really mechanical sounding concepts. But really at the heart of it is relationships. So could you comment on the importance of relationships at the heart of this model, and how can we be deliberate in building time to do this hard work?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's probably not the model. It was the most important slide that I showed you today. It was that three-legged stool. And that reflects the relationships. And I couldn't be more agreeing on here. At the heart of learning health systems is collective leadership and building relationships in those three groups. We all have a part to play and an important role to play in that. We all have to trust each other. We all have to understand each other. We have to meet each other's needs and expectations, and we have to work together. And that is about establishing trust and establishing partnerships. And I couldn't be more agree with that statement. That is at the essence of how we have to move forward. And sometimes that's really challenging to do. There has been distrustful relationships in the past, or people don't know each other. And it's about being deliberate and really listening, open your minds, understanding what other people's priorities are to really advance.
Wonderful, thank you. So our first question from Huva is, how do you reconcile the need for rapid implementation within a learning health systems and the huge amount of time needed to work through clinical trials due to safety and efficacy, et cetera, which touches on, kind of relates to the previous question.
So it, there's many different types of research out there, and I don't want to certainly denigrate the exceptional research done in our institutions, in basic biomedical research, and in clinical trials and so forth. We need that research to invent and discover new ways of doing things, new drugs, devices, new mechanisms to deliver care. Absolutely. We need clinical trials to establish the safety and efficacy of those interventions, and they're very important to continue. But what we also need is to take those discoveries to be able to implement them so that they actually reach Canadians, reach the people who can benefit from those interventions. And that's where we come in. That's how we learn, because what is often very sad is the people who could benefit from those things that we've discovered in Canada actually don't, because our system isn't organized to be able to deliver on an every time experience for people. That's where this comes in.
Fantastic, thank you. Pulling from the app. So what are your ideas or suggestions to accelerate the uptake of learning health systems in healthcare organizations?
Well, part of it is creating a movement. And that's part of what I'm doing here today, is to really help build allies and people who really want to do this and really move forward, so we can create a bit of a movement in Canada around how we can actually do this. So that's part of what I really am here today. And I think I've met some allies today around making this meaningful in British Columbia. We're seeing this idea take off in Quebec and in Alberta. I was just out in Newfoundland just listening to what they're doing, fantastic stuff, and we're trying to do our part in Ontario. So part of it is actually creating learning communities across Canada so that we can actually do this work. So please join me we're happy to have you continue to, everybody in the room, amplify these efforts and learn how to do this better and better.
Fantastic. So the other thing that struck me from your presentation was the root of moving forward and building learning communities and working in this way is, well, to me, it's courage and humility. You know, courage and humility to do different, courage and humility to go against the grain, courage and humility to believe that collective impact and not competition is the right path forward. Would I be right in that?
Yeah, you know, it is courage, because right now, often the system is set with some sort of equilibrium. We've got a status quo that kind of works for everybody, sort of, but less and less all the time. And Learning Health Systems is actually disrupting that and has the courage to do things in different ways and disrupt that equilibrium. And we need people courageous enough to take to say, like, we can do things differently here, and we can actually really advance it. And so courage is incredibly important, and every one of you, I think, has courage. These days, I think it's easier because the equilibrium is falling apart. We don't have the equilibrium we used to. And so I think you're more accepting of these days of doing things differently than we have in the past. The second thing is about humility. This is really humble work. And we all like to be experts. We all like to have the answers. And this is sort of saying, we don't all have the individual answers. We have to come together collectively to answer the answers. And we're going to make mistakes. We're going to make mistakes. And we have to learn from those mistakes. And we have to be humble to understand those mistakes.
So the question that really is asking you to expand a little bit on that is again from our audience here. So learning health systems starts with well-defined problems, and here again you're emphasizing it's okay to make mistakes, but we have to catch them early. My question is, how can we incorporate strength-based thinking into learning health systems? What is the role of learning health systems in identifying? People have voted and things have moved. Don't change your mind when I'm in the...
Quick,
what is the role of learning health systems in identifying and spreading good and best practices?
Yeah, I honestly really like the strength-based approaches, and that was part of my metaphor with the stars. There is a lot of strengths here, and there's a lot of strengths in this room, and it is building on those strengths and not looking at all the problems, but looking at the strengths. So it is identifying the strengths that we can collectively have together. That's a really important question. Thank you for that one.
Fantastic, thank you.
So a couple of people that have some live questions.
We have live questions too.
We have live
Is
questions.
that okay,
That you're
Monica?
open
Okay,
to
let's do some live questions.
adapt. The improviser up here wants to take the live
for it.
questions.
Do it.
Please, sir.
I'll just sit back then. This is great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's more of a comment.
Okay.
Most of our healthcare dollars are spent on chronic disease, most of which is preventable and reversible, and yet that's not a priority. The number one way we can do that is through nutrition, and our healthcare professionals often overlook nutrition's role in health outcomes, and it hasn't been highlighted today. And you know, most people were having bacon and eggs in a health crisis, an environmental crisis. Like, this is not the way to deal with the problems that we face. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I really do appreciate that comment. That's why we need systems thinking. That's why we need systems thinking. We actually need to get at the heart of the curve of people. So, when we're talking about care, we're talking about prevention. We're talking about wellness. We are talking about acute care for people with chronic illness, because we knew many of them, we have a lot of chronic illness, but we're also talking about care for hospitalized patients, we're caring for complex patients, and we're caring for palliative care. So it is across the spectrum here, but you're entirely right. We want to move the needle upstream. We want to reflect more prevention so that we don't have the repercussions later on. It works for everybody. It works for patients, it works for our system, and you're absolutely right. There's a variety of components in that are important. Nutrition is one of them. Physical activity is also important. Emotional support is important. There's a variety of factors that have to be considered in this thing. So good on people. Think about what you're eating today. Let's move upstream and actually provide some preventive care practices.
Thank you so much. And we have a lady over here as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. I'm from the Northern Health Authority here in British Columbia. And I just wanted to pick up on your point around equity and thinking about northern and rural geographies and some of the unique challenges that we face. In our own context, where we're struggling to keep the doors open, we might have 40 or 50% vacancy rates in different departments. And I'm just wondering what your perspectives are on how we kind of grease those gears to make a learning health system work in those environments.
Yeah, this is such a really important point, and thank you for that question, because that is probably one of the most questions I get mostly across Canada, is how does this pertain and can be applied in places that are remote, that it's harder to do, they're less resourced, the spaces are greater, the problems are different. It's an excellent question, because often we'll focus on where the populations are the greatest and not where often the problems are really special but important. I think, in my perspective, we really have to actually listen to the problems in our northern and be able to actually address them. We have a responsibility for a place like me that's in Toronto or outside of Toronto, Mississauga, to not only to apply science that's not only relevant to where we are, but also to Northern Ontario, to the communities in the north that don't have the luxury of that. So we really actually have to think about how we make sure that we don't create inequities, because everything is central in large urban centers and not in the rural and remote areas. An excellent question. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few minutes left, and we'll have the gentleman over here. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Robert. My name's Sean Spina. I'm a pharmacist by training, so I'm very familiar with Ollie to talk about evidence-based medicine and the importance, and it takes time to get that into the healthcare system. I also lead in Victoria a patient-oriented research program with our Hospital at Home program. And I'll be presenting a little bit later about that. And we've had incredible work since 2019 with our patient partners. Incredibly, everything you talked about is very inspiring, and it's the right way of doing business. My question to you is, this group, by virtue of being here, is a very biased group that is engaged and wanting to incorporate these processes into the way we deliver healthcare. My question to you is, how do we reach the macro level, those outside of this room, those outside of this province, to instill this as a way of delivering healthcare in the country?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and part of that is where my thoughts around creating a bit of a movement. Most people are dissatisfied, and none more challenged than many of our ministry officials and our government officials in our provinces around how to address the wait list, the hospital shortages that we have, the wait list that we have, the primary care shortages that we have. They're top of mind to that. And so it is a time where they're actually receptive to these ideas. I've met more receptivity from many people, but they're often don't know how to engage, don't know who their communities are, don't know the partnerships that they can be created. So part of it is creating a movement, creating relationships, building together for common spirit. My experience is those groups, particularly the people at the higher government levels, are terrific partners and really can kind of help unlock policies and procedures if they're reflected in the right way. The most important part of that, though, is to bring patients, families, and communities to the table. It's engaging local government officials, your members of parliament, your MLAs around the problems with this, and really creating that movement. So I really encourage you to make sure you don't not engage in the political process. The political process actually is really important to move this forward.
Thank you so much. We have to come to a little wrap up here, so we do appreciate you wanting to share your questions. If you can get them on that app, we will definitely make an effort to hear those questions and get an opportunity to speak to you or answer those outside of this session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to give a huge thank you to Robert and Monica. We really did feel engaged, would you agree, in really learning about the health systems and framing ways to accelerate the work in BC. A quick improv exercise. Can everyone put their hands up where they can or in front of you? And we're just going to shake them for 5 seconds. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and release. Yeah. Wow, that was incredible. Thank you. Okay, where is Kerry? Kerry. Okay, we now have Dr. Kerry Kaluski. Thank you, to speak. Kerry is the Dr. Matthias Geisler Research Chair in Patient and Family-Centered Care, Institute for Better Health. She's also an Associate Professor at the Institute of Health Policy, Management and Evaluation at the University of Toronto. Kerry will take your questions at the end of the presentation. I will help with those as well. So everyone, please welcome Kerry.
How is everybody doing? I'm taking notes on facilitation because just putting your hands out, moving your fingers, doing a little shake, it just really helps to re-energize as we move into this next chapter. But big thanks to Rob for really setting us up well to really dig into a really, really good discussion today. And if I were to sum up this talk into 2 words, so this means you can, please don't fall asleep after this, but if you fall asleep, remember these 2 words. Collective impact. We can't do this alone. We can do so much more together than we can do independently. We all need each other to really focus on these complex problems that we're facing, put our heads together, and really understand more deeply how we can solve these challenges together. So remember, collective impact is the term for today. So a little bit about me. Often I get caught up in accomplishments, titles, this and that, but when I really think about who I am, I'm a Northern Ontario gal. I have strong working class roots. My mom emigrated from Poland, taught me really strong values, a strong work ethic. I eat lots of pierogies. Any Polish people in the audience? Woohoo! Yeah, it's wonderful. And that the Polish culture has been a really big part of how I've grown up and having a strong community, strong family, and learning those traditions. Another recent experience that I had, though, that came a bit unexpectedly was a patient experience. And I used to go just for routine, health checkups. And during one of those checkups, I found out that I had very high blood pressure, which I didn't expect, and it stayed high. And that then set off a pathway of specialist visits, cardiologist visits, and an integration into the health system and use of medication way earlier than I ever thought I would be on medication. And in this experience, I had good care, good access to primary care, and fast access to specialists, but I also had care that could have been a lot better. experiencing confusion, not understanding what's going to happen next, not understanding the symptoms I was experiencing, and I finally had a better understanding of the thing that I study. You know, when you have that personal experience, you can bring more richness to the work that you do. And I know it pales in comparison to many of the experiences that the patients and families have had here today, so I wanted to acknowledge that. But it provided a glimpse into the system that I had never seen and experienced before, and it's changed how I go about my work. So, and of course, I had to put any cat people in the audience. I'm sure you noticed her. Anytime I'm on a Zoom call, it's Squeaks that is stealing the thunder. But, you know, she's also an icebreaker. She's a community builder, because when I'm meeting new people online, it's often, oh, you have a cat. And we start talking about our pets and our animals, and it creates a space to create a connection and start a conversation. So she's actually secretly this community builder, and I think we have a lot of that in our lives. And so today, I really want to highlight the fundamentals of engagement as being all about relationships. It's all about connection. It's about how we connect with one another. We'll take a person-centered approach to learning health system. I'm going to break down the gears that Rob showed and talk about how we can really apply person-centered principles to the learning health system approach. Then I'm going to dig into a very specific example about some work that we're doing at Trillium, where we're changing how we collect experiences from patients and using that to inform how we do care at the front lines. And so I'll walk through the learning health system with that example, and then talk a bit about how we can sustain patient, caregiver, and community engagement when things get tough, drawing from some lessons from the pandemic. And so when we talk about engagement, we often kind of think about it initially as an activity, which it is. So we do co-design work, we get around the proverbial table together, we roll up our sleeves and we try to create something together. But it's really another definition for engagement. There's a democratic definition that people have the right to have a say in what happens in the healthcare system, what happens to them. I think everyone in this room probably believes that, but to an earlier comment that we heard from someone in the audience is not everyone will believe that people have a right to have a deep say in what health systems look like, and that's what we need to shift. It's also, there's a narrative definition to engagement. It's about learning, unlearning, challenging each other, really owning our biases, and being able to put some of our own agendas aside to really learn together, work together, and build something that we can't do alone. I love this quote, and I need to read it. Relationships, and I use this in a lot of my presentations, are the essence and fabric of collective impact. What's critical for those who facilitate collective impact efforts is to support relationship development in ways that build true empathy and compassion so that authentic connections happen, particularly between diverse participants. These deeper connections can form new avenues for innovation to address the social problems at hand. So we can do way more. We can really, when we can connect and build trust, we can really do a lot more together that's far more creative. And I think what we're up against is a system that is quite static. We like nice, neat, and tidy measurement tools and frameworks, which kind of keep us in a box. And really, we have to move outside of that for complex adaptive problems because they defy the tidy logic models and the reductive technical solutions. So it's time to invest in that collective energy to really honor and focus on transforming relationships, or transforming systems through relationships. And so technical versus adaptive, a little bit of business literature I'm pulling from. But when we think about, when are we going to apply a learning health system, it's not to everything. There's certain solutions that exist, these kind of technical problems that have neat and tidy technical answers. So maybe best practices for certain conditions, surgical checklists. There's certain things that are tried and true, expert-driven, they're implemented and no one questions it. And that's fine. So we leave that. The adaptive problems that we face requires many people with different backgrounds, patients, caregivers, providers, system leaders, community members, researchers coming together to bring our collective skills together to think and do things differently. And we might resist this because it's uncomfortable. It means that we have to be vulnerable. It means we have to work sometimes outside the scope of how we've been trained to really kind of take down those barriers and learn together. And so what happens sometimes is we'll try to slap on a technical fix to an adaptive challenge. And a key example of that is when there's a shortage of bed in hospitals, what do? We add more beds, and we think that's going to solve the problem. But we're not thinking about how can we tackle this from a system perspective, focusing on prevention, looking at solutions outside the walls of the hospital. That would be an adaptive fix as opposed to a technical fix. We need the learning health systems to move from technical to adaptive. When we think about what does this mean for engagement, and I think a lot of us, and I strongly bring the researcher perspective here, that typically what we do, and I still do this, we get funded to do a project, and then we either rely on the people that we've worked with before. We might have one or two partners that, they have relevant lived experience to the topic. It's very time bound. The funding runs out and it's over, and we hope that we can stay connected and keep the relationship going, until we get more funding. In a learning health system, we can start to think about how we have a more continuous relationship across the system where we continue to work together, because in a learning health system, you're never really done. You're going to implement something, and as Rob said, it's not going to work the first time. It probably won't work the second or the third time, but you're continuing to make those adaptations, and you continue to do that with your community, so you're always working together. And it doesn't mean you'll always work with the same people forever and ever, but it's about building that community that stays connected and evolves together. There's a paper by Knowles in Health Expectations that talks about person-centered learning health systems. And the way they broke it out, and this was a product of co-design sessions that they did in the UK, they talk about attitude, access, and action. And the attitude piece aligns with the democratic form of engagement, where you really believe that the answers to a lot of our health system issues lies with patients, caregivers, and community. Everyone, depending on your role, will have part of that answer, but it's really believing that they need to be part of that conversation and part of developing the solution. Access is around transparency, about where the data is coming from and how they can have a say in terms of the direction of the research and the impact of the work that they have. Instead of doing a co-design activity and saying, thank you for your time, and not ever looping back to talk about what the impact of that work was. And also action, so for people to really understand, all partners, the impact that they've had with the work that they've done, and what it means for the system, and how it's changing the system or not. So that transparency piece. And so going back to the gears, this will look familiar just from Rob's presentation, there's some key questions we can ask ourselves at each of these stages, each of these gears that we see if we want to be person-centered. And one big piece when it comes to data is asking who's represented in the data that we have. We'll have some information, but we're not going to have necessarily the rich experiential data that we would get. So we may want to do interviews and then try to create the space where people feel comfortable to share their experience through interviews or through different engagement activities. And if you're partnering and going to a community, asking yourself, are you going there and extracting information, which we can easily do, or are we building a relationship and figuring out with the community what are those important questions that we need to ask, and then how do we work together as a result of that? So, the first part of the learning health system is really framing the question that you're going to tackle, looking at the problem that you're going to solve for, and the community can play a role in helping define what that looks like. When it comes to evidence, it's asking, well, it's important to look at what's been done elsewhere if you're looking at solving a particular problem, but also looking who's represented in those examples and who's missing. So being mindful that it will give you some idea of where you can focus your efforts, but you really need to understand what's present and what's missing in that literature. When you move on to your co-design activity, really asking yourself who is present, who are you working with, and who is missing? And are there other ways to connect with those communities that aren't working with you presently in that co-design activity? So trying to get different perspectives and the relevant perspectives to the questions that you're looking at. Also, when you're implementing your intervention, keeping in mind of who will be able to potentially access this and who won't. Where is this situated? So what are sort of the nuts and bolts around what that looks like? And then also, are we measuring things that matter to people? So when it comes to the evaluation and adaptation piece, even though I'm showing this piece last, it's important to think about this piece right from the beginning. So when you're building your team and working with your community, thinking about, what kinds of things do we want to measure? What really matters to all the different partners that you're working with? So what matters to patients, what matters to families, what matters to care providers and leaders and researchers, and reaching some consensus on how you're going to focus that work. And also tailoring your implementation and evaluation so you could really understand what works for whom and under what conditions. Because you might co-design something with a particular community or group of individuals, and it might work well for them, but then deepen inequities for other community members if they haven't been considered in that work. So case example, putting person-centered care into action. So is this a relatable quote? Yes, I keep telling my story, no one's listening. I have to say, this was probably the first 10 years of my career. I did tons of interviews, tons of patient experience work, and finally people said, this is great, but I've been telling my story for decades. When are you going to do something about it? And then realizing, having an aha moment, we need to figure out how we can respond to all the experiences that we're hearing about and actually have a system in place that could then create some change for the stories that we're hearing. And granted, we hear the good, and we also hear the things that might not work quite so well. A big fan of Angela Coulter from the UK, and the way she would want to solve this problem is acknowledging that we have multiple ways to get information from people. We need to figure out how to synthesize that information and then use that information for system change and really bring it down to that quality improvement, learning health system space where we're actually responding to the data that we have. And so, what we often do is we want to boil the ocean. We want to do all the things. So we might figure out what the problem is that we want to solve, but then how do we decide how to respond to that problem? So I'm going back to my nerd multiple streams policy literature here. And the problem that we're going to focus on for this presentation is we don't incorporate patient experience data into planning. So there's a number of ways we can respond to that. So you can see there's 3 streams. There's the problem stream, there's the policy stream, that's how we can respond to it. But then there's the politics, like what's actually going to land? What's the timing for this? How do we move this along? So the policy could be, we could revamp the survey strategy, we can do community engagement activities, we can create dashboards, we can do focus groups, we can, we could really do a whole number of things. And I remember presenting this to senior leadership, and Rob was there, and I had like 100 different slides with all these details of all these things we can do, and the chief of staff was like, no, come back when you have a plan, an idea that's crisp in like 2 to 3 slides. Like, okay. So I really had to think, how do I position this? And I thought, how can we be opportunistic given the climate that we're in right now? Because not everything that we want to do is going to get taken up. And so the politics stream is I looked at, okay, so what's in our strategic plan? Like every hospital, we said we're obsessively patient-centered. I'm like, okay, so I have that down. We need to act on patient experience data if we say we're obsessively patient-centered. But we had accreditation coming up. And accreditation in Canada is looking for concrete examples of how you're being person-centered in the work that you do. And the big ticket was our survey vendor was expiring. And so we had a chance to change how we capture information from patients and families and do it in a very different way, because big surprise, the 80-something questions that a random person would ask when they called you on the phone, people didn't answer. Shocking. That was our strategy before, and I thought we can only get better. So because we knew that focusing on surveys would not be enough, but we had this window of opportunity, given the climate of the organization and the system, to push that through initially as the first step to then doing something broader, right? So yes, surveys is a bit limited, but it's that first stage of a much broader engagement strategy. And so going back to the gears, this is what we did. So before we changed our patient experience survey strategy, we looked at what we had. So we didn't have a lot of data. We didn't know who was represented in the data. We didn't have a sampling strategy. But we knew that we had a very diverse community. So Peel region, where Trillium is situated, is a very, very diverse community. It's kind of like a microcosm of Canada in one community. And we didn't really know if they were actually represented in the data that we had. So we knew we had to consider that as we evolved our strategy. We did a scoping review, so there's a second stage of the learning health system, and realized that a lot of hospitals were struggling with how to best mobilize that information and use it for system change. But there were some examples out there that we looked to that seemed to work well that I'll share. And so what we landed on was a new patient experience strategy with just 8 to 9 closed-ended questions and open text, which is so powerful, because we could use Text IQ to then filter through all the open text and look at positive and negative comments, which could then guide how we focus our quality improvement. And we're getting 600 survey responses every single week. So now we're drowning in data, and we have to figure out what do we do with it to create that system change. So we've rolled out the new survey strategy, an 8-fold increase from this time last year across the emergency department, inpatient, outpatient, pediatrics, and adult inpatient and outpatient. And we've created dashboards, we can link it to clinical units, and now we're trying to figure out how do we infuse it into clinical workflows so it's used in day-to-day practice, so it doesn't feel like an add-on for staff that are extremely burnt out for very good reason. And so in the future, because that's the stage where we're at, that implementation stage, we could evaluate, are people, clinical units, using patient experience data for changes on their units? And if they do, does it improve outcomes in patient experience? And that's the big question that we're going to be looking at over time. So now, the new problem, as I said, we have over 50,000 patient experience survey responses, and they have a lot to say. But what's really cool about this is we're getting lots and lots of positive comments, and also lots and lots of comments pointing to what we need to improve. This first quote, and I pull this out, and it's good that there's names here, because Janet in the emergency room knows that she made a difference. Because when this was presented to the manager in the emergency department, he went to Janet and said, "Thank you for the work that they're doing." They have rounds every week where they pull positive patient experience comments and they share that as a team. Because they are frustrated, they're burnt out, moral distress is an all-time high, and to hear what they're doing well helps them go to work the next day. And that's a big learning, because as a researcher, we often have a deficit focus. What's going wrong? What do we fix? How do we change things? But we can really learn what's working well. And having the open text data will give you richness, because we ask what's working well, what can we improve? 2 very simple, straightforward questions. We're getting tons and tons and tons of data. On the other hand, we also know where there's certain units where something's happening. Is it burnout? Is it what happened that day on the unit where someone felt neglected? And there's an opportunity to have a conversation to learn how do we learn from that and work together. Interestingly, one takeaway, text data can give us lots of insight on what to improve. But what's interesting? We get so caught up in the 0 to 10 scores that we might be like, yay, 10 out of 10, this is great. But satisfaction doesn't equal experience. So this person gave a 10 out of 10, said perfect. But then given the opportunity to elaborate, they said, discharge was a bit sloppy, nurse had not been my nurse that discharged me, and she was quite uncertain about me and what she should be doing. So I always use examples like this because I find what happens is people get caught up in the metric. And for sure, there's examples where there's 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 in positive comments, but lots of examples where if you just peel back the onion a little bit more, you get lots of answers. It's like seeing someone in the hallway. How are you doing? Fine, fine, everything's fine. But we sit down with a friend and they said, how are you really doing? Then you get the answer. So how do we do that for patient experience? And the open text is providing this little window to have that sit down of how is it really going, where you can learn and then move forward from there. We've taken the open text data because whether people feel emotionally supported is our biggest driver in experience. Scores are high if people feel emotionally supported. Scores go down when people don't feel emotionally supported. So we took the open text data and created these statements of what patients want. Explain things clearly. Make it easier for me to get around. Let me have my family here. Speak to me like a friend. Make sure I'm okay. Learn about me as a person. Keep my environment clean. Tell me what is going to happen next. Ask me what I need to allow me to feel safe, and check in with me. Thousands and thousands and thousands of responses, and we could solidify into these statements. This is what we need to do to improve emotional support in our hospital. Another takeaway is the co-designing the engagement is always ongoing. We're continuing to tweak and adapt and think, how do we reach more communities? How do we really understand what's happening? How do we advance this patient experience strategy? So we've been engaging with different communities to learn how to do that. And also, when we're asking these questions, we have to consider how we engage and collect information, because that really matters. And so we did a study with our community members, patients, families, leaders, and providers, and they cautioned us. They said, you can't just send out a bunch of surveys. You know, you really need to, and this really came from the patient caregiver population, communicate a clear purpose. Tell me why you're collecting this information. What will you do with this information? So really forcing that accountability. Creating the psychological safety. So creating the spaces where people feel open. It's like that how are you conversation. How do we create the space where people can elaborate and say, actually, there's things that could be better. You know, how do we create that? Learn throughout the patient journey. So we're famous for this in healthcare, is that people get a hospital experience survey, they get a primary care survey, they get a home care. How do we then create those connections so people can really speak to their full journey? We need to acknowledge that people want to share in very different ways. So people might have different types of abilities that allow them to share in specific ways and not others. People might prefer to have an interview than to fill out a survey. You know, we have to have those considerations in place so we can really get multiple voices to the table. And also, as Rob said, focusing on people who aren't coming to the hospital or coming to our setting. So getting community level data, understanding the needs, more of a population health focus, the needs of people that we currently don't see, and understanding what they need so we can plan for the future as well. So very quickly, this quote, this healthcare professional who was part of the study I won't read the quote, but basically said, like, you know, surveys clearly aren't going to work for everyone. We have to consider the histories that people have had and the reluctance maybe to share data and to share experiences. And we need to have a much wider approach in terms of how we collect and you know, use this information and engage with populations. So always learning, you know, as we do this. Takeaway 4, it takes a village. How do we put this into action? And I'll very quickly hit on some research that was done in England in the NHS, and they looked at what teams, they looked at 6 different hospitals across the NHS, and they did ethnography to see what are these teams actually doing when they actually look at patient experience data and act on it. And there's different types of capital, so I'm pulling on Bourdieu's sociological construct of capital. And they noticed that when people are actually using data for quality improvement, there's a lot of cultural capital. So they have lots of different people from different facets of the organization, so a nice range of knowledge and skills to sense make with the data that they have. They have economic capital, so they have access to resources. They have social capital. They feel valued, connected when they're working together. Symbolic capital, so involving people that have the power to make the changes, so leadership level. And their big finding, which adds to all these constructs, is team capital, and that's the range of people. It's not just the quality improvement team, it's the patients and the families and the providers and the researchers and the organizational leads coming together to solve complex problems, so that team capital will help to move the dial. And very quickly, so at Trillium, similarly, when we ask people, how do we move this into action? They said, we have to adopt a learning culture and time for sense making, because we're just, every day is like a giant game of, you know, that whack-a-mole game? We're just trying to get through the day as we respond to the various things that happen. How do we take that time to pause and really think about with intention, what do we need to do next? So it's not a one-person endeavor. It's not one department. It's not one group of individuals. We need to collectively address this. Co-designing with patients, caregivers, and communities. And finally, really showing the responses to the feedback that we get. So I'm going to skip over this. And I think I will end with this quote from a patient partner that we've worked with quite closely. And this really hits the nail on the head for me in particular. And he said, you know, to be able to be honest and vulnerable and not get into, I'm the expert here and you're not kind of situation. That's true empowerment. When you're like, I'm listening to this voice, I'm hearing it, I'm giving it the space that it needs and incorporating it at the fundamental level of how it's designed. So I think I do have one quick slide in my last 30 seconds. So what do we do when it gets hard? COVID happened. We did case studies all across Canada to learn how are organizations adapting and pivoting their engagement efforts. Why did some organizations continue to engage with communities, patients, and families, and others didn't? And we found some core things. So strong, people that have a strong history of doing this work. Clearly that makes a difference. But they all started one unit, one team, and they grew from there. So people that had that history, it was easier to keep things going. People that had strong linkages between organizational leadership and patient and family partners, like having conversations, sitting at tables together, solving problems together. Giving patients and caregivers the space to lead, sometimes stepping aside and saying, community, you have the answer. How do we do this? How do we honor that and commit to that? Having meaningful activities and creating new avenues and spaces for engagement, including like technology doesn't work for everyone, but it's really helped to open the doors for others to continue to engage. So as we move forward, just to close, thinking about ecosystems of engagement, moving beyond, I gave some very specific like institutional hospital examples, but how do we kind of widen the tent to look across all the different communities, all the different health and social care sectors, to really honor the knowledge that exists across our very large ecosystem, which is full of stars, full of knowledge, and have the answers to some of the problems that we face. And then using a distributed leadership model to really honor the knowledge that we all bring from all of our past experiences and the various hats that we wear. So finally, 3 key takeaways. Collective impact efforts must prioritize working together in more relational ways to find systemic solutions to social problems. Look for those windows of opportunity to strategically drive your ideas forward to see change. We can't boil the ocean. And learning health systems that are person-centered can lead to more meaningful systems change. So I will leave it there and stay tuned and a couple of patient partners are here today that helped support this document. We have a public-friendly version of the learning health system coming out so we could explain it, because I still struggle to explain learning health systems. In a much more public-friendly way, we engaged with 13 patient and caregiver partners from across Canada who has helped us figure out how do we describe this, how do we then share it with the public to ignite more excitement around involvement in health systems. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kerry. I mean, what I got from that, the words that really stood out to me was impact, connection, audience, engaging, purpose. How can we start with ourselves? And it made me think about our improv mindset and how this is a nice bridge. One of the improv mindset tools that I said at the beginning was how can we inspire our audience? And you're talking about reaching out. And one of the things I feel, and I'm going to steal this from one of our communication programs, is starting with ourselves. And one of the things that we can do is maybe look at our mission statements. Like, in my role, I exist to. And when is the last time that we wrote a mission statement for ourselves? This is then to inspire and then activate ourselves into sharing our mission and inspiring our audiences. So think about that over the next few days, few weeks. In my role, I exist to. Okay, wow, thank you so much, Kerry. So we do have some questions online. I'm gonna go for the most votes. So get your votes in. And if I can't see any, I will go to the chat as well. We have around 5 minutes for questions. And we have some audience. I'm gonna let this lady actually take the floor because I did Yes, I said I would come back to you, and I did it, and here we are. So take it away, please. Thank you.
So, Carrie, that was wonderful. Wonderful presentation. I really applaud your work. My name's Carolyn Canfield. I'm a patient partner here in British Columbia, but, wider across Canada and internationally as well. So when we're talking about learning health systems, and we're talking about the patient and community as being one component of those three, the three-legged stool that Maureen Smith described. It's a shorter leg, it's a diverse leg, and it doesn't have the capacity to build the interactions that would support that longitudinal relationship. And the question I have for you is, because we don't fund a collective learning and knowledge exchange among patient partners in this room, or across Canada, or internationally, and we have a barrier at looking at the evidence because patient partners can't access peer-reviewed journals, generally. What can we do about the criticism that our patient partners look like me? They're people who have time on their hands, who are able to participate in a 10 o'clock in the morning meeting, who have the technology and so on. There's a big drive for diversity, for accessing the communities who most rely on our health system. How do we get over this barrier, get over this bridge of having patient partners in research who have participated in previous research projects, who have been able to learn about research from researchers, who have that privileged position in the research community? So do you have some ideas about how to build in durable relationships with vulnerable communities? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. And as a research community, we're starting to shift, myself included, in terms of how we connect with communities. Because typically what happens is you apply for your grant and you're like, okay, now I need some patient partners, and you have the usual suspects that will come to the table and partner with you. But there's other ways to approach this, and it takes time because it's about building relationships, and it's about community-based participatory methods. If we use a research term, it's about going to the communities and showing up as a partner, not showing up with, I need this, I need that, I want you to be on my team. It's showing up to the different community organizations that are serving diverse communities, showing up as a listener to learn what's important to them, what's the conversation, and is there a connection here to be made? And to be quite frank, I found that intimidating individually because where do I even start? I can't just show up. But there's individuals that I think of that they're community connectors. So they're people that are already embedded. They're people that are within maybe the networks that we have that could then foster that bridge to be that person that then connects you into that community. So you're not showing up as a stranger. You're coming through a trusted partner, and then you show up as a listener and start to build that relationship. And there's several scientists at the Institute for Better Health that have been really good about being on community tables in our region, and then have been my bridge to then reach out to get a broader group participating in research. And because of that, we're able to increase the diversity of the participants that we're working with. We're not reaching everyone, but it's certainly a lot better than traditionally where you have people that have the time and the resources to show up and be part of that. So look for those community connectors, show up not with an ask, but with curiosity, and start to build those relationships. And then from there, you're starting to expand the connections. But you could work with the partners you currently have, and they could also help to be the bridge to that as well, including patient and family partners, to your point. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Kerry. I'm going to come back to you, kind sir, but I'm going to ask one of these questions first. I will do my best to pronounce words correctly. Were you able to capture any disaggregated patient experience data on dimensions of diversity to look at experiences, equity deserving groups? And what are some ways, that word, can you do that word for me?
So to examine desegregated.
Desegregated.
You did a great job.
There it is. Thank you for Dr. Carey. I wouldn't want to do without
Took
you.
me a second too.
Yeah. So data might be included to examine patient experiences for diverse patients. Thank you.
Such a good question. So when we were revamping our patient experience survey, Rob and I said we absolutely need some socio-demographic questions so we can desegregate the data and look at subgroups. And so I have to tell you, so if we look at our overall patient experience score for everyone, for inpatient, it's like 8.9, it's looking not bad out of 10. But then I pulled out people that identify as Indigenous, Métis, like all the different categories for Indigenous populations. It dropped significantly. So we start to see for inpatient experience, it changes. And so also for our Arab population in the emergency room, same thing. The scores, you start to see them come down. So we can't just put everyone into one group and say, yay, we have a great metric, or we're doing a great job. You have to really look very specifically at different age groups, different backgrounds, different socioeconomic statuses to see where do we really need to focus our efforts. And then what you can do from there is look at your open text data to say, what are these different populations saying? And then you could tailor your quality improvement activities for that. Or at the Institute for Better Health, we could launch a study to say we want to understand people that identify as Indigenous, we want to understand their experiences, and we're going to go to their communities to better understand what they need and how we can create a hospital that works better for them. So that was a really great question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kerry. We're going to have this gentleman comment or question from you, kind sir.
Oh, just a little history of myself. Pat O'Connor,
Hi, Pat.
patient partner. I've been diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, with macular degeneration, with psoriasis. I've had a quadruple bypass, and then a year and a half later, stents. And then after the stents, I lived with angina for 3 years, having to wear the nitro patch, taking the nitro spray, needing 2 naps a day, morning and afternoon. I became a vegan in 2012, and all that is now history. Where is that in our research and efforts? Because it's being peer reviewed. It's out there in the literature. I asked my cardiologist, why didn't he tell me I could reverse my heart disease? He said, well, most of my patients wouldn't have done what you did. Patients have to be given the choice. And we have to be told that there's better outcomes out there if we do this or that. And at present, that's not being done for the most part. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I'm going to actually come down to one of the questions here on the app. With hundreds of survey responses every week, how do you effectively feedback free text responses within a learning health systems? It seems very rich but challenging to manage and organize.
It's an overwhelming amount of data. And what's interesting with the technology that we have, which has like the AI capability that's embedded, we can quickly organize the open text data into, we can do it through different keywords. We can look at positive comments, neutral comments, negative comments. And then what we do is we organize it onto a dashboard, and the managers across the different programs at the hospital have been trained and learning how to access these dashboards. The challenge is that some people are very keen. They're looking at the data every day. They're talking about it in huddles with their care providers that they're working with, and others are not doing anything with the data. And so we've actually applied for research funding to try to unpack that, to do case studies. Actually, it's in partnership with BC, looking at your DART data system, which is very similar to our Qualtrics data system, where if we get funded, we'll do multiple case studies across the 2 provinces to better understand what does it take to use the data for quality improvement, and what gets in the way so we don't run into the problem where you have hundreds and hundreds of responses every week and they're just sitting there and you're not doing anything with it. So hopefully through additional research dollars, we can start to address that.
Okay, thank you so much, Kerry. Talking of hundreds and hundreds of responses, we have many questions that we really do want to get to, but I would love to gift you with a little bit of a stretch break, a little bit of a breath break. So we're going to give Kerry a round of applause for being up here with us today. Thank you so much, Kerry. Thank you. Okay, everyone, before we leave our seats, there's just a couple of things I would love to run by you before we leave here. So starting at 10:30, we have our 4 interactive sessions. We have the solutions room, I beg your pardon. We have the ideas and innovations room, and we have the learning health systems in action. And then finally, we have the presenters that will be ready to discuss their posters at the designated times. There are 2 sessions based on those themes. The interactive sessions will end at 12:45, and then that will be followed by lunch, and we'll meet back in here for 1:45. If everyone could just take a real deep breath with me and release. And please go take a little stretch break and then participate in the sessions at 10:30. Thank you.
Okay.
No, right here, yeah.
Okay.
There's
On the
a
line.
timer just down
Oh, there it
here.
is. Okay.
hard to get
Yeah.
this room calmed down. Okay. Maybe I'll get Victoria to do it. Oh, you can yell.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. If I could ask you to take a seat, please. We'd really, really appreciate it as we're going to begin this next piece, this next presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. All right. I don't know our next presenters after you. I met one of them. Like, this is
Can
kind
I
of...
take 20 minutes?
I mean, if they don't come on, so there you are, right there. Yeah. Perfect. And he said that it will count down from 10 minutes for you.
Oh, so I don't need to put my timer on.
You
Okay.
can if you can see it, right?
Oh, I got my bifocals on. I can.
Yeah, so I think it's just an iPad, so we can put it on the speaker or something. But
She's got the bell ringing out there. Or he.
oh, okay. The bell's ringing. We'll give them. We'll be okay.
Maddie took one. You can take them too if you want.
Do you want?
Okay.
Oh, okay. They took a.
Why don't you, Beth, you go in front of the mic and Lori, you go beside her.
All right.
There we go, you in front of the mic.
She's the superstar.
Oh.
She also has notes. I love notes.
We're ready, Cindy.
Okay. Yes, I was looking for you guys. Hello. Okay.
Thank you.
Here, Beth, come down here for a second. Beth, Cindy.
Do you want to? I'll show you how this works. Just for your comfort. So Victoria, screen there. Yeah. So Victoria said this is quite sensitive, so you don't have to be too close. Okay. Timer will time down for 10 minutes for you. Okay. So the timer will time down for 10 minutes for you. Okay. Quite sensitive. You don't have to be too close. Hi. If you want to walk and talk, these are all turned on. No, I do not want to walk and talk. Yeah. Well, at all. Like,
That's way too much coordination.
Yeah. It's your notes.
Yeah, no. I'm not coordinated for that.
Yeah. And then at the end, everyone's going to come back on stage. I'll see how I'm going to monitor the questions too. Okay. I do have a question ready, but I think based on the engagement that we probably will. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And if it's quiet, then I have questions. Okay. Some people in the audience have planted questions. Good, nice questions.
What about
Okay.
like meeting presenters' notes? Will they appear there?
They shouldn't. It'll just be your presentation.
Oh, okay. So they won't.
And then how do we
Okay, and then Beth is the queen of this. So green is forward,
Green is forward.
red is back. Okay, green is forward, red is back.
So I'll try to get off in
Back. Okay.
2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Give you 6 minutes and I'll take 2
So
minutes.
presenters' notes are not there. Okay.
No.
So we'll do what?
Yeah.
Okay. Questions? Yeah, you can come up. I was going to introduce you. You can sit here as well. So, okay, I'm going to keep. Okay, we have to. You guys can. Sorry? It's going to be very hard. Okay, you guys good?
We're good.
Do you feel like sitting or standing? Or you decide.
I'm probably gonna stand.
Okay, I stand too.
Do you want me to move some of the chairs? Like, this is quite confining to the podium.
Fine by me.
Okay, but feel free to move them. Okay, everyone, we're gonna get started. Sorry, we're a little behind. It's social time and stretch break, which is all necessary by all. She said to stand back a bit. You can't hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Learning Health Systems in Action session. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Laura Binder. I'm a Learning Health System Facilitator at Island Health. And I'm honored to be your moderator today because this is a topic that's near and dear to me and all the work that is being presented here as well, as it's the work I do every day as well. I'd like to start us off by just taking a moment to extend our gratitude to Elder Ruth for welcoming us to the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And before I introduce our first presenters, just a couple of housekeeping items for this session. This is going to be a very busy session. We have lots of really great work here and lots of presenters, but we're going to go quite quickly. And I did start us behind, so I apologize. So in the first hour of the session, we're going to have 3 presenters come up. They're each going to do a 10-minute presentation. And then once that's done, we're going to bring everybody back up on the stage, and we'll do a question and answer period for about 20 minutes. And then we have a 15-minute break. After the break, we're going to have another 2 presentations and another question and answer period. So I'd ask you to hold your questions to the question and answer period for the microphones, or you can use the Whova app and go ahead and answer them in there. They promised me that they're putting a Q&A button in there, like the previous sessions, but I didn't see it. So if it's not there, just use the chat feature, okay? All right, let's get started. So this morning, you're going to have an exciting opportunity to see a wide range of learning health examples and how the teams are overcoming the challenges that come with this work. Our first presenters, to kick us off, take us into the high priority area of acute care and how their hospital at home program is shifting care to the community. This team, is also presenting at their patient-oriented research and learning health system work at an international conference in Vienna next year. Please welcome patient partner Beth Burke and regional pharmacy manager at Island Health, Sean Spina.
Well, good morning, everybody. How many of you have heard of Hospital at Home? Oh, a good number. That's fantastic. So I've been involved with our Hospital at Home program since 2019, and many people ask why we came up and developed Hospital at Home. But before we get there, I do want to acknowledge, as a Métis pharmacist myself and a founding board member of the Indigenous Pharmacy Professionals of Canada, I'd want to recognize the lands that we're here on today. So what is Hospital at Home? First of all, that patient is our patient that we took a picture of and a video of during the pandemic, who is operating in our Hospital at Home program. So what is Hospital at Home? It's an internationally recognized acute model of care where patients are acutely ill and their hospital bed just happens to be in their own home. It's a voluntary process, and we actually built a patient-oriented research program that really focused on understanding what is important to patients, family caregivers, and clinicians as we put this program together. The World Hospital at Home Congress, we presented some of our work in Barcelona, Spain 2 years ago, and also we've been invited to present 4 of our pieces of work at the upcoming Congress in Vienna. Hospital at Home here in British Columbia is actually garnering international global attention. So why Hospital at Home? Our physician leads in Victoria, who came early on in 2019, were really worried about providing hospital hallway medicine as a common way of practicing in emergency rooms, not only in our province, but across the country. And so this was an alternative that has been in place in other areas of the world for literally 30 or 40 years. I'm very proud to say that our alternatives to traditional hospital care offered at home in monitored environments, it's the last time I will say that, it's also known as At Home, is our patient-oriented research program that has a huge number of people on it. It has about 17 investigators. I'm the principal investigator. The 2 most important people on our research team, no offense, Tara McMillan, my research manager over there, is Beth Burke, and our other patient partner, Lisa Thompson, who are incredibly valuable to our work. It keeps us grounded in what is truly important for patients. We also have a bunch of UVic researchers, hospitalists, pharmacists, nurses, our decision support people rounding out the group. When we started this process in 2019, AKA before the pandemic was known about, we did a formal stakeholder engagement process with the incredible support of the BC Support Unit. We actually did formal stakeholder engagement to understand what this new model of care is going to be like for those who are receiving the care. And we wanted to hear from people through focus groups, surveys, etc., of what success will look like as we implement this new model of care. I'm not going to go through the results here, but it was truly incredible experience to understand that. At this point, I do want to turn over the floor to Beth Burke.
Thanks, Sean. So I have notes because otherwise I would be here till this afternoon telling you how incredible this experience has been. I've been a patient partner with Hospital at Home since the beginning. At times the involvement has been challenging, but I'm still thoroughly loving every bit of it. So currently I'm an active member of the patient-oriented research team, research side, and on the program side, participating in Healthcare Excellent Canada's recent Innovation Challenge. We won first place for staff retention and satisfaction. We're thrilled. So, before retiring, I was a nurse with over 35 years' experience in direct patient care and administrative work. During those years, I and the other healthcare providers listened to the patient, we listened to their families, and we thought we knew what they needed. In hindsight, that wasn't necessarily the case. Island Health's Hospital at Home program is committed to having actual patients taking an active role. We are not just a token presence, a name on a checkbox, or on some kind of publication. Because of this work, the organization is recognizing the importance of patient partners as active members of healthcare teams. Hospital at Home's innovative approach to patient-centered care and integrating our feedback through the program's various stages have made positive changes within Island Health. There's been a change in culture, a clearer understanding of the role and importance and expectations of the patient partner, and most importantly, improvements to the care patients receive. As with anything new, there are always challenges when you start. I'll name just a few. For the most part, those have been resolved. Patient partners are volunteers. We're given an Island Health email account and address, and it's assumed that's how we will communicate. So I was expected to log into Island Health, check my emails, and do that frequently so I would get timely emails. It didn't work. Now that my home email address is included, I get the emails right away, and my response time is much quicker. As expected, some communication difficulties are to be acknowledged. Healthcare providers often use jargon, acronyms, or medical terms that only you know. Those of us outside the organization don't have a clue what you're talking about. So what we did as patient partners was we ensured that the patient instructions were worded in ways that patients and their families would understand. Collaborating on common documents continues to be an issue. Accessing the internal SharePoint or group chat on Microsoft Teams is either impossible or very, very difficult. Yeah, you're laughing, you understand what I'm talking about. The patient partner role and involvement itself can be confusing. We discovered it was easier to include us earlier rather than having to go back afterwards, change processes and procedures. I didn't need to offer feedback on how the nurse got the medication from the hospital. I did need to comment on how the patient then got the medication and how we as patients would document once we'd taken the medication. Totally different from what healthcare providers do. So the impact for us in general is it wasn't just the patient partner role itself that was confusing. It was the importance given to that. I personally experienced differences between the research side and the program side. From the research side, I was a complete equal. Program side, I was a checkbox. Okay, got a patient partner, get back to work. Many weren't sure of my role, but I was the only non-professional and non-paid person there. I'd been colleagues with some of the other members of the teams, and yet I still wasn't an equal. At one meeting, I was trying to get a word in edgeways when all the healthcare providers were assuming they knew what the patient partner needed or the patient needed, and one of the members said, "We've got a patient partner. Let's ask her." We receive an honorarium from the research side, but not from the program side. It's not about the money, it's are we valued? That has changed. The organization is recognizing that importance and the fact that patient partners can give actual examples. You know, we didn't want the healthcare provider at home to have to go out and order pizza every night because they were expected to bring food. So I have to say that as a patient partner, we're there at the table because we're passionate about it. As equals, we really can make a difference to how patients receive care. So thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And I have about 2 minutes left here, and I'm going to quickly go through these last few slides. Patient-oriented research. I am the principal investigator for our patient-oriented research team, which is really actively doing learning health system, where we're taking real data from patients. My research team calls all the patients. We get that information, and every couple of weeks we are meeting with our executive leadership team to make real changes to this brand new program so it's serving the people who we're expecting to be cared for. This here is Tara McMillan in the middle, myself and our physician lead on the one side, bringing patients together. You try to depict what this looks like for social media, right? I'm going to be very quick here. Quite often in healthcare, we spend hours and hours and years and millions designing the fancy path, and people walk a different way. We don't ask people how they're going to use the things we create. The work we have done has skyrocketed around the world. Very, very proud to say in 2022, we won the Canadian College of Health Leadership Patient Experience Award, and there's Beth in the middle holding the trophy, so it's been incredible work that we've done there as well. Also, there's been articles written, and one of those things is when you do anything in healthcare or anywhere, capturing something and putting it on a piece of paper and never telling the story to anybody doesn't do any good to anybody else out there. Tell the story, always say yes, and open the opportunity to share the experiences with others. We have multiple publications, and Beth and Lisa are on those publications as well. They're also standing on stages with me when I present on this work. They are equals in everything we do. And finally, I just want to say, this is expanding globally. Here we are around the world, around the globe. We've been all over North America talking about our homegrown learning health system, hospital at home program right here in British Columbia. It's been an incredible accomplishment, and I'm very, very proud to stand here on the stage and share the story with you all. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Beth and Sean. That was wonderful, and it's wonderful to have the patient perspective of that. So for our second presentation, we're moving into the realm of long-term care and a provincial initiative that is tackling challenges across the province with their Inform project. The long-term care quality initiative is a collaborative partnership between Michael Smith, Health Research BC, the BC Ministry of Health, come on up, the health authorities, and research and academic communities. Please welcome for the team's regional health authority representatives. We have Kirsten Rossiter and Matthew Fagan, who are going to do the presentation, and the rest of the team is coming up for the discussion. So come on in.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. We only have a quick 10 minutes, so just a snapshot of what we'll be taking you through in our slides today. Very excited to tell you all about Inform BC. It's one of our learning health system initiatives. Everyone here on the slide had a big role in undertaking this project. On the right, we have the 5 regional practice leads, one from each of the 5 health authorities, and then the Michael Smith Health Research BC as well, and our consultant, Dawn, who's this. A lot going on this slide, but Inform really started from a research partnership called TREC that stands for Translating Research in Elder Care, and it's a partnership that involves a bunch of key players that really aims to produce knowledge that improves elder care in long-term care. And from TREC, they have multiple research projects focusing on knowledge translation and really creating best practices and tools that can be used in long-term care to help staff and residents. So from one of these research projects came Inform, which stands for Improving Nursing Care Home Through Feedback on Performance Data, a little bit of a mouthful, but this essentially was a clinical trial to test a very simple change process where managers could engage their teams teams that included both residents and family partners to make evidence-based, meaningful changes at their sites. So from this clinical trial, we took the learnings and we implemented it throughout the 5 regional health authorities in BC. So cohort 1 involved 25 homes, and it took place in 2022 and 2023. And then we adapted. Cohort 1 took the learnings, and we took on a second cohort that involved 31 homes, again across all 5 regional health authorities, and it just wrapped up in May of this year. So the purpose of Inform is really to support managers in long-term care, to implement and sustain positive change, but also to give them the tools to learn and to know if the changes that they're making are actually doing what they're intended to do. So we're supporting them with rigorous quality improvement methods, building diverse teams, and of course, helping them celebrate success. So again, it's an evidence-based model that assists managers and working with data. And it uses goal setting, peer support, action planning, and coaching. And it really integrates a collaborative provincial approach focused on residents and families. So for the topic selection for the second cohort, the data that we used to drive the quality improvement projects came from the Office of the Seniors Advocate data surveys. And we aligned the topics with the long-term care quality framework, so projects fell under the scope of quality of service, quality of care, or quality of life. And the process was a lot more complex than this, but to summarize, it starts with an orientation, so the regional practice leads either go to the site in person or connect with them virtually to really go over what the project entails, the different tools and resources that they'll need, and the timeline in detail. From there, there's a goal-setting workshop, which some were in person and some were delivered virtually, which is essentially a half-day where they all come together and they really nail down their goal and make an action plan and have some steps moving forwards. And then they come back for a support workshop, and in between these milestones, the regional practice leads are working one-on-one and connecting with them probably at a bi-weekly or monthly basis. So the support workshop was a virtual workshop where they had the opportunity to collaborate with and across all the participating long-term care homes. And then lastly, there was a celebration workshop where homes got to present with a poster to anyone that wanted to attend. It was open to the public and celebrate their learnings. So I will pass it off to Matthew for some results.
Thank you, Kirsten. So what we're seeing on the screen right now is just a more granular version of the topics and the projects that were completed by the 31 participating homes. So we have things like meaningful activities, building better relationships between staff and some of the persons in care, dining experiences, and trying to include the families. One of the things that I love about this slide is this is how it ended. And because it is continuous quality improvement leaning towards that learning health system, this isn't necessarily how it started. So you will see that some of the general themes here are feeling a bit light. And that's because we do build off of the data time and time again. When we're thinking more holistically about how did the overall results turn out, we have over 90% of our teams saying that they are going to use the learnings that were taught for future improvement projects. This is really the primary outcome because this isn't a project-based approach. We want to teach the skills and have the cyclical process time and time again. In terms of the single projects on this cohort, we do have over 60% meeting or exceeding their goals and 40% getting near their goals or making steps towards their goals. And we know based off of the goal setting literature that this is very important to set difficult to achieve goals, but also attainable. So we're really happy with this 60% actually meeting them, showing that teams took it seriously when creating difficult to achieve goals. Lastly, we do have majority of the participants positively rating all aspects of Inform, indicating that all of the different components of the process were well received, and that's really important to us because we want to make sure that we're best utilizing the long-term care staff's time. In terms of some key learnings that helped propel the success of Inform, the first thing that comes to mind, particularly from the RPLs, is relationship building. This has been echoed in some of the previous talks today, but it's essential when we are trying to build learning health systems and continually improve long-term care. We also know that holistic support is integral. This means that although we have specific goals we need to implement and help implement the model of Inform, we need to take a step back and meet the homes and meet the staff where they are and provide things like emotional support. And this was clear during the evaluation and a key piece that the long-term care staff reported back to us. Additionally, measurement was something that was very difficult, but again, is essential when we are trying to do real quality improvement and building learning health systems. Working with data will be the way that we eventually reach the full learning health system, and this is something that we need to continually push with our teams. In terms of things to consider moving forward, if there was to be another cohort, the first thing that comes to mind is equity of access. There are unique differences between the health authorities, and one of the things that was clear is that we need to consider these differences when trying to implement Inform or other projects like this. A very easy and quick example is that it's very difficult for some regions to get in person and have that true connection just due to distances. Another thing to consider is potentially streamlining materials. So instead of having multiple workshops, perhaps having one workshop. This was essentially pilot tested at the West Coast Conference of Aging, where the RPLs created a quick workshop with streamlined materials and potentially something to consider moving forward. Additionally, topic areas and the timeline. So those don't necessarily always coincide with one another. And what I mean by that is, with using the Office of the Seniors Advocate data, there was many different topics, all great topics that were related to the specific homes, but sometimes those topics were easier to achieve in 6 months versus other projects that perhaps took a bit longer. So we need to consider if the timeline is really important or the topic is really important. I see we have about a minute left here, so quickly we also need to consider what is the best way to have the number of teams selected. So right now, just based off of capacity, each region had about 7 homes, 5 to 7, I believe, and that was quite a lot, and trying to bolster our capacity for taking more teams into the future. And with that, I just want to say thank you very much for listening. The RPLs will be sort of walking around today, so if you have any other questions that can't be answered, please feel free to ask. I do want to give one shout out to Amanda Letty. She isn't able to join us today, but she is the RPL from Island Health and is an integral part of our team, and we miss her a lot today, but we'll connect soon. And with that, thank you very much for your time.
It was perfect timing. You guys can't see the timer, but oh, the water's coming up. Thank you for that, Kristen and Matthew. Our next presenters are part of the CanSolve Chronic Kidney Disease Network, a national patient-led initiative and one of 5 chronic disease networks supported by CHR's Canadian Strategy for Patient-Oriented Research. Today's presentation will focus on the network's efforts to establish a kidney check program across Indigenous communities in multiple provinces. Behind me here, we are going to welcome from the CanSolve CKD Network, Project Manager Cynthia McDonald. You get a wave. And on the other side of me, Melanie Tolson, Patient Partnership and Capacity Building Manager. All right, here we go.
Shall I press the other green button? Yeah? Oh, there we go. All right, BC kidney check. Don't know how loud I am right now. Okay. So this is what we'll be discussing today, and we have a lot to go through, so I'm going to kind of skip through fairly quickly, but hopefully we can touch base later in the day if people have questions, or we're happy to share resources as well. So the BC Kidney Check project is a point-of-care kidney health screening initiative that stemmed out of work done in Manitoba, and it's focusing on kidney wellness checks in rural and remote Indigenous communities. I like this slide because it's sort of a snapshot of where we are right now and what has been accomplished in the past 8+ years. We currently have 16 BC First Nations communities participating in the project and have screened just over 450 individuals. We've created a strategy for authentic community engagement that we're happy to share with others. And our colleagues in Manitoba have created a risk calculator app that's been validated and proven to work quite well within our province as well. Just some future directions. I think I'm going to skip through that right now. But why are we doing this work? Why is it important? First of all, many Indigenous peoples live in rural and remote communities in this province, and access to care can be a barrier. The prevalence of chronic kidney disease within the Indigenous peoples in Canada is 2 to 3-fold higher than other Canadian populations, and roughly 1 out of 10 Canadians has some risk for chronic kidney disease. So our project goals are threefold and growing, but within the individual level, helping to keep kidneys healthy, and this was discussed at the onset of the project. This is not looking for kidney disease, this is looking for kidney wellness. So we adapted based on our patient lead in Manitoba that this is a wellness check to prevent the delay of kidney health problems and the need for dialysis or other treatments. Within the community, this is a community-based, community-driven initiative. Self-determination is at the core of what we're trying to do. So the community really drives this project with some core basic principles. And then within the healthcare system, improving early detection rates and reducing the need for urgent and emergency dialysis. And sustainability of this program, we have about 1.5 years left of funding. So this is just a snapshot of the communities that are currently taking part in the Kidney Check project. We have all 5 health authorities represented there, and this was done by expression of interest in a very transparent process. So what do we do? We have a sort of core central BC Kidney Check screening team that provides training to community nurses if there's capacity there for nurses to conduct the screening. We provide community engagement, so visits from our team. We book screening visits alongside with the community health representatives, decide on a venue, and continue that process of engagement. We conduct screening clinics and report back to our provincial team and provide linkages with existing healthcare resources. This is just some of the equipment. We're using point-of-care testing equipment to bring into the communities, and we've adapted and provided a mixed model approach depending on the community's needs and resources. So we do have a mobile screening team that goes into communities. Some of the communities have nurses who are trained, who are able to conduct the screening on their own, and we also do a combination of the two, depending. So the results are provided right away, and a kidney health plan is created on the spot, and any follow-up care as necessary. So some of the benefits, the results are provided in 1 hour. We can look into kidney problems early before things progress too far and prevent that dialysis and create a personalized health plan and keep community members in community. Reduction of healthcare costs, of course, is always front of mind. So what is our secret sauce? We have partnered with Indigenous patient partners, connected with community members, both leadership and healthcare providers, to help ensure that this program is done by the community. It's a culturally safe program incorporating the OCAP principles of ownership, control, access, and possession. It's community-led, community-driven, and again, we're using the point-of-care testing equipment. So this is something we've developed, our Indigenous Initiatives team has developed, and it sort of helps guide our community engagement process. And these are the 6 R's: respect, relevance, reciprocity, relationships, reflection, and reconciliation. So the community members help guide all of the events. They help with our knowledge translation materials. They review any educational materials, counseling scripts. I'm going to skip through that. And just some of the challenges we've experienced in the implementation of this project. Obviously, BC is a vast province. We have geographical challenges of getting equipment and people to certain locations. Nurse capacity in some communities is challenging. There's a lot of other, maybe more upfront issues that the community is dealing with. Retention of nurses and staff, availability of patient partners, patient partner health risk in traveling, and the cost of the supplies and the equipment. So we're hoping to support more nurse training and retention within the community using our mixed model approach to service delivery. Our goal is to screen upwards of 1,000 individuals in this phase of the project, participate with other organizations and groups who are offering screenings, such as a diabetes initiative on Vancouver Island, and plan for an evaluation of engagement and screening activities. We're also going to be following up with all the communities to have sharing circles and interviews and a celebratory feast. And I'm going to hand it off to Melanie right now.
Hi, everyone. So I'll just run through this very briefly. I just wanted to touch base and kind of tie in how Kidney Check is a learning health system. And because we're sort of short on time, I'll just run through this quickly. We have heard this morning all about learning health systems, so I'm sure you're probably already conceptualizing how this fits as a learning health system. We are continuously in these cycles, these iterative cycles of reflection, refinement, implementation, and cycling through to continuously adapt and innovate the program. This program has been modified and adapted for 3 different provinces. Do I have the next slide? Next slide. Yeah, so it's adapted and in 3 different provinces in varied communities with great success through that engagement with community and with the engagement of patient partners as co-researchers in all stages, in all ways, in all capacities throughout the project. So these are just some of the ways that I've highlighted that Kidney Check has operated as a learning health system. But key, I think, to it is really the relationship building. So we know that building relationships takes time, takes trust, takes all of those factors to really build those relationships. But once we've had that opportunity to engage with community and to build those relationships, build the trust, then continuously feed back into refinements and adapting the program to suit the varied needs of varied communities, then we have great success in implementing. And how are we for time? We have 20 seconds. I just wanted to bring it back to something synchronistically. I came across Carrie's work regarding person patient-centered learning health systems. And I really wanted to highlight that I think Kidney Check fits within that sphere. In fact, even maybe expanding the concept a little bit to be a community-centered learning health system. And with that, I think I better conclude. I will just mention here one little quote, and it's from Carrie's work. In summary, improving value for patients and caregivers by capturing the things that matter most to them within their life contexts needs to be part of the continuous quality improvement cycle that lies at the heart of a learning health system. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to bring all our presenters back up, and your teammates, and do a quick Q&A here. So there is, in our session, if you go into the session, there's a little chat feature. We don't have the nice Q&A button that the keynotes had, but you can add questions there. And we also have the 2 microphones in the room. So. Okay, so no one's at the microphone, so I get the first question. So you all talked about the value of community and patients driving initiatives. So can you comment on where you've experienced challenges and how you've navigated effective engagement of community and patient collaborators? Do you need me to say that again? Can you comment on where you've experienced challenges and how you've navigated effective engagement of community and patient collaborators? Do you guys just want to answer, or do you want to go in order?
I think, so with our experience in Kidney Check, we have to wait for community to invite us. We can't impose ourselves there. So really it's the years of relationship building even prior to the onset of this project that was key. And then having the right people attend those meetings and meeting the community where they want us to meet. Often it's starting with a meal, a feast, and just getting to know each other in a conversation. Yeah, it wasn't really a challenge, but that was just what we found works.
That's great. Yeah. Does anybody else have any comments to add?
Yeah, for us in the Hospital at Home program, I wouldn't say the community engagement was a challenge. The biggest strength we had is we had strong collaborations with BC Support Unit, the research, and our research team here at Island Health that actually had pre-existing connections in place that allowed us to actually have those positive experiences.
Perfect. Do you want to add?
I think with us, with the long-term care homes, meaningful engagement and relationships is extremely important. They're very relationship-oriented people working in long-term care. So our most important part is to actually be in person as much as possible, but the challenge is, as we talked before, as Matthew brought up in the presentation, is the barriers of geography and time are 2 of the kind of most important ones I think we run into. And we just go with it as best we can, and we use Zoom sometimes, and we go in person when we can.
And I think as a patient partner, from the program or the hospital side, it was for letting staff realize who we were and our credibility to participate and offer something that they would interpret as being meaningful. Sometimes, as I said before, you think you know what a patient needs and you want to ask, but you're not really sure that you don't already know the answer.
Yeah, I can also add another large challenge for us was a lot of the managers that we were working with at the long-term care homes were taking this on as a project kind of at the side of their desk. So they had limited time and limited capacity to meet with us on a regular basis. So it was really highly encouraged that they had a resident and or family member on the quality improvement team and worked as a liaison with us. And that also empowered the family and residents to lead a project that was really meaningful for them. So.
Awesome. Okay, we've got a couple of questions from the app, which someone, thank you for putting in the chat that they did add the Q&A button now. So for Hospital at Home team, How is Hospital at Home reaching rural, remote communities, in particular Indigenous communities? If this is happening, how successful has that been?
So I guess that's for us. With respect to the Hospital at Home, rural, remote, that is the untapped area, right? So when we started the program 5 years ago, there wasn't a lot of technology. The pandemic wasn't in place, and there R&D that went into the current technologies that allow us to be virtual, video conferencing and stuff weren't there. Those are now refined. The thing is we're not currently in the rural remote areas. There is discussions about how do you get medications to those places. If you're truly taking patients that are require acute hospitalization and they have an acute decompensation, how do you get them back to an acute care hospital in a timely fashion if they live on an island, for example, and there's a big winter storm happening? And so I think the key principle that our physician leads impressed on us when we started was safety first. So we're developing processes and policies and refining them to ensure, but we need to ensure that patient safety is utmost paramount.
Thanks, John. Okay, we've got a question at the microphone over there. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Robin McCorkwadale. I'm the chair of the Windermere Care Centre Family Council, vice chair of the Regional Council, and I'm a representative on the Provincial Family Council. So regarding long-term care, I'm just curious as to whether or not there was any engagement with the family councils. We initiated it at Windermere in 2023 within a month of my first discovering there was such a thing as a family council, and I see it as truly a bright light for long-term care in making change happen.
Yeah, so part of the orientation process for us was to actually present the opportunity of Inform to various family councils. So we have a regional family council at Fraser Health that I presented at, and then locally at the sites that were interested, we engaged with the family councils to actually select the topic and what project they were going to take on.
And one thing I would just like to add to that as well is one of the things that I found really beneficial is sharing back to the family councils. So not only, as you mentioned, Kirsten, they were involved in sort of developing some of the questions and engaged throughout the process, taking the time to really celebrate all of the great things that they contributed to was really beneficial in the North, for sure.
Thank you.
And sorry, just to add to that, so for the participating homes, each of the sites were encouraged to come up with a team. And so part of that team composition included a family member or, of course, client in care, just to capture the voices and experiences of those at the long-term care center. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the microphone again.
Hi, everyone. My name is Magdalena Newman. I'm a lead for the Fraser Center of the BC Support Unit and supporting patient-oriented research. I have a question, or a couple of questions for the Kidney Check team. I'm curious, so you mentioned you have an Indigenous engagement strategy, and that's something that I'm very curious about in my own work. And I wonder if you could talk about how did you do your initial connection with the communities that you ended up working with? Like, what was the strategy there? What worked for you in terms of like getting invited in and making that initial connection?
Sure. We partnered with the First Nations Health Authority and had leadership help support us with the initiation of the project. We also have a very small but mighty team. So we have an Indigenous liaison manager, Catherine Turner, who was, even before the project, connecting and reaching out to all of these communities. So she's sort of the face of Kidney Check, if you will, and the point person in making those connections one-on-one with the support of First Nations Health Authority. We also had patient partners on our CanSolve team attend initial visits, but it was a lot of like phone calls and chatting and, before you actually go into community, but a whole team would go together. So we had a primary care physician from the First Nations Health Authority. We had Catherine Turner, Indigenous Liaison Manager, and often Indigenous patient partners telling their story. So when the patient partners were telling their stories, I think that is when, at those feasts or at those initial visits, that is when the sort of connection and the impact, that sort of not buy-in, but that process really began.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And then if I have time for another question, or?
Okay, a quick one. It's like I've got questions on the app. We'll do one more microphone and then we'll go to the app.
This is a learning health system question. So for Kidney Check, what you presented, I think, was sort of like your learning health system, learning cycle approach for the overall program, in that you're learning from each community and adapting how you deliver the services. Are the individual communities also going to be adapting learning cycles at their own sites? Is that a plan, or is there any interest for that?
I think that is part of the plan. So right now, we don't collect any data from the community. The only thing we're collecting right now is aggregate data. Some of the communities are conducting their own evaluation and discussion of how this process went, what worked well, what didn't work well, what can we do in the future. Kidney Check as a program will be doing sort of two sides of the evaluation process and then adjusting as we go along. We have to capture sort of those numbers metrics, but we're also going to be working with communities to capture sort of non-Western measures of success and what is meaningful in the community for their evaluation of the program, and then adapting and moving along as we go forward. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Welcome.
Okay, we've got quite a few questions. I'm going to put this to Hospital at Home and to the long-term QI team. What's the most successful example of your work at your health authority?
Well, for Hospital at Home, from my perspective, and I welcome Beth to add her perspective, there's two successful examples. One of them is that we were able to spin up this program in a matter of mere months because in response to a provincial request from the Ministry of Health, and we included patient partners from the get-go. And the other success is that we reached out to the communities to understand what the program should look like. And the only thing I'll say there is, one of the things that came out of that is our people who we reached out to said they wanted to have a virtual call bell. Something we'd never thought about as a clinician. I'm a clinical pharmacist myself, and they wanted a virtual call bell, just like when they're in the hospital, they push a button and someone would reach out to them. And we created that solely because they actually talked about wanting to go out there and they may be out gardening while they're acutely admitted to the hospital.
So many things just come to mind.
What's your favorite?
So we have to have someone who is considered an adult. So the patients that we've had have ranged from 18 years of age to 100. So imagine someone who's 100 being able to stay at home, not get confused because you've moved them into some other facility and you've made them become a patient. They're at home in their own milieu with their own family. We also heard from a First Nations person who was very apprehensive having to come into a hospital. And when was told they could stay in their own home and be treated there as they should be treated, that worked. And they wrote back and said, "Thank you. I felt respected and valued." I can't say anything more.
Perfect, thank you.
From my point of view, this is like asking me to choose my favorite child. So it's a little bit difficult, but one of the examples that I would love to share came from a long-term care home called Birchview Residence. And through their project, they actually created a process to make sure that all persons in care have a life story tree up to help provide person-centered care. And they actually took it the next step. And from this, they learned a lot about the people who they were caring for. And they actually created a greenhouse and a gardening space because they realized how many people would benefit from that. So I think that was one that stands out to me.
I can share a quick one from Fraser Health. Again, hard to choose one, but One that stands out to me was a site that created a resident food council. So from their Office of the Seniors Advocate data, they noticed that in the bottom 10 was I get my favorite foods. So they created a resident food council that meets on a monthly basis and gets to go over the menu and offer suggestions and substitutions. And they actually were able to measure how many residents are getting their favorite foods each month. So they made huge progress, and there was a lot of great feedback from both the residents and the family members that were visiting. They created a nice big food board, so lots of great stuff.
And for interior health, I think it's also building on the food, because meaningful engagement activities in dining were top of the list for people that wanted improvements. And they built a team of residents, family member, staff, and the leadership. And they started making change with adding different snacks and different available things during the day for different options. And they found that they're working in silo from the foods services department. And so one of the big eye-opening things for them and us is that how do they even make change that silo within their own facility, their own home? And so they started working with them, because the food services people were also trying to make changes. And so they came together and they thought, let's work together and improve the food for the home. And so they also shared that with care homes in the other regions as well. So I think that was really important.
Yeah, and just to tie everything together, I think there were various successes, but the ability for us to work collaboratively regionally, where more than 35 long-term care homes across BC were able to come together, collaborate, share, and move progressively together. I think that was a big win for us. We had a lot of positive feedback around that, because I think a lot of long-term care homes, but also regionally, we do kind of work in silos. And then, of course, reinterpreting the OSA survey from the Office of Seniors Advocate, where we captured voices across various long-term care homes and really rolling out various topic ideas that were important for each of the homes, and finding points of synergy like food, getting to know me posters where residents can share their life story with staff and vice versa, and finding different niches and avenues and strategies to really maximize the information we have to instill peer-to-peer and resident-to-resident communication was really great. Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, thank you. I'm not asking the kidney team because they've had lots of questions. I'll go to the mic with Cindy, give you guys a little break. She might not, though.
No, I'm very aware of the time as well, so
It's okay.
thank you.
Go about 2 minutes.
The question is pertaining to the sustainability of the embedded patient-oriented research component, and just looking at Sean and Beth, thinking of the resources that went in to enable patient-oriented research in Hospital at Home at its beginning, and now as Hospital at Home continues to expand and learn and grow, how has the journey to sustain the research component as robustly as possible, how has that been? What are the challenges?
We're too excited to give up. Different times Sean has said to us, like, team, do you want to carry on? And no one has said, we want to stop. It's a passion, not just for the patient partners, but for the staff, that this might be off the side of their desk, but it's too important and too passionate.
And I'll just add to that, that builds on, the good question, Cindy, thank you. That builds on to my question earlier on, is how do we take this away from the 150 people in this room and us talking about patient-oriented research and the importance of patient input when we build these systems, to actually just making it a standard way that we deliver healthcare in this province, in this country, and around the globe. It's truly about putting the patient back in patient care. And I don't know how to get it out there so that when we open a unit, we welcome patient feedback. We welcome patient partners to be part of it, which is why I asked the question earlier on. I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you for that, Sean. I think everyone has the same question. How do we do that best? Okay, so we're right on time, down to the second here. So we are going to go to a break for this session and come back at 11:45, and we'll have 2 more presenters and another question and answer period. So thank you everyone for participating. We'll see you in 15. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are like off shift now. Okay, we're gonna get started in about 15 seconds or so here. So if you can take a seat or stand, that's perfectly fine to get going with another two presenters. To get Claire, we have to clarify for the people. She's coming, she's coming. That was her signal. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. The second hour or so of our presentation, we're going to have two more speakers and another question and answer period. So just like the first session, you can either at the question and answer period go to the microphone, or the Q&A function is working in our app right now. At least on my phone, I've heard that it depends what kind of phone you have. So feel free to use that if a question pops in your mind while you're thinking and listening here. So our next presenters are applying a learning health system approach to acute mental health units in Victoria. Their work includes facilitating patient and caregiver engagement, quality improvement and research, and the integration of lived experience into care. So here to show us what an empowered community and health system collaboration can do is Zoe Newson, Peer Support Manager for Mental Health Recovery Partners for Southern Vancouver Island, and Clara Rubenkamp, Learning Health System Facilitator, also my coworker, at Island Health, and she specializes in the area of acute mental health. So please welcome them. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, thanks, Laura, for the introduction. You can already see our titles here, but Zoe and I work really closely together on a lot of shared initiatives in the space of acute mental health and substance use at Royal Jubilee Hospital in Victoria, BC. So we're going to share a few examples with you today of some of these projects and give you a little bit of context around some of the work we've been doing, and then really happy to answer any questions that you may have. See anything else, Zoe? Yeah. All right. Okay, so lots of different diagrams of learning health systems that have been shared already in this conference. This is the one that we use mainly because it feels, it kind of boils it down to its essence, really looking at that interaction and continuous cycle between data, evidence synthesis, and practice change. And I really like this definition of a learning health system, which kind of focuses around moving a health system from delivering care to every patient to learning from the process of delivering care to every patient. That feels like it really resonates with me and really puts my attention on the area that we're trying to be focusing on, both Zoe and I. And so, like I said, we're going to be giving two examples of different work that we've been doing in this learning health system work in acute mental health. And when I was thinking about Robert Reed's diagram of the engine and the drivers, I really wanted to focus on that top box, which is about the fuel and the accelerants. And two of those really pertain to the examples we're going to share. One of them is around staff and healthcare workforce engagement, and the other one is around patient and caregiver engagement. And so our two examples sort of speak to how we've harnessed or tried to harness the voices of those two really key interest holder groups.
Hello? There we go. So hi, I'm Zoe. As already said, I work for a community partner agency, but I manage a contract with our local health authority, so I don't work directly for Island Health, but I'm very involved in that world. So something that came up a lot, especially when I started doing this work, is recognizing that often there's a lot of emotional labor that comes through doing this engagement. A lot of it can be reliving really traumatic experiences, either your own or that of a loved one, and that a lot of the engagement was either very tokenist or episodic in nature, and that the cost of doing this engagement was like dramatically outweighing any benefits that were coming from it. So really wanted to create a better landscape so that patient and caregivers and people with lived experience are feeling like they're at a more equitable table when those decisions are being made or future directions are looked at, and less so, this decision's been made and now we're going to float it by you and let you know it's already happened, is really bringing people together to do that work and feel like their input is valued at that same table. Oh, okay. So basically, again, touching on my role, going back to Dr. Reed's presentation, it was interesting looking at the silos, and I was trying to figure out where I fit within that, and there wasn't necessarily one. So first and foremost, I'm a person with lived experience. I'm also a manager for a peer support program that runs on the hospital, and everybody working on my team has shared experiences of previous psychiatric admissions in a non-clinical capacity, which is really unique and really valuable. So in these engagements too, being able to bring in those voices and the fact that we connect with folks in hospital in a really different way than other staff or providers based on the fact that we can probably relate to some of the experiences. So doing this work and being able to bring forward a multitude of those voices was really important and kind of helped to improve that engagement experience. Okay, and then what came from this? An acronym, woohoo! PIPE stands for Promoting Improvements in Psych Emergency Services, and this was really the idea, again, of bringing all of those different stakeholders to the same meeting, and also recognizing that engagement costs don't just happen during a meeting, but both before and afterwards as well. So recognizing, like, how are we supporting folks before they're doing this engagement, during an engagement session, and then afterwards. Yeah, and I feel like I'll click over. Oh, look at this. It's coming up right as I am talking about the things. So we do a patient partner touch base, which again is a meeting designed just for folks to be able to debrief, share experiences outside of that PIPES meeting, and have that opportunity for one-to-one check-ins, knowing that they have a designated person that they can go to if something triggering has come up or there's a suggestion, that you feel like you have a place where you can share and do that in a meaningful way too. Over to Claire.
Yeah, and just a final point I think about the PIPES meeting is that you know, in hearing a lot of the presentations, we were just in a storyboard session, hearing the multitude of ways in which people are engaging with people with lived and living experience. It's not as if the PIPES meeting is necessarily novel in the fact that we're trying to harness and listen to the voices of people with direct experience of mental health services. I think what is unique about it is that we try as much as possible to have equal numbers of healthcare leadership and administration, clinical and operational, as well as people with lived and living experience at the same table when we have these PIPES meetings. And we really try to make sure that the topics are at the upper end of the IAP2 spectrum for engagement, so nothing at the level of just inform or as little as possible at the level of inform, much more on the level of really kind of consult and all the way up to empower. And so there's lots of different initiatives that have come from that maybe we can speak to a bit in the question and answer period, but I think it's a continuing evolution. We're continually getting feedback from our patient and caregiver partners about what's working for them, what we could do to make it work better. So it's by no means a final product, but really trying to embrace that humility that we talked about in the opening sessions around just continually learning and being open to feedback. The second case sort of example or case study we wanted to share was around these quality improvement huddles. So back to this idea of the fuel and accelerants, this really focused on the caregiver or the health caregiver engagement work that we were focusing on. So again, this sort of data piece that was coming in was hearing from direct care staff involved in mental health service delivery at Royal Jubilee that there was a sense of sometimes disengagement from their work, some low morale, and a feeling that maybe people would share feedback in different form, either informally or over email or staff meetings, and then struggle to see actions really take hold. And so there was sometimes a frustration. People would say, oh, I mentioned something in a staff meeting 6 months ago and I haven't seen anything really change. That's not due to the lack of commitment or care on the part of operational leadership. It's that there's no dedicated person to take it forward, and it falls off the side of someone's desk. And so what we really wanted to do was think about a low barrier way to hear from staff and clinicians in this clinical environment that didn't require a sort of extraordinary effort for people to attend. It wasn't a separate meeting or a webinar that people had to dial into. It was brought to people in their own clinical environment. They could step away briefly from their clinical work and attend these 15-minute or less quality improvement huddles. So we looked at doing that. We looked at the sort of available literature, which discusses quality improvement huddles in lots of different language, safety huddles, quality huddles, team huddles, very different from a structured team report or STR or rounds in that it's not talking about specific clinical information about individual patients. We framed it as bring your ideas, your worries, your concerns, your challenges, your rocks in your shoe, and we've heard all kinds of things. I think we've had over 800 ideas shared at these huddles across all of our acute mental health units. And so we hear anything from we could really be able to support patients better if we had these self-care items to deliver at the point of care, to You know, we need a bigger garbage can for sharps. It's overflowing. You know, these things that create sort of friction in the course of day-to-day work, that there's no logical place to park it. You don't want to write a memo or an S-bar to get that kind of thing escalated, but you just want it to be done. So after we did this sort of evidence synthesis, looked at what was out there, talked a lot to our leadership to see whether it was feasible, we decided to just start doing, not wait for perfection, but just start. So we started the huddles. We started doing them in Psych Emerge last June, and since then we started them in our young adult mental health unit, our geriatric psychiatry, our psych intensive care, our adult mental health, and our walk-in crisis center, as well as our bridging care program, which is an acute day hospital. So we've spread them across a lot of the adjacent services in acute mental health at Jubilee. And we have importantly been trying to measure them as we go. So we've always been collecting process measures, like how many huddles have we done as planned, how many people have been in attendance, how many ideas have been shared, how many ideas have been completed, how do they bucket out in terms of patient supplies versus physical environment changes, staff education, things like that. And then we were so lucky, as these things often happen, to have a wonderful pharmacy resident cross our desks, into our life it was earlier this year, and she did an evaluation of the quality improvement huddles. So she did a survey of all of our direct care team, asking them, you know, how have quality improvement huddles made a difference for you? This is one of the quotes that came from a team member saying, feeling like there are ways to ask for change and having the support to do it is a great feeling. And then she made this amazing poster, which some of the authors of the poster are in this room, and really showed, I think, some significant results. For example, that 81% of staff agreed or strongly agreed with the statement, as a result of the quality improvement huddles, I feel more able to make improvements in how I do my job. So again, it's low barrier, it's not fancy, it's being able to sit down with the team and hear what's going well and what can be done better, and then trying to make really timely change on that. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
It's up to you. Thank you for that, Zoe and Clara. Now, Dr. Sorensen, you're here, right? There she is. I was like, I hadn't seen you. So our final presentation this morning, we're moving on to staff retention and recruitment, which is a top priority in BC health systems, and all BC health authorities have been tasked with developing strategies to do exactly what this project is doing. So please welcome our next presenter, a 2023 Health Research BC Partnership Award recipient and leader in long-term care and assisted living at Fraser Health, Dr. Janice Sorensen. Green is forward, red is back. Okay, and then you're right there.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much for the Putting Patient First conference, for the opportunity to share our case and our experiences, our preliminary experiences with micro-research. I'd also like to acknowledge my co-panelist, Sultan, and actually some of our partners from our long-term care and assisted living research partners group. So if you want to just say a wave and hello, really grateful for them to be here today. This is such a great event for us to connect. And we'll be sharing around a project where we have of an aim in regards to improving our engagement to strengthen our health workforce within a learning health system, and then our preliminary experiences with micro-research. And you're probably thinking, what the heck is micro-research? That name hasn't even been mentioned in those prior sessions. And just to give a little bit of background within our long-term care and assisted living research partners group, it was formed in December of 2021. Quite an exceptional time with the pandemic. So we first were engaging virtually and having monthly connections, and the partners getting involved and engaged as partners in our research. And in addition to our partners group, we're very grateful to have very supportive leadership within terms of in long-term care and assisted living to have established roles such as mine, and also expanding with having a couple of research associates and research coordinators to have that ongoing staff and infrastructure for research. And through the projects that we're conducting in our research unit in partnership with our partners group, that's comprised of, at this time we have 5 long-term care or assisted living residents, 3 family partners, a volunteer, and also a staff member that are engaged in our partners group. And through our research, we also have a number of different academic partners in various different universities and colleges that we partner with our research projects. And also beyond that within different organizations in the community. And one of our initial projects was with starting on the point within research priority setting. And this was actually something, just sort of a recap from a session that was from the last Putting Patients First conference, where we were looking at our research priority setting, which we co-created with our partners. And really putting within our partners' lived and living experiences at the forefront to inform in a very pragmatic way of timely issues and topics of opportunities for research, and then us as embedded researchers having some knowledge and insights within the literature, and also being able to connect with our broader health system, leadership, staff, or care communities to work within research priority setting. But some of the challenge within this, the opportunity, we're getting so many great questions and so many great ideas to conduct of research. But some of the challenges around the infrastructures and support to conduct those research projects. And some of the projects have been funded research projects, so going through that process of writing up of a research proposal, submitting it to a granting agency, waiting maybe a few months, you might or might not getting, and time goes by. So a lot of the times our partners would say, can't we just do this now? Like, we have a really good idea. And you can maybe, if those that were at the prior session and with the regional practice leads and long-term care quality initiatives, we've got a lot going on also within quality improvement. But how could we get that spirit and that sort of the timeliness within research possible within our initiatives? And going back to the analogy from the keynote session with the stool. So with our partners group, we have quite a good representation of residents and family, and also some that have mentioned are our councils. We also have connections with our family and residents councils. But we found that within that stool, the leg for staff and leadership, it's really challenging in terms of engagement within the time and the capacity and the connection to be able to get them more actively involved within that research. So we wanted to offer, within this project of strengthening within the health system and a learning health system, recognizing that, we need to have that culture and that climate to foster and to support that opportunity to get involved with research and ongoing and shared learning. And so within the initiative, we were looking at different models and approaches to be able to engage staff and the workforce within research. And also to build networks and collaborators to be able to have ongoing collaboration more with staff and leadership. Ultimately, the same aim as my colleagues within the Long-Term Care Quality Initiative, looking at improving the quality of work-life care and quality of life for residents, family, and staff. And then came in micro-research. And this I happened to stumble across in a webinar from some months ago that was entitled around democratizing and decolonizing research, and something with micro-research. I'm like, that sounds pretty interesting. I gotta go check that out. And so a lot within what I'm sharing here, and I have a huge amount of gratitude for colleagues in Nova Scotia, a number of them here, Nani McDonald and Bob Bortolucci, who are supporting us with the micro-research we're about to undertake. They developed back in 2008 this approach to research, and their area within research has been within global health and global health within Africa, and recognizing that the essential importance of engaging with communities and recognizing the value within building the capacity, the skills, and the infrastructure that within those countries where they're working, that it's not that they extract or where they come in, get their data, they do their research, and they're off, but there's that building of that capacity for ongoing ability to be able to conduct research. The title micro-research actually comes from the concept within the micro loans, and really focused within the being able to support within community-driven, community-based research. So as I mentioned, decolonizing, democratizing research, putting skills and opportunities to be able for communities to be able to engage and collaborate within research. And that really that focus from a grassroots, pragmatic perspective of having improvement, having of impact. And when I was listening to this session, I'm like, this is what our partners are telling us. They've come to our partners group with ultimately the aim and desire to have an impact, to be able to have improvement within the work they're doing, and also the timeliness and the kind of the urgency within wanting to do that work. I really liked how this model was very efficient and quick within the cycles, within the supports and learning and research and conducting the research. The approach itself, and when I was reflecting on the keynote sessions and some of the presentations today around learning health systems, it really aligns and resonates within the concepts of learning health systems of being relational. So within the aspect of a quantity of connections and qualities of connections, and also within organizations, within communities, being able to develop that capacity and those skills and the ability to be able to get involved and conduct research, and also a reputational aspect. When I was talking with one of our directors of care that has an interest to engage, they connected the dots and they saw that beyond quality improvement, research has the opportunity to impact policy. And that's one of the lessons we'll have, research into policy and being able to also learn within knowledge mobilization and having an impact and the uptake of that research results in a timely fashion. So now that we're in the preliminary stages and we're planning and preparing for micro-research, we're actually, the first session of our workshop starts tomorrow, and it's going until December 6th, so it's a very exciting time for us. But some of the key points into being able to do our micro-research is we need coaches and mentors. So we've got about 30 individuals that have signed up as participants, some that have the ability to be fully engaged, about 2/3, and then about 1/3 where we'd say that they're auditing of the course. So it's possible for individuals to engage at the level and the time that they're able. So some people, they have time on their lunch break, and that's great. And that happens to be the time where we set in our action-oriented teamwork sessions where the teams are working on their research proposals. And then the lectures and the content, there's an online platform with learning materials, and the sessions are recorded. So then there's that flexibility and opportunity to be able to engage with the content and learn more flexibly within one's own time. So this is really this building of that infrastructure we've been really working on within having those coaches and mentors and having that in place. And within that online platform and the workshop, it's giving those skills and tools for the groups so that they're able to come up with, and just sort of going through in terms of what's taught in the course, come up with questions. And that's one of the things I know Nani McDonald has said, it's like, are we asking the right questions? So it's really putting in the hands of our communities to come up with those questions. And they decide themselves in groups of with ours, we're gonna have about 10 people in the team, and decide who's got the best question. Which question do you think is well formulated, manageable within a small micro-research project that we want to work on? And teams have also quite diverse, like that the stool is such. We have our partners, some at the table here, residents, family care partners, volunteers, staff, leadership, but we've also engaged our academic friends. So we've got a lot of students, also people who are working in the health system as volunteers that are maybe future healthcare professionals. So we've got quite a diversity within skill set and capacity and abilities, so that there's that opportunity to work as a team. And I really liked the first the session about, I'm not the expert. We all come with skills and have something to contribute as such. And one of the lessons I think is really great that micro-research includes is a lesson on humility and a lesson on reaching out to people who have those skills that one might not have. Going through within the nuts and bolts and the basics within research and quality, knowledge translation, and being able to develop and construct a research proposal. So within that 3-week period, and we've got 10 sessions, about 4 hours each, the aim is each team has come up with a really great research question and a research proposal, budget, and plan. And on their last day on December 6th, they are presenting that plan to a panel of judges, some senior researchers, some of our medical director, and getting peer feedback. We also have within the micro-research network and external peer reviewers to also to advise on the projects. This is an example from our flyer that we sent out in terms of our recruitment materials. So just very basically explaining what is micro-research, the fact of it being practical, grassroots, and our recruitment anyone wanting to improve the quality of care and life within long-term care, staff, leaders, residents, volunteers, students, professors, people in our community. Some people reaching out saying, you know, I might be going into long-term care at some point. I'd like to help and I'd like to get involved. We're conducting it in a hybrid format. Some of our partners, some of our participants really appreciate the flexibility within online, but some also like that in-person connection. So we also have that available too. And it's just coming up very soon here. Oh, I'm a little couple minutes over here. We are just in the very beginning part there and have had tremendous learning. And the blue part, it's not just the workshop. We're going to be continuing and we're going to be conducting. Hopefully, you know, we got some 3 good proposals there and conducting within 2025. And just to round off, just kind of a overview within the model that I just presented there. So since this is happening now, if anyone is interested in this model, please reach out, ask questions. I actually have people that have anything to do with long-term care and assisted living that just want to audit the course and just check it out and see what it's about and learn more about the model. So please be in touch. And any funders out there, where we got our funders? We got some funding? Anyone? Please be in touch, because we've actually invited our colleagues in the Ministry of Health, funders, members of the public to come on our last day on December 6th to see the great work that we're doing and to learn more about micro-research. So apologies to go a little bit over time, but thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for that. We let her have a couple extra minutes. Yeah, if anyone wants to come up, please come up. Yeah, we've got enough.
Anyone else that wants to come up, you're welcome. No, you're good.
It's a friendly stage, I promise. Okay, so we have another question and answer period. So if you want to ask a question, oh, we have another one. Yeah, they're coming. It takes the first follower. That's what they say, right? Go ahead. Here you go. So you can use I want to call it WUVA, it's Whova, but WOVA in my head, app. The question and answer period is working on some people's and not, but I can ask the first question if no one has one. Okay, so to kick us off, can you comment on what measures you have in place or you'd like to have in place to ensure a healthy dose of sustainability and learning health system initiatives? Does that mean anything? How do we have a healthy dose of sustainability when we start initiatives? Yeah. Does that make sense?
So the question was about what certain key elements in terms of to ensure sustainability?
Yeah. Not enough to stop us from doing a pilot, but enough to make sure that when we're successful, that we can sustain it.
So, and I think I mentioned it just very briefly in the beginning part of my presentation, we're very grateful and very fortunate to have support within leadership. So I think within having key individuals that can sponsor within the work that one's doing, and also within that broad collaboration, like that analogy within that stool, if you're thinking of the different legs within that stool to be able to support the initiative to be successful, I think that's really important for sustainability.
Do you guys want to add to that or no? Do you have a comment?
I don't have anything to add, but maybe Clara does.
Come on, Claire.
Well, I think some of what Zoe was touching on in terms of continually refining our process with regards to patient and caregiver engagement with the PIPES meeting, I think it really speaks to that sustainability part, that we don't take it for granted that we will have willing people who want to show up in the middle of the day on our schedules as health authority representatives to share intimate details of their lives, of the lives of their loved ones, undertake that emotional labor. I think not taking that for granted is the first step for sustainability, and then really approaching it as a continuous exercise in quality improvement to make sure that that experience is as good as it possibly can be, that the benefits are outweighing the costs whenever possible. I think with regards to the huddles, I think what we've seen is that having a person whose role is dedicated to quality improvement, which is myself, instead of relying on busy clinical leaders, operational leaders like the manager, the coordinator, the director, the clinical nurse educator, all of whom have myriad other responsibilities to staff and care for patients on the unit. So having a dedicated person for quality improvement is, I think, one of the steps required for sustained quality improvement huddles in those units. Somebody to run them, to take notes, to circulate the action items afterwards, to be the squeaky wheel if that's required. Because expecting busy clinical teams to do that themselves, I think, is not realistic.
I agree. Okay, Sean.
Thank you very much for your great presentations, truly inspiring. My question is for the MHSU team there with PIPES. You've done an incredible amount of work there where you have worked in an area with low staff morale, a lot of staff turnover, and you've made a difference. You've made change happen that is impactful for the patients you serve as well as the clinicians and the staff who are working in those environments. My question is how are you going to think bigger than your local hospital? How are you going to think bigger than your health authority? And what are you going to do with the results to affect change on a bigger scale?
That's a good question, Sean.
What a great question. Yeah, it's a big question for sure. For myself, I mean, I feel like this is obvious. I really value incorporating people with lived experience. First and foremost, that's how I show up for work. That's at the core of all of my work. I really think peer support is something that's really underutilized in a lot of different areas. So the transitional discharge model, we're not just supporting folks in hospital, we're extending the option for them to continue to stay connected to someone from the peer support team after discharge. So we're helping that transition back into community and helping to kind of offset that revolving door syndrome that comes up so frequently. But also the great work that community partners do, and I think that's something that's also underutilized and underfunded, speaking of funding. But community partners can do a lot of great work. There's a lot of folks that come to places like PsychEmerge because they don't have anywhere else to go. So I think amplifying the things in community that are working and that, you know, somebody threw us some more money, we'd be able to do a whole lot of things that would be able to expand those improvements elsewhere. And ultimately, I think the goal is to have less people in hospital. I don't think that's anyone's goal, that we want to, you know, fill up our psychiatric units more and more and more. So while doing that work, you know, in these units and kind of expanding from there, but looking at the things that are working, that are making a change. Something that came out of PIPES was requesting to have more peer support there, and that's something we've been able to do. And recognizing too, going back to that relationships, is first and foremost being there to listen to people, and recognizing, as Clara was saying, the amount of staff that are so busy, and even if you wanted to sit down and listen to someone's story for an hour, they just don't have the capacity to do that, and that is what we're there for. And from that non-clinical perspective, and even having people in a place like that to help, what's the word I'm looking for? De-escalate. In a really challenging environment, I think has a lot of effects in different areas. So I would like to see more people with roles like myself. I don't know anybody else that has my job title, and I think when we have those unique positions, and like Clara's, who's able to keep that ball rolling, that's how it continues to move forward. It's like that snowball going down a hill. But the more snow that you can add to that, the bigger it's gonna get. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what came out of my mouth, so I'm gonna leave it there.
Thank you for that, Zoe. That was great.
Maybe just add briefly that I think, like as much as I always want to advocate for bigger changes on a bigger level, and I think we could all agree, like more healthcare professionals, bigger hospitals, more beds, all those things. I think these projects have really focused my attention on what is possible through relatively small changes. And I think spreading the word that those small changes can really make a huge difference to morale, to patient experience. I think we hear again and again these small things that make a difference. And the example that many in this room have heard me speak about before is these self-care items in our PsychEmerge. So it came from staff, it came from patients and families saying, people are often in crisis when they come into PsychEmerge. They may not have basic self-care items with them, you know, deodorant, shampoo, conditioner, things like that, and it makes a huge difference to be able to look after yourself. It makes a difference to your mental health, to your feeling of wellness, and so we were able to provide some of these through a donation from Soap for Hope, which is a great organization that does repackaging of supplies from hotels and resorts. and we circulated them to all of our mental health units. And shortly after doing this, we had a staff member come up to me and she said, just being able to give someone a deodorant to take home with them, to use on the unit and then take home with them, she said the patient asked her, can I keep this? And she said, yeah, it's yours to take home, like it's for you. And she said the patient shared with her how meaningful that was for them just to be looked after. And she said, as a healthcare worker, I feel like I get to nurse somebody the way I did, 6 years ago, pre-pandemic. It's been so many years since I got to feel like I genuinely were looking after people like a human being, and it just was a level of hospitality. It was a $2 intervention, and it made all the difference in the world. So I think sometimes focusing on those bigger picture things can detract from how relatively easy it is to impact a patient's experience in the hospital, or family members or staff members. So I would say both, yeah.
Great, thank you. Dr. Reed was talking about how the local level was so important as well. That just speaks to that. Okay, we'll go to the microphone on this side.
Hi there. I'm a member of PIPE, so I'll just give you that secret. One of the pieces I wanted to bring forward was PIPES as a mechanism. When we're talking about people with lived experience being at the decision-making table, you get quite invested. Excuse me, become quite invested in that decision-making process. And the PIPES model allows for the people who were part of the research, part of the decision-making process, to then still be at the table after to make sure that these things continue, especially in the realm of a high clinical turnover in terms of people working there, who's remembering the changes, who's implementing them. Could you speak a little bit to how you are managing the monitoring of the improvements and how we address that at the PIPES model meeting?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's a great point, and I really appreciate. So, like Jennifer says, she's been engaging with us since 2021, and so she's been one of our longer-standing members of the team. And I think you've seen many changes even in the way that we've engaged over that time. So I think part of it is having that institutional memory and trying to preserve people's energy for this work, so that those brains are at the table. The way that we've been monitoring it on a larger level is tracking the intersection between what comes up in these PIPES meetings, what comes up in these quality improvement huddles, the way that those are often speaking to the same key priorities in terms of how to improve patient care, supplies, communication with caregivers at these often kind of fraught moments of handover between the emergency room, psych emerge, discharge, and sort of trying to represent them as common goals. And then assign, as these topics come up, as these projects come up, assign them to those, provide updates in the PIPES meeting and in the huddles, so filter them back down again, and so that we don't lose sight of I think, number one, the priority, and number two, the fact that we're hearing from both seemingly maybe oppositional or interest holder groups from other sides of the spectrum, the patients and the caregivers and the staff and the clinicians, are really speaking with the same voice about what's needed.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, and it's Pat, right?
Yes.
All right.
I'm part of a nutritional committee at Providence Health, and some of the patients there were going home after long-term stays more malnourished than when they arrived. So they knew that they had to do something different. So what they did, they introduced a dietitian's aide on one of the wards, and what they found was it had great success. Patient outcomes were far better with nutritional status being monitored and improved. And one of the things about the science out there, new health research, it says it's never too late for nutritional benefit. You can have comorbidities going on, and when the patients are on intravenous IVs, when it's changed from plant-based IVs, or from dairy-based IVs, which is the norm, to plant-based IVs, they do better. Just a 3% change in one's diet from animal products to plant products has measurable benefits. So, it's never too late to see benefits through nutrition, including in a long-term care setting. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I can add something because I'm working in long-term care nutrition. So as you know, when we are aging, we have 5 genetic problems: dementia, delirium, and depression, and also incontinence, and at the last time, it is slowly patient goes to palliative care. So what I observed that in the long-term care, they are giving their own dietitian is already there, and they're coming and asking how is the food. And sometimes I am also feeding, and I see somebody cannot eat the food, and so we have to struggle feeding them, but we try our best to feed them. And every week, I think they are doing their weight measurement, and in this way, we meet the requirement. And this is going on.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'll go with the microphone on this side, and that's probably going to be the last question because we're close to lunch. But you can put it in the app, and we can see if we can
Sorry,
get
Delia.
numbers.
My name is Magdalena Newman. I'm with Fraser Health and the BC Support Unit. I have a question for Janice. For me, it seems like long-term care is a nice fit for micro-research, and I could see how, that could really be kind of stood up, right? And different micro-research teams happening within long-term care. I wonder if you could maybe talk a little bit about how micro-research could be adopted in other programs, other clinical programs, and how it could work within, say, mental health substance use or, what have you, maternity care, anything.
Well, I guess from what I've learned from our colleagues that created the micro-research approach, they've used it in many different areas and within many different communities. One of the key criteria they have is they don't go anywhere where they're not invited. So I think what it takes is that, that drive and interest to want to engage within community-based research and to have that research process within your own hands and that. But I'd say as long as that drive is there, I've found that the Micro Research Canada has been very supportive and helpful within that process.
Thank you for that. That's a great answer. Okay, so I think we have 5 seconds left. I've run us a little behind, but we're right before lunch, so I think we're going to end our session here. Thank you to everyone for your participation, all our presenters. I think to me these sessions have really represented how learning health systems are a key component of care and where we're going to continue to see innovation and growth in the future in healthcare. So thank you for that. I'm just doing a promo for the posters at the moment. The posters are open, and we have so lunch starts at 12:45, so you have about 15 minutes between sessions, so if you want to mingle over there, there's some really amazing work over there. And other than that, thank you for joining us today, and have a great lunch. Poster promo. There we go. We're almost made it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We're going to be starting very, very, very shortly. So if we could please, most of us are sitting down, which is great. But if not, please make your way in, grab a seat. We're going to be starting in about 30 seconds. Wonderful. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed some food. Everyone got to connect. I just want to shout out the staff at the Marriott today. I mean, they're hustling, they're taking care of us. What a great job they're all doing. I got to jump in a couple of rooms and experience some hats and singing and ideas and connection. It was wonderful, and I would say my biggest takeaway was how can we create more of these fun spaces for us to get together and connect? It was really special, and I got to meet a few of you, and I feel so welcome today, so thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. I want to do a quick shout out to Reach BC at the booth out there, to Anya and Justine, who are doing a fabulous job. Please connect with them if you can, whether you're a researcher, a patient partner, or a volunteer. They're doing really awesome things. So connect with them, talk with them. It's a great place to have your voice heard and share ideas. Yeah. Give it up for Anya and Justine. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I need a mic because we're going to do some improv. I just need to borrow a mic here. I'm going to steal this one. Okay, so in improv, we have what is called yes-anding, right? Yeah, yes and. Yes and enables us to connect, it enables us to be present, and it enables us to move the story forward. So I'm going to have you look at someone at your table, give them a nod. You're going to be their partner. So you're going to find someone to work with. The goal is not to leave anyone out. And this game is called the best friend game. Because we all want a best friend, right? And if you're not best friends, even better. Okay, so the game goes as follows. I'm going to give you the instructions first, and you're going to repeat after me. Yes, 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 yes. Go. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Okay, great, great, great. So that is the kind of exercise of the game. Now I'm going to walk you through what we're actually doing. So someone in your partnership is going to start by saying, do you remember the time when we went to, and maybe it's Paris, or England, or the cake shop? It doesn't matter. It can be anywhere. You know, Staples. It doesn't matter. And so the goal is your partner is then going to say, yes, 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 and then they're going to add to the story of where you and your best friend went. And you're going to make up this story together, this memory together, okay? Does that make sense? So someone starts off, the other person goes, yes, 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 and then they contribute, and then the other person says, yes, 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 and they contribute. So I'm going to give you about 45 seconds to have some fun. Off you go, the best friend game. Want to play? Want to play? You want to play? You got to play. You got to play. I'll play with you. 30 seconds left, 30 seconds left. Yeah, it's a quick game. Okay, everyone, find an ending. Find an ending to your story, your memory. A little clap, a little snap. Can I get some snaps? Some slam poetry snaps. Ooh, yes. Okay. How was that? Yeah? You can't say no. I mean, that's the thing. You have to say yes to their idea, right? And what it does is it creates connection, and you're able to hear each other and move the story forward. So yes, anding allows us to keep that connection thriving. We can't always say yes to everything, right? But it's finding those moments and seeking those positivity moments when we can say it, and then how can we keep moving that story forward? So that was the best friend game. Please steal it. It is yours to have. Okay, awesome. Maybe we'll squeeze some more improv in later. Okay, we're actually now going to start with our panel presentation. So the teams from across BC share their experiences leading patient-oriented research. The panel will be moderated by the lovely Ellie Griffith, who is sitting right here. Ellie is the Assistant Vice President, Research Programs at Health Research BC. Please, everyone, welcome Ellie.
Hi everyone, we have the special after lunch slot. So our job is to try and keep you engaged for the next hour for this great panel discussion. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you very much first to Elder Ruth for her really wonderful, warm introduction this morning. I had a chance to have a quick chat with her. I feel very privileged as a settler on these lands, the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, to be able to live, work and play here. And actually today I've really been reflecting on also feeling just very privileged to be in this room with so many amazing people. I go to various events in different kinds of communities, but I think this event really brings out the kind of warmth in people, and it's just really amazing. You can really pick up on everyone's passion and dedication to the work that they do. So I feel very privileged to be here on the stage. So in this panel, we're going to explore the value of patient-oriented research, and I think many of you already have some ideas about that, but hopefully you'll learn some new perspectives, but also provide a realistic picture of what it's like working in this way. So we have two dynamic duos, two teams to highlight the importance of collaboration between researchers and patients, and that this challenge is a challenge worth undertaking. The outcome of patient-oriented research is enriched research evidence that can lead to better patient care, good relationship between researcher and patient as a partner. And as I said, we hope you'll all learn some new tips and tricks along the way. So I'm going to describe the structure of this panel just so you all know what to expect. If any of you are thinking of sneaking a quick nap in, you can think when you want to plan your post-lunch nap into this. So we have 4 sections. Firstly, we're going to have some opening statements from our panelists. And then we're going to have a structured discussion asking the pairs to speak about their experiences of working together. We'll then have some lightning questions and some closing remarks. We're not going to have the audience Q&A today for this panel because we have plenty of thoughts to hear and experiences to share up here on the stage. So you can relax, sit back and enjoy the discussion. So I'm going to start off by introducing our panelists. and I'm going to try and do it the order they're sitting. Okay, so first we have Jimena Chalchi, who is Asta Mayan, and she is a research and Indigenous knowledge holder. Jimena is a research and network support coordinator with the BC Network Environment for Indigenous Health Research. And I didn't practice saying that too many times because that's quite a mouthful. She's joining us today to provide an Indigenous perspective on community engagement and to share a broader perspective of the term patient partner that reflects all experiences of people with lived experiences. Jimena works closely with Julianne. Julianne Barry is Ojibwe from Chigang First Nation and grew up and continues to reside on the Syilx Okanagan Nation. Julianne is a research associate also with the BC Network Environment for Indigenous Health Research. And then we have Davina Banner, and Davina is a cardiovascular and rural health researcher, nurse educator, and palliative care practitioner. Davina holds a number of leadership roles in BC and is the Interim Associate Vice President, Research Operations and Professor at the University of Northern British Columbia. And then, finally, last but not least, we have Mark Baines. And Mark is a heart transplant recipient diagnosed with heart failure at the age of 23. Mark is a patient lead for the Canadian Heart Function Alliance and co-founder of the Heart Life Foundation. So with that, I'd just like you all to join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. Okay, so we're going to jump into some these are introductory questions just to get everyone warmed up on stage. We did talk about doing a dance, but we didn't have enough prep time and the stage is a little narrow, so I thought I wouldn't address that kind of health and safety risk in that way. So Mark, we're going to start with you. If you could please tell us a little about your story and what motivated you to strengthen research as a patient partner.
Of course. Wow, the mic did turn on as soon as you called my name. That's impressive. I hope no one falls asleep. No pressure. You're saying take your nap, but if I catch you taking a nap, I'm going to point it out. We'll keep you laughing. I was diagnosed with heart failure at the age of 23. That was way back in 2008. I still look pretty young, right? Thank you. It's a new room, so I can use that joke again. Sorry for those that heard that before. When I was diagnosed, it was the first time that I heard the words heart and failure in the same sentence. I had no idea what that meant to me. I had no one around me that had heart failure, and I didn't know what my trajectory was going to be. Luckily for me, I had the right support mechanisms, I had the right care team, I had the right mentors that showed me that heart failure didn't have to define who I was. So I lived with heart failure for 10 years. I had my heart transplant on June 6, 2018. Been successfully living with that. Throughout my diagnosis, I've had the opportunity to give back. I participated in research studies in the past. I was patient number X. But when I started getting involved in advocacy, I started being a patient partner in research. And what motivated me was really looking at some of the studies. And when we look at a lot of the studies regarding heart failure, we see that the population that they study are elderly white males. Nothing against elderly white males. They run our banks and our countries. All the power. But how did this research apply to me? How was it going to impact me moving forward and the community that I got to know and understand? So that's what motivated me to get involved in research, to show that there's a broader community within heart failure and cardiovascular disease that needs to be studied.
Thank you, Mark. And Davina, can you tell us a little bit more about what motivated you to get more involved in involving patients in your research?
So thank you for having me. And as you mentioned, I am a nurse as my professional background, and my passion for research. Is that better? Oh. Yep. No, I'm not going to do an Adele today, but save that for later. As Ellie had mentioned, I'm a nurse, and my love for research really started as a student nurse. And then when I was new into practice in cardiac ICU, I started to look around and see differences and disparities in care and outcome, and it was quite profound. And so I started really my research journey through curiosity, a desire to make things better. And then that started a journey through doctoral studies, and I became really interested in the intersections between healthcare providers' experiences, the health system, and patient experiences. And so it was a bit of a natural transition when patient-oriented research started to really emerge. It was a space I was already passionate about, and also a space where I thought, this just makes logical sense. And I think that the more I think about it, I'm like, I don't know why we have never always been working in this way. Like, it seems incredible to me now. I also had a growing interest in what it meant to work together, and was very fortunate to work with Ian Graham, studying IKT methods, and then eventually through the support of the BC Support Unit and the beautiful community that they've created here, patient-oriented research methods and what that means in co-production. And so just a deep passion again. And it really led to some diverse opportunities, both being so fortunate to work in co-leadership with Mark in many cardiovascular spaces, but also more recently in other communities that I don't have clinical expertise or even really research expertise, but find myself able to support methods. And so I know some of the folks from Praxis are here, and many others, and just the great privilege to work in partnership. So that was my journey. And really, I think if I said one thing, I'd say what keeps me here and keeps me so deeply passionate is that it humanizes the research process. It humanizes who we are. I think, you know, when we bring those perspectives together, we all become patients in the room. We're all patients on the team. And that just keeps us focused on what we need to do to make things better. And I think with that, just the amount of grace shown, I think it's really changed a lot of ways of understanding research and what it means to be a researcher, and just the amount of learning that I've had personally and professionally from working with amazing folks like Mark.
Thank you, Davina. Jimena, we're going to go to you next. Could you please share with us your perspective on the term patient partner from an Indigenous perspective?
Is that, yeah. Well, first of all, thank you to all your ancestors and your hearts and everyone in your family who opened the opportunity for you to come and be here and to open your ears to what I have to share. So feeling really privileged and happy to do this. So patients, first, I cannot speak from an Indigenous perspective because within Indigenous there are like so much diversity. But what I can speak is from the teachings I have received. And what my elders tell us, like, you sit still, because while you sit still, you can listen, you can observe. You are not patient. You are not there like in this expectation of somebody coming to do it for you. You sit still, you connect to nature, to the river, to the water, to the trees, and listen and observe, and then you will have answers. Right? So in that sense, we don't use the word patient, and we don't refer to the people who comes from healing as patients. We always speak about agency, stewardship, and it also brings to different concepts where in Indigenous health systems, or the ones that I have studied, people are not at the center. At the center, we have nature. And if nature is healthy, everyone will be healthy, not only humans, but animals, plants, rivers, mountains, and the heart of everything in the cosmos will be healthy. So there are no patients. Everybody is a steward. Now, when sickness comes, it's also not coming to an individual, it's coming to the family. And you are not left alone with your problem. All the family engages. So in short words, we talked about people with lived experience, because the mother gets sick if the son is sick. The partner gets sick if the other partner is sick. Like the sickness comes to the family and to the community. That's why nobody can be just patient. Like everybody has to be agent and steward. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Julianne, how do you take an inclusive approach to including people with lived experience in the research that you do?
Is it on? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. I see all these buttons on these other microphones, but not on mine. So thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. And first off, thanks everyone to come, to listen, to hear. I think what you are doing is so important, bringing in patient partners, bringing in community. So from my perspective, just centering myself, I work with Indigenous communities, so I think of less patient partner, patient-oriented care or research, and more Indigenous community-led research. In addition, often in speaking to that inclusive approach, we think of, or I think of it as an ethical and respectful engagement. So how do I lead ethical engagement within the work that I do and the work that I do alongside Indigenous communities? So kind of bringing that, I think one of the first main aspects in my eye with an inclusive or ethical approach is really language. I think language is huge. So language, terminology, maybe medical jargon or all those terms are really important when it comes to how we describe things, how we express ourselves. I think that language is really important to think about how is it strength-based? Is it culturally relevant? Is it accessible? Is it gender inclusive and gender expansive? Making sure that how we describe, how we express are following that, because making ethical engagement, making those connections with community and relationship building, our language can either help facilitate or it can really help or hinder how we make those connections. So I think language is really important within that inclusive approach or ethical engagement. And then taking from that, I read this the other day, so I'm just going to read it off my notes. It is from the NWAC toolkit. To really recognize, interrogate, and actively resist the ways that language reinforces power and consequently experiences of privilege and oppression. So I really like that from the NWAC toolkit, which is fantastic as well, if you are looking to engage with Indigenous communities. So following up on language, and I kind of already alluded to it, is really relationship building. So working with patients, working with patient partners, populations, and with Indigenous communities, you cannot do research without having a relationship. So relationship building comes first. We have to acknowledge that we go into community, build those relationships, and those relationships are always ongoing, and they always happen before the research starts. So once we have those research or relationships built, we still want to maintain that ethical engagement, that inclusive approach. So we need to ensure that we know that each patient population, Indigenous community, everyone, they are distinct, they are unique, and they have their own needs and priorities. So making sure the research approach maintains ethical and respectful. So some considerations, and I'll just briefly describe a few, is really, as the researcher, be knowledgeable about, the community. Do some homework, look at their websites, look at their programs, look at their plans, what are their needs and priorities? So it's your responsibility as a researcher to do that. It's not the community's responsibility. So really looking at that, working with Indigenous communities. Do you have cultural safety training? Working with other patient partners, there's other trainings, unconscious bias and training that maybe you should look into before going into community or working with patients or patient populations. A few other things, and I'm sure we'll discuss further, but really leading to and taking direction from community. So communities have governance models. What are their governance? What are their ethics? What are their protocols for engagement? So following those and making sure you uphold those as a researcher. Making sure that your approach includes community throughout. So in the beginning, relationship building, but all of the process, the research process, before, during, and after. And making sure that your relationship is ongoing and looking at sustainable relationships. And then one big thing also being like flexible. So you want to be flexible, adaptable, and I think we heard that today, not to be afraid to make mistakes, and equally be open to learning from those mistakes. So I think there's a lot to say, but that's where I'll end it now.
Thank you, Julianne. So we're going to move into a bit more of a structured discussion, and Julianne, you touched really nicely there on the importance of relationships. So we really want to hear a little bit more about your relationships and kind of the working together experience. So we're going to alternate between the pairs of working together, and for each question we'll ask the first pair to give a bit longer response and the second pair just to follow up if you have any additional questions to add. And we'll start with Mark and Davina. So can you just actually tell us how you both started working together and how you got connected?
Sure, I'll start. Do you guys have all day? No. Davina and I started working together in 2016. It was actually just around the time that HeartLife had started. And so we were really making an active effort into advocacy, full-fledged advocacy, I would say, a part of that being research participation. We met at a BC Yukon CCCN event, Canadian Cardiovascular Nursing event. If you've ever been to one of those, they're real jammers. I'm not even kidding. They have a good time. And Davina, there's some nurses in the room, yeah. Davina approached us and said, hey, you know, there's this pilot study. We're working with some patient partners already. We want more patient partners. And it was really to better understand networks, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. That first project was a learning experience. I won't say it was a failed experience because we took a lot of learnings from that, and ultimately we were able to actually get a larger grant to study more networks. One of them, CanSolve, is in the room today, I think. CanSolve, yeah, and other networks to study conflicts of interest in research, patient engagement in research, so how networks were doing this. And that really began our journey, our now 8-year journey into our partnership together. Go ahead, Davina.
Yeah, I think we're probably 5 or 6 projects in, but most of them have really fed around that desire to promote engagement and to really centralize that voice of lived experience in research. And I think that was something that we felt very important when we looked at health research networks that are increasingly funded to do that. And so it was a great opportunity for us to advance in the methods field as well as some of the context pieces.
And I think what really made the difference for me was this was the first time that a researcher was approaching us, HeartLife, me as a patient partner versus just a check mark. Davina said, we really want to engage you in this research project. And I thought to myself, I know absolutely nothing about research, so I better make something up. But it was that real effort by Davina, I think, to say, hey, Mark, this is how we're engaging patients, and here's who we want to improve the process. And that just created this sense of wanting to be involved. And that changed my thought processes on how we can be patient partners in research. So I thank Davina for that.
And I thank Mark wholeheartedly too, because I think when we started the journey, we both agreed that it had to be authentic and it had to be meaningful, and you know, we wanted to do this in the right way, and we've, between us, turned down different opportunities, even things that would have been quite lucrative financially in terms of grants and things that would have looked pretty damn impressive on a CV, I think, just for fear of the fact that that didn't fit with that value. And, you know, we decided long ago we're not invested in tokenism, and we want to keep challenging, and we want to keep, you know, we want to keep the conversation going. And I've been very privileged to to be a sidekick and to watch Mark also do the mic drops in various places. Because we need to challenge and we need to have those open conversations and things like that. And I think even more recently, we've been able to work together by co-leading a platform of patient partners for a national organization, and that's been a new but really fulfilling enterprise. But also we've done some really crazy things, like gone to the ledge and done a bit of shit disturbing there as well. And so, any place we can get together and really promote the need to centralize the voice of patients, that lived experience, as a real agent for change. And so I look forward to many more shenanigans along the way, but still learning together. Never perfect, but
always progressing.
Always progressing.
Great, thank you. Juliana and Jimena, can you tell us how you started working together?
Okay, well, we're slightly different. So I joined the BC NEAR a year ago, and this is actually my first time meeting in person Jimena. But I'll just share how the BC NEAR, how we're connected. So the British Columbia, and I had to practice this quite a bit when I started working with them, Ellie. So yes, the British Columbia Network Environments for Indigenous Health Research. It really focuses on upholding, respecting, advancing self-determined research led by communities. So it's less about us partnering with communities for research, but it's more about upholding their rights for them to lead their own identified research. So the BC NEAR supports Indigenous collectives, communities, and organizations within BC by providing funding to ICCOs, where the funding goes directly to the ICCOs, where they can lead that research without a gatekeeper such as a university. So that's a little bit about the BC NEAR and how we are connected. If you wanted to share a bit, Hannah.
Thank you. Well, I'm a little like weaving what we have spoke. I think what unites us is intention. Whatever we want to do, it's intention. It's like that light in the other side. And you can see it, but a lot of other people can also see it. And sometimes you get there and people is there, right? It's like, hi. And then whatever needs to happen, happens. So BC NEAR is one of those lights that's shining there for those who are interested in research. And we go and approach and we meet each other, and that's how we work. Same with community engagement. It's similar, like we go with an intention and yeah, it just happens. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. So one of the things I was interested to ask about was some of the kind of foundational principles that you might bring to working together. So in your work with BC NEAR, Jimena and Julian, what kind of principles in working with people with lived experience in Indigenous communities do you bring to that work? And do you have any examples of kind of how that shows up in the work that you do?
I would start with what she already said. It's like humility, cultural humility, professional humility, and a deep awareness that those who were privileged enough to go to university and get a grade and this researcher title are as entitled as a community member who never did that, but has been dealing with the situation for the same amount of years that you had done in school. And in this space of agency that we find in Indigenous communities, it's easy to find the leaders. It's easy to hear the voices if you approach and listen. So I would say deep listening, it's the second one. So humility, like real humility, first one. Second will be deep listening, to really go and listen what they need, even though you have so many plans and deadlines and grants to fulfill. As well, that's not what they want. And that's it. So that will be the second. And the third will be asking, like once you have listened, then you can ask, how can I help with what I know, right? Like I have all these titles and knowledge. How this menu of knowledge can help you and your community, and just allow that to happen. So that will be my formula.
So maybe I can share a little bit. So prior to working with the BC NEAR, I did work with urban Indigenous communities, so Friendship and Métis centers, working more in partnership with those communities. So just adding on to what was said, after that, going in, that deep reflection of yourself, listening to community. As a researcher, it's really important to continue working with communities in respecting their protocols. Once that continues, it's important to realize that working with community, having those community agreements, so making sure that you, as a researcher and the community, have ideas of what the roles should be, what the responsibilities should be, going into early on what the data governance is. So what are those Indigenous ethical protocols around data sharing? So that's really important as a researcher as well, other than just making sure, those ongoing relationships. And one point, going to community, visiting community, being in community, I think that's required to listen, to hear what the voices are saying. But I just wanted to also add, just making sure that you are going in with an ideal of sustainability of those relationships, which we've heard today. Working with communities and working with lots of those centers, I sat down with community members and they said, we had people come in, they ran these great programs around diabetes, obesity, we learned a lot, and then they were gone. We don't know where they went, they didn't come back. So as a researcher, building in sustainability practices within the relationship, working for that transformation, can I work with the health authorities? Can we keep this sustainable after we're done, after our funding is done? So going in, deep listening, and making sure that you're there for the long haul.
Great, thank you. And Davina and Mark, and if you can keep your answers short, because we have a couple more we're going to get to, but can you maybe pick kind of one kind of core principle of working with patients and engaging patients that you think is important you want to highlight today?
I think accountability in that relational process is a commitment to learn and to work together, but also a commitment to go about things in the right way and learn when things don't go well. And I think keeping that openness is really important. So I think that's probably one other thing I would say.
Yeah, I would say that communication is key with a lot of research projects and ongoing communication. It's kind of hurry up and wait. So you bring in a patient partner, you get started, and then you're waiting for a grant, and you're conducting the research. But that regular ongoing communication is important to keep patient partners engaged throughout the entire process. And that's what you want to do, communicate from the beginning, in the middle, and all the way to the end.
Great, thank you. So it's been really great hearing all your perspectives and all the great stories, and it's clear that you seem to have these fantastic relationships working together and great communication and accountability and respect. But we also want to hear about what some of the challenges are. So Julianne and Davina, from the perspective of a researcher, are there any kind of challenges that you've encountered in this engagement work, and do you have any examples you'd be kind of comfortable sharing with this audience?
Probably many examples of things that I've probably done wrong, but again, I think in that spirit of really being humble and learning, it's that piece, right? We learn, we do better next time. I want to pick up what Mark said around that kind of notion of fast, slow in research, and we come together, we look at an issue that we want to work on, and there's that huge race for the grant, and then that 6 months where it's dead silent. And I think one of the challenges is that we don't have a lot of programmatic funding. And what I mean by that is that we have to build our partnerships through all these individual projects. And so it makes it really hard then when we want those sustained relationships to make that happen in the right way and to resource and support those teams. Because it's not just the two of us, it's a whole team. And so I think that's one of the big barriers I see, is just often trying to piece together funding so that we can continue with this shared vision. And sometimes it's hard, and there's lulls and uncertainties, and so that's a challenge. I think picking up again on communication, it's something I battle with so much, and I constantly feel guilty that, I try and do my best, but I think in a world where we're bombarded with hundreds of emails and the day goes by and oh man, I was meant to do that today, and that weighs heavily on me. And it's not that it's a challenge, it's part of the relationship, but it's something that you commit to, and it's something I know I need to work on and keep working on. And then I think, revisiting goals and being prepared to shift and change. Recognizing that, when we work with people with lived experience, they have their own health journeys that they're navigating. But also researchers too, and I'd had a lot of grace shown to me when I'd had issues in family that meant I had to step away for a while. And I think, again, going back to that pace of, being humble, being human, being about the bigger picture of that partnership, it can help you overcome certainly some of the challenges. But
Absolutely. So probably along the same lines, I think a big challenge is the needs and priorities of the researcher and the community. So, researcher, publish, perish, all these different things, wanting to go fast to get those grants, or needing to go fast and show how many grants and how many publications. But then with community, it's, sometimes research is not a priority. Sometimes it's floods, fires, deaths, COVID-19, overdoses, lots of different things that happen in community where, just wait a second, we got to step back. We can't do this research project. This is not what we need. This is not where we need to be. And that leads back into sustaining that relationship. Okay, we're going to step back to respect community or respect the patient, but in saying that, what do we do for funding or sustaining this relationship and continuing that? So I completely agree. And I think another really big challenge, and I can't get into it all, administrative barriers. So, right, fighting those systems, transforming those systems, working with communities and Indigenous elders, providing honoraria or gifts, oh no, we can't provide that funding until after it's done. Well, that's not protocol within community. So just looking at how can we stand up, how can we transform, and how can we start making those shifts for our communities, for our patients, for our patient populations.
Great, thank you. And Mark and Jimena, from your perspective, obviously being engaged in research or with community, you're hoping to see an impact, and you're hoping that there's an impact on people and people's lives and human health. So that's some of the kind of motivating factors. And do you see, what are the challenges you see in kind of engaging in research, and how that can actually lead to the impact for either you as the patient, or patients like you, or the communities that you work with?
My experience in Indigenous communities is normally when we arrive, they are already experimenting and researching. It's just so different approach to research. The methodologies are super different. They are embedded in the healing process. Like, for example, we have something called shama. Shama is it's like a kind of a diet that you do. But then let's say I'm sick of the belly. So what I will do, I'll do my shama, which is I will not tell anyone to heal me. I'll go, sit still, active, observe my body, my mind, my belly, nature around what I have eaten. And then I will bring it all together, and I'll start washing with the plants that are around me, and then the plants will teach me, and then they are the first ones telling me what is happening with me, da 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 da. So by the moment that somebody comes and tells like, how can I help you? It's like, oh, well, you know, you have it like super list, you already did all your inner research. And that's why I say like there is an active position from people, because they are doing the research, no? And it's thinking in spirit, thinking in ways of thinking, in nature, spiritual world, and all the components, right, like of the indigenous mindset. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of building off everyone here, there's three kind of challenges that I foresaw. One, you know, life happens, right? As a patient partner, especially living with heart failure, there was always this need for me to want to be involved. But, you know, from when Davina and I met to now, I think I went into cardiac arrest 8 times, 1 transplant, 2 times a cancer. So you can't always participate. So, I mean, but there's an opportunity then and real need to have multiple patient partners involved, because then you get a diverse set of experiences. So, I mean, challenge and solution. But the other part of that is changing that paternalistic view of I'm the researcher, you're the patient, I'm going to tell you how the research should be, versus, hey, we're on the same playing field. Let's co-create together. What matters to you? What matters to the community? How can we build research around that? And probably one of the biggest challenges is what still exists today is that remuneration, compensation, acknowledgement of patient partners. What do you mean you want to get paid for your time? No, you should, right? And it's a constant battle that we regularly face as patient partners. I would do a lot of work with our Canadian Heart Function Alliance, and Alex and Malcolm King. They lead our Indigenous research group. And Alex said to me, she said, Mark, our elders are doubly wise. They have the knowledge and they have the lived experience, but patients are doubly wise as well, and you need to be valued for that. And that always sticks with me. And so, I mean, it's very important to think that your patients are on equal footing and they deserve to be acknowledged and compensated.
Thank you. We're going to switch into just a couple of more kind of targeted questions as we head into the last section of our panel discussion. Jimena, what really motivates you to continue to do this work? You've talked about some of the kind of complexity and how much of kind of yourself and the communities you work with kind of has to go into that, but what motivates you to stay engaged?
I just find it like very, very like, I don't know, my first language is not English, so I will say entertaining, passionate, creative, like sitting with somebody who has this experience and knows the many different angles, and especially if you are like with a group of people who have not only one, but many perspectives, it's just like rich conversation, intellectual challenge, and also like a leadership challenge, right? Like, now how can we do this? Like just keep the conversation. So yeah, that's just that. Interesting, finding new ways.
Great, thank you. And Davila and Julianne, if there are any researchers here in the audience today or online who are kind of haven't really got involved either in community engagement or in patient-oriented research, what advice would you give to them in thinking about getting involved?
Absolutely. So after Mark mentioned that power dynamics, I think, is a big thing to consider. It's probably not the first one to consider, but think about power dynamics. And it's a great example in speaking with Indigenous elders, about patient partners, being knowledgeable with that lived experience. And I've been involved in a project looking at a telehealth project with, you know, healthcare professionals, MDs, and traditional healers. And that MD is being paid $350 per hour, whereas that traditional healer is being given maybe $100 honoraria for the hour. So power dynamics is huge. Obviously not the first thing to think about when you're getting in there, but obviously having that in your mind. Thinking about some recommendations is really a deep reflection of yourself. So taking that deep reflection, what are your biases, all of that, thinking, what are you bringing into this relationship? Why are you bringing it in, and why do you want to do the work? Is it because you're really passionate about the work, or is it just something that you think is going to get you more funding? So thinking about why you want to do it and then really evaluating, should I do it? I think what we've heard today is really not being afraid to make mistakes. Mistakes are going to happen. You're learning together. But really be humble to learn from the people, the patients, Indigenous community members. Indigenous elders will definitely teach you along the way. And it's so important to listen and to reflect on that and really to deeply listen, to deeply hear, I think is really important. Be ready to be flexible and adapt. So in my PhD, I worked on a randomized control trial, randomizing patients to HIT or MICT, so high intensity versus moderate intensity. After I was done, my supervisors went and brought that to the YMCA, and they were hoping that, okay, we're gonna bring this to the Y, have HIT and MICT, and our patients or our clients coming in are gonna be randomized. What did the people coming in? No, I don't wanna be randomized, I want to pick what I want to do. So in saying that, okay, they took a step back and said, okay, we need to listen. So it's important to realize that it's important to be flexible. It's important to adapt and really listen to your patients, communities, patient populations. And I think I already said it, but really be ready to stand up and make change and advocate. So what are your ethics? What do they look like? Do you really need a 10-page ethics? Can you do it verbally? Can you do it 2 pages? What do community want? You're going to lose community members. You're going to lose patients when you give them all of this information that has no meaning to them. They don't want to read through that. So really stand up for the needs and priorities and change what you can change and just keep going and advocating.
That's amazing. And I totally wholeheartedly agree. And I'd say if I give any recommendation, I would say too is just building on that is, jump in with care and, do the work, do the reflection, do the learning. But just, I think in a relational process of building that trust and go for it, if you have that learning, that reflection, you're going to be fine. It's going to be a good experience. And so and I think be prepared for the personal and professional change that will come, I think, is when you build those relationships. And I've often said we start as colleagues, we become friends, and then we're family. And sometimes through the thick and thin, it's such a beautiful thing. And it's not just us as leads, it's a whole team. And so, just jumping in and modeling those relationships and staying true to the principles, I think, is really important. And again, as I said before, we've definitely decided not to go down some pathways. Again, staying in those value systems is important. And gradually people catch up too. And so, jump on in there. It's a fabulous community. And I think we see this here in this room, the wonderful relationships that are formed and the openness to learn. So,
thanks, Davina. And Mark, to any patients or people out there in the audience who are thinking about getting involved in research themselves, what advice would you give to them?
Yeah, no, I mean, great question. Tough question. Maybe I'll touch on 2 points if I can. One, just bouncing back on the researcher side. And I mean, I heard this is not mine. Listen to understand and not respond. So if you're a researcher, listen to understand your patient partner, not immediately to respond. I want to touch on that. As a patient partner, are you patient partners? Raise your hand. Are you in the room? Yeah? Round of applause for you to being involved. That's courageous. Good for you, first of all. As patient partners, we also hold a level of responsibility to get informed, to learn. And there's a lot of opportunities to learn how to be engaged in research as a patient partner. It builds confidence and empowers people. But also, and again, I heard this, it's not mine, be curious and not furious, right? When you're going into a project, be curious about what it means, what the impact's gonna be. And then like Davina said, jump in, but jump in strategically.
Great, thank you. We're coming towards the end of the time that we have up here, but I just wanted to ask you both in your pairs if you wanted to kind of summarize any final reflections back to the audience, not only from what we've talked about right here in this panel, but what you've heard today in the other presentations and discussions.
Thank you for this moment, because I've been all day like trying to say this. just sharing this learning I had, in all these circles, and I think Sean Wilson's and Roy Littlebird's tell it really good in how they explain this. So for indigenous mindsets, knowledge is something that belongs to nature and we can access. So our methodologies are accessing methodologies. Like we shower with plants, if what you want to know is about the plant. It's like a very experiential research, wayfinding. While in Western ways, we can see that knowledge is something that is reached and possessed and owned. And that's, I think, at the core of the difference between methodologies, healing, and all of that, right? So, yeah, just that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other final reflections or thoughts?
Oh, it's for me. Honestly, I'm really privileged to be on this stage with these individuals. I've learned a lot just from being on here and listening and learning. And I think that there's a lot of takeaways as a patient partner and as researchers in the audience that we can bring from this. Almost a little bit of a course in, I think, the right way to do engagement in research. And I'm honestly, it's grateful to be here. I don't have any more keywords, anything that I can say, but it's important to engage the patient population, and you can see why from just being on the stage here.
Thank you, Mark. That's really great. I just want to thank our panelists now, and then I'll share a few closing comments.
I don't think anyone fell asleep, which is good, right? No one fell asleep.
Sorry, you're ready for the dance?
No one fell asleep, so we accomplished our goal.
Okay, great. Sorry, I thought you said you were ready for that interpretive dance thing we were talking about? Okay.
I only have jokes, no dances.
So I just wanted to wrap up with a few comments. I think the discussion we've had here really kind of talks about the complexity of some of this work and engaging and working together, the importance of relationships and building trust. And as I said, I think we're not only feeling that here on the stage, but in the room today. It's been just, the ability to connect with people and the openness with which people kind of open their hearts and their life experiences here is really humbling. I also wanted to just reflect and as well as thanking our panelists today, thank my colleagues and those I work with for giving me the opportunity to learn more. Some of you may have been wondering why as somebody who oversees research funding, and actually I didn't disclose this, but I'm actually a molecular geneticist by training. Why is she here on the stage talking about patient-oriented research? And since I joined Health Research BC 2 years ago, I've really been learning a lot more about patient-oriented research, about community engagement, about working with Indigenous partners and communities. And now I'm thinking that this was maybe a test by my colleagues to see if I was ready to take my training wheels off. And when they asked me if I would consider moderating this panel, they didn't really highlight that there were going to be 400 people, live, real people in a room in front of me, and that it was going to be broadcast live on the stream. Live on the stream, that sounds like something my mum would say. So I just want to really thank my colleagues and the team at Health Research BC and the BC Support Unit in giving me this opportunity. I've learned so much over the last today and yesterday and some of the events we had yesterday. So thank you so much to everybody, and I will be handing it back over to Victoria. Thank you, everybody. Great job. And we even did it on time.
I'll grab that mic from you if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Helly. Thank you for doing that and for listening, all of you, and just sharing your successes, what we've learned from you today. Really appreciate hearing all of your voices. I feel everyone was taking down notes and nodding, and it's just so important to hear what we're doing here today. So if everyone could give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, improv is all about change and adapting. And we're going to change things up. We're going to play a little bit of musical chairs right now. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to have our posters, our people sitting down here at the floor of the stage. We're going to have these up on the screen. And we're going to take a couple of seconds to, well, it will probably take more than a couple of seconds to move everything around. So we're going to take a quick 1 minute stretch, and then we'll be back in 1 minute. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Hello, everybody. If I could get the poster people to the stage. Any of the poster people to the stage here, that would be wonderful to join me on the floor. And we're going to be coming back in about a minute. So if everyone can make sure you've been to the washroom, have some water, some tea maybe, and start making your way back to your seats. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, we're back. We're back. So if you could please make your way to your seats. Thank you so much for your patience. We really appreciate it. So if everyone could slowly quickly, safely make your way to your seats.
Are you presenting to them. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, I mixed up the the order.
At the end?
So many people. So when the time comes, Jared, just and David, just so you guys know. Oh, there's a.
Okay, everyone, we're back. We're back. Thank you so much again for your patience. I'm going to take this opportunity to recognize teams leading outstanding work in learning communities. And first, we're going to be highlighting one poster in special recognition of the presenter's outstanding contribution to this year's conference. This is also an opportunity to recognize the vital contributions of patient partners. So here is a lovely patient partner standing next to me, which is Jenny Artsen. Did I pronounce that right? Well done. She said good, well done. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing the names right. So here I'm going to leave this over to Jenny, who had the poster on evidence-based cost accounting, who's going to speak with you for a little bit here. Thank you so much, Jenny. Over to you. Mic one.
Okay, we got it. Okay, I got 5 minutes. Go. The problem to be addressed. We brought my mom home in 2021. She was aging out of the mental health group home system. She turned 91 when she moved home with us. And we had no idea what we were getting into. And there was no system in place that would prepare us for what we were going to do and to support us as we went through the process of bringing my frail elder home. So the problem to be addressed is this lack of infrastructure, formal infrastructure to support the work that's being carried out in family homes that's actually replacing care work that's being done in institutional settings. And what I kept hearing was that it costs less. But actually what I kept hearing from the family caregivers themselves was it costs less for who and how. So this work was inspired through my conversations with people from the BC Support Health Unit, actually, where I submitted a question to SPORE Evidence Alliance to look into what do we have for evidence-based data that shows the cost of operating a long-term care bed at home, in your family home. Where is the evidence-based data that supports what it costs in terms of time and materials? So I submitted the question and it got funded. So that's what I'm working on right now with a team from UBC in health economics. And we have pulled down 3,700 studies and out of those 3,700 studies that had caregiving, home support, long-term care, the keywords in it, we actually were able to pull 37 out of that collection that mentioned cost accounting for family and family caregiving in some degree. And I'm yet to find a paper in the study that I've been working on that makes the study of family caregiving the primary focus of the research, and that it is evidence-based. It isn't just having someone fill in a survey and answer a question about how many hours do you think you're working, or how much do you think this costs, but actually studying the real time and the real material costs of family caregiving. So our goal with this project is to be able to find out what are the cost accounting categories that are used to quantify the cost of providing a long-term care bed in an institution, And then how can we take those cost accounting categories and apply them to family caregiving settings so that we can have something that can be compared between the institutional bed and the family care bed. Right now, we have no cost data to say whether it costs more or less. In 2017, it was reported that it costs $75,000 a year to operate a long-term care bed in an institution. Here's me operating a long-term care bed in my home, and I'm saying, wow, if they would just give me $50,000 a year, I could easily survive the work that I'm doing. What we do know about caregiving is that the needs increase over time for care recipients. At the same time, the socioeconomic vulnerability of the caregivers, it increases in that their resources go down. So their vulnerability increases at the same time that the care recipient needs are also increasing. And it's extremely difficult for families. And so that's the work that we're doing right now with our scoping review. And we haven't found any studies yet. So my last pitch is if anybody has any power to put into a research program an agenda to prioritize the cost of caregiving in family homes so that we would actually have some numbers to use. I think that would be an incredibly powerful thing to do to improve health outcomes in health.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jenny, for your outstanding work to support people in long-term care. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I would like to introduce 3 teams who are invited to present their posters. First, we're going to hear about Project Impact. Patient-centered care in pediatric type 1 diabetes using texting spreading in interior health. Please, everyone, give it up for Project Impact.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present our work that really was birthed out of a desire to meet patients where they're at. My name is Aiko Waida. I'm a pediatrician based out of Vernon Jubilee Hospital in Interior Health. I'm standing in for our patient partner who could not be here with us today. I'm co-presenting with Maddie Brower, who is a dietitian and project coordinator. And we come to you from the traditional, unceded, ancestral territory of the Syilx people. And as you can see on the slide, we are but a small part of this very large multidisciplinary project. And it really is enhanced by the varied expertise level and lens of many, many different people, not just facility-based, but also in our community. The secure text messaging platform that we're using is WellTel, and Maddie and I do not have any financial ties with this company. So I consider type 1 diabetes in pediatrics to be a wicked disease, and it's wicked for a number of reasons. First of all, it's costly. It's primarily diagnosed in childhood, and the annual incidence is rising about 3% a year in British Columbia. It is a disease now that is very technology driven. Most of our children now are on insulin pumps and are on continuous glucose monitoring devices. And the patients need expert support from a very small group of clinical teams to make this all work. But these teams tend to be located and scattered in different locations. And finally, diabetes itself in childhood is a very complicated disease with multiple factors that affect glycemic or glucose control. So Diabetes Canada recommends that as clinical care teams, we see children and families 4 times a year to provide excellent glycemic control, 4 hours a year. And the expectation is that families reach out to us if they need help, advice in between. But the reality is that it's not happening for a number of reasons. And so what happens? We see often chronic suboptimal glucose control. So as a care team, we thought, well, what can we do to support our families better, but with no additional resources? And we thought maybe we could provide secure text messaging as a way of providing that care. So we've actually changed our mental model of care. Instead of saying, call us if you want help, reach out to us, we're actually now inviting them to be involved. We're inviting them by sending out weekly text messages. And these text messages alternate from, for example, a joke, which our young patients love, or we might send them an educational tip, or we might send them a thought-provoking question. You know, heat waves cause higher blood sugars, for example, and we offer some advice around that piece. Or we might provide some positive affirmation, because this is a hard chronic disease. So I'm just going to pass the mic over to you, and Maddie will just talk to you about our learning community and how we're using texting, which is a communication modality that has been endorsed by the International Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes in their 2022 guidelines.
Thank you, Aiko. Okay, so now you know a bit about our project. Let's talk about our patient partners, or our learning community. So the value of the patient voice actually predates this project. Dr. Waida met with some families that were connected to our clinic and did some process mapping. And it was during this that the need for better communication between the clinic and families was brought forth. So the importance of the patient voice continues into phase 1, where we started texting with a subgroup of our clinic, 17 teenagers. To get the patient perspective, Dr. Waida did in-person and telephone interviews with participants. So phase 2 of our project was expanding the use of texting beyond that group of teenagers to the entire clinic. So we're now using texting with caregivers and youth ages 10 to 19. Our learning community grew as I was added on as project coordinator at this time. And through email, and now our new modality of texting, we were able to recruit 4 members to join our patient partner committee. So we had 3 mothers of youth living with type 1 diabetes and 1 teen who lived with type 1 herself. We would meet quarterly in person at a cafe or by Zoom, and these meetings were always planned for an hour, but would most often go much longer due to such rich discussions. So phase 3 of our project was, again, expanding the use of texting, but this time beyond just the Vernon Clinic to other clinics in the region. Our learning community grew again as Jackie, our project manager, came on board. So each of the sites delivering diabetes care in the region has unique needs. So it was a no-brainer that we needed to include a patient partner from each of these new spread sites. We also realized at this time that we should give our patient partner committee a formal name. So we went with Patient Family Advisory Committee, or PFAC. So we were able to recruit members from 2 of the 3 spread sites, and we have been meeting all together, our new PFAC, quarterly since May. So our PFAC's primary overarching focus is to explore ways that we can utilize texting to better support families with their diabetes management. We have collaborated on several things together throughout the project. Just a few examples are mental health surveys that we give out to families, other mental health resources, our informational and consent materials. So when we were trying to recruit for our regional PFAC, our Vernon patient partners actually created the recruitment materials. And then a lot of our discussions have shaped many of our processes, in particular, the content of those check-in messages that Aiko showed you. So at our last meeting, one of the parents said they would like more positive affirmations. So this is our attempt at trying to implement that. And quite honestly, whenever our core team is faced with a dilemma, we will often run it by our PFAC just to get their opinion, and it's proven to be very valuable. So we are extremely lucky to have such an engaged PFAC working on this project with us. I really feel that by being so collaborative, it has not only enhanced but helped maintain engagement within our learning community. We do fairly steadily keep in contact, be it our newsletter or just email communications. I think that by offering flexible meeting times and virtual options, that's also promoted engagement. And then to show our appreciation for their time, we always do a gift card after meetings. I'm going to pass it back over.
So in terms of sharing our knowledge, as Maddie referenced, she spearheads a quarterly newsletter that's actually sent out to the PFAC, our supporting foundation donors, as well as our regional teams. We've made several presentations internally in interior health, including the Person and Family Centered Care Committee, who's very interested in our work. Our project is highlighted within the Internal Interior Health website as a project that is aligned with the Interior Health new strategic plan of providing patient-centered care that's driven by innovation. And finally, there's a picture here of our engagement forum where we brought all 4 sites together for a day of learning and sharing. It was attended by the VP of Quality, Research and Medical Affairs and Academic Affairs, as well as the Executive Medical Director of Quality. And our patient partners played a very key role in that day. They were integral to the presentations they presented on the PFAC. And the clinical sites were very, very moved and motivated to keep doing this work based on the stories and the information that they received. Lessons learned, lots of lessons. First of all, number 1, do not make assumptions as clinical teams that you understand what matters to patients. We must ask. From a process standpoint, we found that it's very valuable to have a point person if you're having multiple patient partners to ensure that meetings are set up in a way that is respectful of their time, as well as to ensure that the communication is crisp. Having patients involved has actually made us step back and ask us why we do the things the way we are doing them. Do we do it this way because that's the way we've always done it and it's convenient for us as clinicians, or is it because it's best for patients? Our clinicians have experienced more joy in their work, and that's actually really critical at this time when healthcare frontline staff are quite burnt out. If you have burnt out staff, you have poor quality. And our patients and our clinicians are very engaged in the work that they do. The other thing that we've noticed is that there's been a leveling of the hierarchy. We call each other by our first names. It is a very open communication. Comments are received and they're considered to be an addition to the pool of information and knowledge within our system, and we build on it. It's that diversity of voice that is so critical to how we think about building out our systems. And finally, we have really benefited from the rippling effect of having patients involved. We now have a type 1 diabetes hub in our North Okanagan where patients and families have come together to create a support system where clinical teams are involved. And basically what it's done is it's created an activated agency amongst our patients and families, which I think is incredibly important as we think about health system design. So thank you for all of you for listening, and we thank the various funders that have supported this project and believed in the importance of patient care as we move through some difficult times.
If we could just have a photo with you two, if that's okay. We'll have a quick little snap. I'm just going to stand over here. Great, awesome. Before we move over to the next group, can everyone just repeat after me with a shimmy and a sound? Yeah, so that was okay. Okay, okay, again, go. Now look to the person next to you and now shimmy at them. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, our next group is Get the Message. This next team, improving access to virtual healthcare for older adults through patient-partner collaboration. Thank you so much. Clicker, Mike. This is them. Yes, thank you. Embrace mistakes. Okay, do you need a mic as well? Yes, great. And then here's the clicker for you as well. That's her. Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you see? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today. My name is Quinn. I'm with the Research and Evaluations team in the Virtual Health Department at Fraser Health. And I'm joined here by Kim, who is one of our wonderful patient partners that we collaborate with in our research projects. So for our presentation, we'll walk you through the how and why our research team decided to collaborate with the community to improve the virtual health care access for underrepresented populations. So with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the adoption of virtual health services has significantly increased and became a key component in healthcare delivery. And while the sudden shift brought out many challenges, it also provided us with an opportunity to think more inclusively about who we want to engage with when shaping healthcare delivery. So as part of our pandemic response, a working group within our virtual health department was established, and this group consisted of several patient partners. And as this initial collaboration began to expand, it became clear that we needed a more structured and formalized approach to patient engagement. So this led to the development of engagement guidelines as well as patient-oriented research grants with the patient partner committees. And within these guidelines, we also developed a patient partner toolkit with the patient partners, which is also available for you to review via code at the corner there. But this guide basically covers the basics of patient engagement, including why it's important, how you can engage with patients in your own project, different forms of engagement, anything to keep in mind, and any additional resources for further support. So yeah, over time with the structured guidelines and the ad hoc committees, this evolved into what we now call our Patient and Family Advisory Council. So this brings me to our current initiative called Get the Message, which is a research program that is aimed at improving the accessibility and effectiveness of patient-to-provider messaging for older adults. And this can include any form of virtual written communication, including text messages, emails, or anything patient portal related. And because despite the widespread adoption of virtual health services and its many different advantages, older adults still face much more barriers in receiving these types of care. And their perspectives are often underrepresented in research and evaluation of virtual health programs. So through Get the Message, we're working to identify and remove these barriers to ensure that virtual health services are accessible and user-friendly for our older patients. And to achieve our objectives, we're collaborating with a team of 5 dedicated patient partners who are community members themselves, either being older adults or caregivers to older adults and who have gone through the healthcare system. And our patient partners work with us at every stage of the research, from design to implementation and to analysis. And this could look like developing or reviewing and providing feedback on documents such as study protocols, study proposals, or interview guides, identifying any needs or gaps in research, or identifying any data collection sites and methods. And as we currently enter the knowledge translation stage of our research, patient partners will help us determine what outcomes are most relevant and meaningful to the community, while also ensuring that these findings are presented in a way that aligns with the community's preferences and needs. And our patient partners bring in a unique perspective that research alone cannot provide, so we want to include their perspective and inputs in any way that we can, including for our poster for today's conference. So as you can see, the drawing in the middle of the poster is something that we created with an illustrator who actually sat in during one of our patient partners meetings while we were discussing the importance of patient partners' roles in research. And the illustrator captured the themes from the patient partner's perspective and drew out this wonderful graphic recording that highlighted the benefits and challenges that comes with patient engagement. So by involving the patient partners into our research projects, we're including the voices of diverse patient populations, especially those from marginalized or underserved communities, and by applying these insights, we can move toward a more equitable healthcare system where effective communication can contribute to a better health outcome. And that was just from the research point of view, so now I'd like to hand it over to Kim, who will share her experiences and let you in from the patient partner's perspective.
Thank you, Quinn. And I'd also like to say thank you to all of you for standing up here with me. With all the patient partners we have here today and all the other experts, it's nice to see that accommodations were made for me so that I don't feel, kind of noticed I wouldn't be able to get up on the chairs and talk to everyone. So it's kind of nice to see that I'm supported here. I'm not up here by myself, and I feel part of the team. When I was asked to come here today, actually, I was a little bit nervous because I thought, what do I have to offer? And I came here and I was just so surprised. It's my first time at a conference like this. And when I got here, the first thing I noticed that I was treated as an equal. People didn't ask, are you a patient partner? Do you do this? Do you do that? Are you an OT or a PT? The reason I say that is because when I was first injured, I broke my neck right after high school graduation. That was 35 plus years ago. And I remember when I was going through the rehabilitation process, we would be in a team meeting, and they would have regular team meetings throughout the rehab process. And just as is typical in the hierarchy, I'm so glad things have changed in this concept of lived experience, community engagement. Nothing about us without us has finally taken hold, because when I was first injured, it was quite common where there was a hierarchy. When we would have the team meetings, we would have all the practitioners from the various departments, but without a doubt, the team meetings always started with the doctor coming up with goals. I think you know where I'm going with this. The next was the physiotherapist, then the OT, then the social worker, then the rec therapist, and then maybe someone like me at the end. And it always kind of seemed odd to me that the team would be there making goals for people rather than with. And I've seen a huge shift in 35 years. It just always seemed odd to me. Why would you make goals for people rather than with them? And it's really nice to see that shift in attitude in the healthcare system over the last few decades. The reason I got involved with this is when I became semi-retired recently, I became involved. I had more time and I wanted to give back. And I knew that I had a lot of life experience that might be of value to others. So I started with working with the Praxis group. Praxis is a nonprofit organization that leads global collaboration in spinal cord injury research, innovation, and care. And when I started to get involved with projects like that, once you get involved in research, it tends to just spiral. One of the things I noticed in being involved with the research was that it sort of seemed to be the same group of people involved all the time. And it occurred to me that there's a group of people out there that have significant barriers, and we want to reach those folks. How do we get to those folks? So the people who were being involved in the research projects tended to be people who had access to a phone, a computer, the internet. I think a lot of times we just take for granted that people have access to phone and internet, but when we're thinking about certain groups of people, especially the hard to reach groups, we really need to consider, how do we access that group? So once I got involved in that, I ended up, through that collaboration, I ended up getting involved with Fraser Health about a year ago, and they asked me if I would like to be involved with the virtual health program, the hospital at home, virtual hospital. And nowadays, when I go to a meeting with Fraser Health, I don't even know which meeting I'm at because I'm so involved. It tends to spiral like that when you get involved, but I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the fact that I felt that my engagement was meaningful and that I was treated with respect and as an equal. So I have a feeling I'm going to be involved a lot longer with Quinn and Fraser Health. And I really appreciate the respect that I've been given so far, and whenever I have a question, Quinn gets back right away. It really is a true and meaningful partnership, and I think that's key. I've been involved in some projects where it really feels like tokenism, you know, check a box, have you involved somebody with lived experience? But in this case and these programs, it's really meaningful. And because of my experience working with people, hard to reach communities, I had a couple of concerns with switching, or I thought it was switching, but what we're really looking at is options to provide care virtually. But my first thought was, what about those hard to reach populations? We don't want them left behind. So I wanted to make sure that I was a voice for that community, and that I was maybe hopefully able to connect with some of those folks, because sometimes when you're reaching out to a hard to reach community, you can find peers in the community who might sort of be seen as leaders, and they can often help make that connection with other peers in the community. As far as the hospital at home program, the reason I became so enthusiastic about that is because I had spent an extended time in acute care. Over the last 10 years, I was admitted into acute care because I was septic twice. Yeah, I was a little surprised that I ended up, some people really don't like hospitals. In my case, it took becoming unconscious to end up in the hospital to realize I really needed the help. There are people out there who really don't like going to hospitals. In my case, you know, twice lucky. I don't know if I'll be third time, so I don't know if I'll take that chance in the future. The first time I had, turned out was appendicitis, a ruptured appendix. And I think I'd been sick for probably 3, 4, 5 days. And I went to lay down in my bed, and I thought, you know, like, maybe things just aren't feeling right. Something, I don't know, I think there was an angel watching over me, but I decided to phone my doctor, and I have a great relationship with her, so she called back right away, knowing that it wasn't like me to make phone calls. And I was so fortunate, because when she phoned back, I was actually so delirious I didn't even understand a word she was saying. And at some point during the conversation, I don't remember anything until I woke up in the hospital several days later. The second time was about maybe 5 years ago. It started with a kidney stone that became septic over time, probably maybe 3 weeks. I don't know, I went on a cruise, and I shouldn't have done that. I actually ended up back in Victoria and thought, I'm sweating so much in the bed sheets that the bed sheets are turning the same color as my nightgown. But anyways, I managed to make it through the cruise and back home, but the day I came back, I didn't know I was septic, to be fair, but I came back and the same thing happened. I ended up unconscious at my home and in the hospital. So I ended up staying there about 17 days. Am I in the negative by 2 minutes? You're doing great. Oh, sorry. I wasn't watching the time here. So I was in the negative, I was in the hospital for 17 days on both occasions. And, you know, when it comes to the hospital, it's probably the place that many of us, it's the last place we want to be. And in some cases, the last place we want to be to get better. We all know what it's like in the hospital. It can be noisy, people coming and going, doing blood work, turning people in bed. Not only that, there's the secondary complications such as pressure wounds, infections, etc. None of us want to go to the hospital to get worse. We want to go to get better. So after the 17th day, I begged the doctor to let me go home, and with the proper supports, I was able to go home. So there are times when people don't need bricks and mortars to get better. A lot of us do get better in our own home, as long as there's supports available, and that's why I was so keen on being involved with the Hospital at Home project that they're working on currently. What else did I want to say? Yeah, I think I just wanted to mention really that it's getting to those voices that aren't always heard, and often you can use leaders in the community to help reach out. I was involved in quality awards and judging them recently, and I was really excited to hear about some of the innovative projects in the downtown east side, and also people who had been incarcerated in prison, helping people get back to their lives and in a holistic way. So it involved giving people cell phones and using peers to help connect. So there's some really neat projects out there, and if you can often involve people who have that experience, who are a trusted member of that community, it can help with recruiting and disseminating that information once you're finished. And I don't know if I have a whole lot more to say. I could probably tell you lots of stories today, but I really appreciate you listening and just being aware that there are those populations that are hard to reach, and reaching out to leaders in the community can often be a way of bridging that gap to reaching those populations.
Thank you. I mean, you're worried about the timer. We're talking about get the message. I think it's really important that we get this message versus worrying about a timer right now, you know? So thank you so much for sharing. We're going to grab a quick picture. I'm going to scoot this way. Ba-doot, doot, doot, doot. Over here. Awesome. Thank you so much. If everyone can give them a round of applause again. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to hear from, I will get it right this time, findings from the Northern BC project. And I will give you guys the microphone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're so honored to be here today with so many incredibly passionate people in the room, and to learn from you all and to have the opportunity to share a little bit about our work. My name's Brittany Barnes-Dean. I'm the Director of Programs and Partnerships at Cassie & Friends. This is my co-presenter, Georgina Clarkson, who worked with us while she was completing her Masters of Leadership at Royal Roads University, particularly on this project. So for those of you who are just learning about Cassie & Friends, we're a national organization based in BC that focuses on working with all the major children's hospitals, specifically within pediatric rheumatology. And for those of you who are still learning what pediatric rheumatic diseases are, they're diseases such as juvenile arthritis, lupus, fever syndromes, and many more. Juvenile arthritis alone affects 24,000 kids and families right across Canada. There's no known cause, there's no known cure. And so when we're talking about this work, it's not just kind of temporary solutions we're looking for when they're cured. There is no cure. It's lifelong. 60% of kids have active disease into adulthood. Treatments for juvenile arthritis often include low-dose chemotherapy, injections, infusions, and many other challenging aspects of treatment come along with that. And that's not even factoring in the unique challenges that come with where you might live.
Thank you. Great, thanks. So research tells us that Canadians living in rural and remote communities face complex barriers to accessing healthcare. And those include things such as low physician to population ratios, the significant burden of financial cost and time spent in traveling long distances and in often treacherous conditions to reach the care that they need, and as well as limited awareness across the community with respect to lesser known health challenges. And so what we sought to do was explore how these barriers impacted the patient family members of our learning community in northern BC, so that we could co-create together an increase in services and supports and advance equitable and inclusive access to care.
So our learning community, it includes several different groups, and I actually wanted to take this opportunity to illustrate how we went about building our community, our learning community. So as I mentioned, we work really closely with all major children's hospitals in Canada, including BC Children's. So the division head at BC Children's approached us after several years of going to the outpatient clinics in Prince George and Terrace to bring rheumatology care and services to families affected in that region. She asked us, would you get involved and learn about the unique challenges in accessing care for that region and potentially work with them to identify solutions? So that's when we got involved, and we quickly reached out to other healthcare professionals and organizations to hear about their perspective of the unique challenges that were facing the regions. A note in this particular category, this work happened on the heels of the pandemic, and so there was kind of an added level of coordination needed in order for us to travel to the outpatient clinics ourselves and just make sure that some checks and balances were in place to ensure everyone's safety. And I thought that point really highlighted the importance of building relationships with the different systems and organizations involved. So once we kind of figured out the what and the who of our project, we had to figure out the how. How are we going to make this happen? So we began reaching out to community partners and project funders who were also local to Northern BC and had their own lens of what their community needed. And once we received funding, we were able to connect with 60 patient families, including youth, parents, caregivers, and support persons. In those conversations, which first and foremost took place at the outpatient clinics, 5 outpatient clinics over the course of a year, a lot of questions were asked about what resources already exist for me to access additional supports. So we then connected with 23 local support organizations and conducted an environmental scan of different supports that our families could access, ranging from travel, accommodation, mental health, financial supports that were already available, and then would help us to identify gaps for supports that weren't available. So I say all this because what started as one person coming to Cassie and Friends and asking us to get involved became 114 members of our learning community. This didn't happen overnight. This took a year. It's still growing. This work is incremental, but it's so important to keep moving with it. It also allowed us to develop an approach that was really based in fostering trust and care. All of our engagement was offered in different modalities, which I'll show in a sec. We wanted to make sure it was very conversational, not just a one-way conversation. All of the questions that we asked were optional. We approached this project from a culturally safe position, provided honorariums when we could, as we just heard about the importance of. And then also for our in-person engagement, we offered travel and accommodation support for those facing financial barriers. So these are some of the engagement activities that we utilize. I really wanted to draw attention to what's on the right of your screen and at the very bottom there. So we hosted an in-person connection and education event in Prince George. And as a result of the relationship that we built with families in the room, they felt comfortable enough to share some of the emotions they were feeling by being there. And the last 2 seen and cared about, I thought, were really powerful, and it made me wonder if this patient-oriented approach was embedded in research and in practices of care. What impact would that have on the patient and physician relationship and dynamic? And what impact would that have on healthcare outcomes overall?
Thank you. We just wanted to share a couple of snippets of data. We won't go into huge detail, but just to provide a little extra context to this story and this journey. 70% of families who have participated so far, disclosed that they had felt that their child's symptoms were initially dismissed or overlooked, which in many cases resulted in them needing to then eventually seek emergency care. They also expanded more on the barriers and burdens that they experienced in the process of receiving a diagnosis and then subsequently accessing care, speaking about feelings of isolation and just the overall emotional component and burden that comes with their journey. And as we look at these really important pieces of information and stories that we've received, we've reflected on just how our approach in building that trust and cultivating those caring relationships helped us receive these stories to this degree from our participants. And yeah, we're not sure that if we'd have taken a different approach, that we would have been able to hear such depth from our patient, family, community members.
And just to build on that, we've also talked about, the fact that we were there on the day that they were in the outpatient clinic, on the day that they're actually experiencing these barriers and these challenges, allowed us to hear those stories in the moment, as opposed to if we would have connected with them a week after that appointment or a month or 2 months after that appointment. So we were able to get some really incredible data because of that. And I think the learning from that is to get out into the community. I know one of our previous presenters was saying, we can't assume that we know what patients are experiencing. We have to get out there and we have to have these conversations with them while they're experiencing them. And so because we were so keen, I guess, on including the patient voice, we were able to develop these 4 recommendations for reducing barriers and advancing care. I'll let you kind of scan them, but the one I'll highlight just in the interest of time is elevating patient family voices. So next month in December, we're actually co-facilitating a continuing medical education session with BC Children's and Northern Health with all of the family physicians that are located in the Northern BC region, so they can learn more about the early signs and symptoms of childhood rheumatic diseases, which is really important for kind of addressing those wait times and getting them more quickly into care. We know that implementing these recommendations will mean continued and central engagement with our learning community. And we also know that these challenges are not unique to pediatric rheumatology. They probably relate to a lot of your learning communities as well, and we'd love to hear how they might resonate with you. So if you think you could help, or if you think you want to learn more, you just want to chat, please reach out. We'd love to stay in touch. And with that, we just want to say thank you so much for having us, and thank you to the conference organizers. Thank you.
Thank you. Findings from the Northern BC project. Thank you so much. We are actually going to change things up a little bit. We're going to leave out the Q&As for now, but please do put your questions in the app. We're going to be having them on the website, and we will take time to go through them and answer them. So thank you so much. Next, did we have our photo taken? Oh, we need the photo. We need the photo. Very important. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Where you are. Yeah, you were right. Thank you so much. If we can get another round of applause for these teams and their efforts. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would next like to welcome Peter Eberhardt, who will present the 2024 Pat Atherton Award. Thank you, Peter. I'll give you this microphone. Thank you. We share a common interest in musicals, me and Peter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
After.
I have to put my glasses on here so I can read what is on my paper. So I'm incredibly grateful to be presenting the Pat Atherton Award this afternoon. Pat worked with the BC Support Unit since its inception, and she was a true champion of patient-oriented research. I'm Peter Eberhardt, And Pat and I met during the first week of January 2018. And subsequently, we were married in March of 2020. She was mischievous. She was playful, and she was a lot of fun. She was truly a very happy, joyful person, and she made life beautiful for myself and for a lot of other people. I've never felt so happy and safe when I spent time with Pat during the time we were together. Sadly, I lost Pat during the summer of 2021, and there's not a day that goes by that I still don't think of her. So, today I'm here to present the Pat Atherton Award in her honor. Pat was an advocate for putting patients first. She was an enthusiast for patient-oriented research and a visionary with the BC Support Unit. This year's Pat Atherton Award will be given to one team with a poster at the conference. This is the first time since 2019 that the BC Support Unit has accepted abstracts for putting patients first. There was a total of 90 submissions, and 68 met the criteria. Of those, 55 abstracts were accepted to share a poster. Top scores were awarded to several posters from our review panel. Of these, 7 included patient partners as co-presenters. These 7 were then judged by a group of patient partners. The winning poster highlighted the patient partner voice and demonstrated a strong learning community component. It's okay, it's all right. It is my honor to present the 2024 Pat Atherton Award to Team Impact. Congratulations.
Guess if
Team Impact.
Project Impact can come up to the front here to collect your award. We will have a photograph as well. A huge congratulations to you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes, show off the award without the sticky note. Without the sticky note. Yeah, we don't want that on there. You can give it to me. I'll take it. Lovely, thank you. And thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much for your moving message. I met Peter for a very short time, for the first time today, and I felt very inspired and cared for in the moment that we shared. What a lovely gentleman you are, and for helping continue Pat's legacy. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to the team. Well done, Project Impact. Thank you for all your patience as we come to a close. We're going to be inviting up onto the stage here, or to the floor here, Dr. Sterling Bryan and Lisa Ridgway to share their reflections on the day. Thank you so much. If you can give them a round of applause. Thank you. Mic number six for you. Thank you. I'll let you guys introduce yourself.
Mic number 6. Ooh.
Sterling and I are going to be speaking 4 times together in the next couple of weeks, so I don't want to peak too early. Please introduce yourself, Sterling.
I'm Sterling Bryan.
Hello.
Do you want more?
Is it necessary?
You go.
Okay, please, please. Well, I'm Lisa Ridgway, the co-chair of this conference, and I am also most proudly a patient partner with the British Columbia Support Unit. We are the closers to this good day. Now, my greatest claim to fame thus far in life was that I was born on the same day as Benjamin Franklin. Oh, no, the exact same day and year as Michelle Obama. I'm sorry. And the resemblance does not stop there to Michelle, that is, not Benjamin. So my co-birthday pal, Benjamin Franklin, once said, "Time is money." And your time is very precious right now, since it's the end of the conference. It has been one heck of a day, and all sorts of things happened that I didn't know were going to happen and I didn't know about, and that makes it a very exciting day. But today, however, right now, it's not time for my story. This is not about me, it's all about you. I saw many people today exchanging stories, exchanging hopes and fears, and that takes courage. And I thank you for being here for each other today. So we're all tired, and I could use a glass of Chardonnay. Sterling will be buying. Just for me, though, not for the rest of you. So please hang in there, especially for the closing prayer. To use a tired phrase, I am Lisa Ridgway, and I am a recovering lawyer. But I am also recovered from severe mental illness. I had a black dog, and its name was depression. But back to the law. In the law, in the world of the law, when you appear in court before a judge, you always address the other lawyers, not the judge, the other lawyers, as my learned friends. Even if you disagree, and that's what lawyers do, we disagree, you always say, my learned friend. So, my learned friend, you misstated the facts. My learned friend, you forgot about this particular case. Well, we're all here today, and I'm going to call you all my learned friends, not because we disagree, but because we are all learned friends in a learning health system. Are we building bridges here? Yes, we are, but we're not building bridges as we walk on them. We're looking ahead as we walk on the bridge, and the bridge is solid as the flying buttresses to Notre Dame. That cathedral did not crumble in the terrible fire, and that's because stonemasons built it strong. Now, the BC Support Unit and every support unit in our great land is facing challenges. We are facing, in several years, not that long actually, a funding challenge. But, my learned friends, you are involved in the planning and building the bridge, not again as we walk on it, but as we look at it here today, November 14th, 2024, and we see into the future. So please remember the part about the learned friends, and please remember the part about learning health systems. And please stick with me here, as I am trying to stick with me too. A conference is built